Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy May Gloom, California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, Newsday. Discord Noti didn't come out. Okay, good to know. Good to know, ladies and gentlemen. Discord Noti did not come out on the Discord gang. Discord gang, that's not true. It has come out. It's Cinco de Mayo, baby. And honestly, I should have ran on with the Cinco de Mayo, and I'm doing erasure. It's Cinco de freaking Mayo, also known as Cinco de Drinko for all my ladies. But I'm never gonna do that again. I'm sorry. But it's Cinco de Mayo, and I didn't even do my regular Mexican intros. Fucked up. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, and I'm gonna do that. Okay. Personal news wise, ended the broadcast last night. I've been watching Friends and Neighbors, the John Hamm one. I've been watching Friends and Neighbors. I've been eating poorly. That's, because I got friends here staying with me. So I've been eating kind of poorly, I'll be honest. And also I'm going to go to France soon in a couple days. So I'm going to even eat worse than that. I'm going to double down on the poor eating and eat even poorly. More poor. I don't know anymore. I don't know how to speak. You got no friends, sad? Yeah. The cookies, on the other hand, did help me lift because I hit 10 for 2 plates, finally. And it's been a while since I've hit 10 for 2 plates. It's been quite a while, a couple of years, as a matter of fact. Because after I started lifting again, post peak of COVID, I started lifting again. Bro, look at how I'm ripping that, by the way. This is 225 pounds, baby. But the last one is bad. So that's 9. I still made it. Looking awfully thick in the neck. Yeah, I got a thick neck. Can I say I love this purple moment? Thank you. You're able to throw the fuck out of a bowling ball? Yeah. Got a rep till failure. Anyway, listen. My point is 225. I used to be able to do at my peak. I was able to do it for 15. Like, that's NFL Combine. Like, 225 pounds for 15 reps is NFL Combine level, okay? And back at my peak physique, when I was like 24, 25, 26, I could do that. But now I didn't say good NFL Combine. Okay, chatters are comparing me to like the monsters that put up like 35, okay? I didn't say I would be top level in the NFL Combine. I would say that if you can rep 225 for 15, you are NFL Combine level, okay? You're the kicker? No. It puts you 15 reps for 225 pounds. I would say, I don't know. I actually don't know. I legitimately don't know. But I think it's like average, right? Isn't that like the average NFL Combine? Like, that's an average NFL player can hit 15 reps on 225 pounds. And you have to remember, when we say average, on the other end of the spectrum, like, you have the kickers on the one end of the spectrum, and then on the other end of the spectrum, you have monsters, like people that do not belong to this planet, people that actually fell onto Earth, like from a galaxy far, far away, as like a crystal meteorite or something, and then developed into monstrous beasts that can do 40 in a row. 15-20 for defensive back end and receivers, 20-25 for running backs, 25-30 for tight ends and linebackers, 30-39 for linemen. You're telling me that every single running back in the NFL can easily rep 20-25 for 225 pounds. I feel like that's a little crazy. They have to. They should be able to. That's crazy. I did not know that. Anyway, I'm weak. The point is, I'm weak. I'm a weak man. I am a weak man. Okay? We already know that. But I'm getting stronger, and that's what's important. The moral of the story is this. I haven't been able to get the barbell bench press up for even 135 pounds without injury for the longest time. And at this stage, I can literally do 225 pounds for 10, finally, back at like the 10 level again. And 10 is an important one because like that means I can go up more and more. Anyway, I'm happy about this. This is another milestone. Sometimes even hitting a previous milestone that you had set for yourself that you had easily done for a long time in your life, but you could not achieve for a year because of a deep cut that you engaged with, being able to get back to that milestone is still good and should be celebrated. That is precisely what I'm doing here. This is, giving you access into the inside of the mind of HasanAbi Piker, and being able to do so without risk of injury is the best part. So, actual results from this year's NFL Combine show that the max this year was 32 reps, and the big boys got 20-30 reps at 225 pounds. Okay, I don't think chatters were wrong. 15 puts you in like mid-tier, literally, or bottom tier. Not even mid-tier. You got to do 20. That's crazy. I think 20 is more accurate to say mid-tier for the Combine. Chatters were right. I was wrong, but I don't know enough about sports, so that makes sense. Also, I can't believe we're comparing. The very fact that I'm talking about the Combine in and of itself is crazy because, I mean, these are literally the top 1% of 1% of 1% of 1% athletes on the planet. And I'm not an athlete. I am not a professional athlete. I lift not even for strength training, but specifically with hypermobility that I already have, that already makes it a problem for me to do these kinds of compound muscle exercises. But I'm a professional yapper. I'm the top 1% of 1% of 1% of yapping. Okay. I do NFL numbers on the gift of gab. Okay. And also I'm like 10 years older than every single person there, which doesn't actually mean anything. Cause like, that means if I had 10 full years of like actively weightlifting, I would be able to, I'd be able to outlift these guys, especially if I like did it right. Up until the age of 35, it actually benefits you. Like being young is good for recovery and stuff, but weightlifting time actually does help in terms of strength, in terms of putting on strength. Time is actually a benefit in that regard. No, literally. I don't know why people are saying cope unk. I'm saying time would help me normally, but in this situation, I haven't worked out appropriately. I'm saying that time would not be time in this situation is not a negative. It's a positive. Guys, there's only a finite amount of muscle mass that you can put on your body in like a year-long period. A lot of the stuff is, I mean, your body is a complicated machine. You need to get comfortable with certain weights that you're putting up. You need to be able to, like, there's a neural connectivity with your muscles, like a movement that you've done so many times that it becomes like easier and easier to do. That's why sometimes when you're weightlifting and you move on from novice level to like a higher level of expertise, people will say, it's good to sometimes get under and spend some time under heavier weights in order to develop confidence under heavier weights. That's why it's much easier for someone like myself after I quit weightlifting during COVID to go back into it and be able to very quickly engage in recomp and see much faster returns than someone who is just starting out. All of this is to say I will be watching the Jeff Nippard video, of course. Obviously. This is a fun way to introduce that. We'll watch that later though, not right now. But yeah, obviously I'll be watching how much muscle did I gain in 365 days. Jeff Nippard unironically did this thing where he basically showed like you have to do steroids after a certain level. Then I know that that's not his takeaway, and that's not what he wanted people to take away from that. But I know the end point, and I realize like, oh, so it's like it literally you do peak, like for sure. Like it's clearly no, he gained muscle. No, I know he did. But you have to understand what he did to gain that muscle. Like we are, if we're talking about humanity, and the imperfect nature, of man, and entertaining certain things, like he achieved this level of muscle mass at his peak physique without steroids by eating perfectly. Like not a moment is wasted in the process. That is impossible. Okay, that is like 365 days of unimaginable feats of resistance, resilience, strength. The more you train, the harder it is to gain. Sometimes you're lucky to put 5 pounds on a rep max in 1 year. Exactly. Once you get to a certain level, unless you get like a little bit of medical boosting, it's just not going to push you far. But you're not close to your peak, right? No, I'm not. Jeff is one of the only people that I know that is a public persona, like a public person, that has actually achieved a natural physique that almost is like where you basically get to your peak. Like that's it. This is your body has pretty much reached its limit. I am nowhere near my limit. Are you crazy? I'm talking to a man with like probably 16% body fat right now. That's wild. Have you seen the one guy who's trained only one side of his neck? Yeah, I did. People need to stop. I don't even want to look at it. It freaks me out. Anyway, HasanAbi heads were doing water drop LA and took Taylor Lorenz out on water drop. Hell yeah. Shouts out. That's pretty fire. HasanAbi heads rise up. But yeah. Anyway, personal news wise, like I said, weightlifting in the morning, it was pretty good. And it was exciting. Gym Bros, HasanAbi Gym Bros or something else. What is this?
We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
I saw this. Didn't even need the pre today. Just needed a 40-year-old man baby to piss me off enough to hit multiple PRs.
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movement that arise out of Zionist
You are out of your mind.
Not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with Israel? You bigot.
Terrorize the
Palestinians. Anyway, HasanAbi Gym Bros, rise up. I usually just picture Bill Maher. Interestingly enough, I'm not an angry lifter. I don't get angry at all. I'm very calm when I'm lifting. It's my moment of zen. Throughout the day, it's like my one moment of solace, my one moment of comfort. Thank you to Macy's for the playlist. And I actually don't, I feel at peace when I'm at the gym. Anyway, all right, we got a lot to talk about. Obviously, Israel announces its plans for final solution in Gaza. It's official. They're doing it, or they say that they're doing it. Houthis strike Israel airport. You're stimming at the gym, I guess. Israel just struck Yemen. That's not surprising. Okay. Where was I? Houthi strike Israel airport. Trump unsure about due process. Tariff shortages incoming. Trump adds foreign film tariffs on the docket. Get in now. Bro, the thing that's so crazy about the Trump foreign flick tariff shit is that he's once again destroying his fan base. Like, who are the biggest Trump guys? Obviously, anime is universal, but let's be real. A lot of anime guys love Donald Trump, okay? What does 100% tariffs on all foreign movies do to anime? It bricks it. That's it. Like, it's such a thoughtless, yet another incredibly thoughtless, incredibly stupid decision from the Trump administration. Did you see this already? What is this? Oh yeah, I heard about this. Please tell me you're on this. That's why American weebs must be destroyed and we should tariff anime 100%. I mean, I'm a weeb. I like anime. As you guys know, it's a big part of a big part of the contention in my conversation last Friday about my anime experiences and my love for anime in general. Do we have a blast off meme, by the way? First, he took away our figurines with the China terrorists. Now he's taking away our animes too. Yeah, 100%. It's not just anime. I know. I'm covering it from the anime angle specifically because what is
Ethan
this?
Klein's reaction to Hasan Pike.
Okay, we're done. No more Ethan Klein reactions, please. All right, where are we at? Genuine question. How do you enforce tariffs on streaming services like that? The vast majority of VFX and animation are also outsourced to Asian countries. I don't understand. Do we have a blast off meme? I feel like none of y'all have a blast off meme. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to use this funny ass take. Wait, hold on. Okay, this is even better. Okay, we'll do Luffy. Happy birthday, Luffy. Happy birthday, Karl Marx. Where is it? The hell is my post? Okay. What? Once you have followers, I'm leaving for the majority report? What did you say? Once you have followers, I'm leaving to the majority report? What does that mean? Nah, sorry. I love the majority report. Abracadabra, umbra, ooh la la, na 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 na. Abracadabra, talk to me. Na, 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 na. Oh my God. I just got that unstuck from my head. I can't get it unstuck. No, when I was hitting the tens, that was what was playing. So it's like I put it on my friggin' Insta post when I was lifting, and now it's permanently stuck in my head. Lady Gaga, are you going to Anime Expo in July? Maybe. Are you going to react to the Kanye West Piers interview? Piers Morgan interviewed Kanye West. Wow. Piers Morgan interviewed someone that's less anti-Semitic than me, according to some of my insane stalkers. Yeah. What do you think of the Midas touch? I don't know how to spell it. I love those guys. I mean, they're liberals, right? Like, they're obviously Democratic Party defenders across the board. Like, that's the agenda there. But still, Kanye's just goofing and gaffing. No, he's not goofing and gaffing. It's no longer New Boots goofing for Kanye. It's more so he's goose stepping. That's what he's doing. At least it's not the Ruby Chan song. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Now, God damn it, dude. Why would you do that? Would you do that? Why would you say that? Why would you say that? You said that, and it's like, I have to say it. I have to sing it. I have to think it. New earworm unlocked. Your white shows when you try to dance. Lamau, I know. Stop. Every fucking K-pop idol ever is doing this trend, and it's all my feed is. Ruby-chan. Hi. Nani gaske. Chokomito yorimo. I don't know how to fucking say it. I'm not Japanese. I'm so fraudulent. I'm such a fraudulent bitch. Oh yeah, I saw this one. That one is incredibly stupid. All right. What are we doing here, man? What are we doing? Let's freaking get into it. There's a lot to cover today. Israeli officials detail plans to seize all of Gaza and occupy it indefinitely. My ears just exploded. Would you rewatch Hunter x Hunter, preferably starting with the 1999 version soon? No. Why are you asking me that? Nancy Pelosi's pressuring Jordan to take more children from Gaza. Nancy Pelosi, who has long-standing friendship with Abdullah, took matters into her own hands last week and had a blunt conversation with Jordan's ambassador with the U.S., Dina Kawar, about Amman not accepting a sufficient number of sick Gazan children. I mean, okay, that's fine, great. That should happen, okay? That's like Band-Aid. Ridiculous that we don't even have the Band-Aid at this moment. But hello, there is also a much larger problem here, which is, the fact that we have a genocide taking place. Like, why are those children starving? Why are those children suffering? Because of Israel.
Some breaking news. There's a major development in the Middle East. Israeli officials tell the Associated Press that a new plan has been approved to seize all the territory in Gaza and then occupy it indefinitely. MTS Tayeb has the latest for you from London. MTS, good morning to you.
Gail, good morning. Well, the approval by Israel's cabinet of the plan.
About Three Worlds by Avi Shlaim. The entirety of the first chapter is basically him saying the Iraqis were victims of Zionism and missed their home after they were pushed due to Arab nationalism, but pulled to Israel due to Zionism. He talks about a nostalgia for Baghdad his grandparents had when they were forced to go to Israel. Yeah, also Israel was like pretty fucking ruthless to a lot of the Arab Jews initially. Like, was it Ben Gurion who said that they're like lower than dust or something, like they're desert people? Ashkenazi Jews initially were not very fond of. Ashkenazi Jews weren't very fond of like the Arab Jews initially. Like there was the same dynamic of like Western, unironic Western white supremacist thought internally within Israel as well. This is part of the reason why a lot of the most rabid supporters of the state of Israel are often Arab Jews, like Itamar Ben-Gvir, also from Iraq, Arab Kurdish Jew Itamar Ben-Gvir. I just had Turkish food on your recommendation for the first time the other day. Goddamn, don't add bulgur ekmek baklava. This shit slaps so hard. Yeah, it's fantastic. All right, let's lock in. Let's talk about the serious. Let's talk about the serious subject matter. Remember, a few years ago when people were screaming that Israel would never want to occupy Gaza since they left in 2005? Yeah. No, you don't understand. It's because they October 7, they have to. They're just forced. They had their hands forced.
Dramatic shift in this already brutal and grinding war, and comes as the Israeli military called up tens of thousands of reservist soldiers just this weekend. Now, critics inside Israel, most notably the Hostages and Missing Families Forum, have lashed out at the plan, calling it, and I'm quoting here, a failed strategy, since none of the 59 remaining hostages have been freed since Israel broke a ceasefire with Hamas 6 weeks ago and resumed its bombing campaign. Now, the forum also said the plan to expand military operations in Gaza, again, I'm quoting here, was against the will of over 70% of the people in Israel. Now, if implemented, hundreds of thousands of already displaced Palestinians will be pushed to southern Gaza, only worsening an already dire humanitarian crisis. For 2 months now, Israel has blocked all food, water, and medicine from entering the Palestinian territory, triggering what aid agencies are calling the worst humanitarian crisis there since the violence began nearly 1.5 years ago. Violence, which also saw the Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen.
I think one of the lesser considered aspects of this conversation from Israel, which is now pushing for the final solution, by the way, they want to ethnically cleanse a majority child population that they've starved out for the past 2 months. Okay, remember, this is a majority children population. There's a reason why 70% of their 70% of the people that they kill are either children, women, or the elderly, because that's just what the population is. Okay, so after starving them, destroying their cities in its entirety, and starving them for 2 months, now they're going to go in and do a full-blown military occupation. And obviously, this is Nazi stuff. I mean, this is the Holocaust. This is the final solution. They are doing it in broad daylight, and they're doing it within the legal confines that they've created for themselves. Just like the Nazis, what they were doing to the Jews were legal by their own estimations, by their own designs, when they implemented the Nuremberg race laws, right? So it's terrifying. The one thing I will say, where you get these numbers, though, what do you think? This is a gotcha? Like, what do you mean? I get them from the health ministry and also numerous other NGOs and also the United Nations. Like, where do you... Anyway, yeah, they're doing a final solution on Gaza. They're doing a final solution on the Palestinians there. The one aspect that is less covered in this matter, however, is if they even have, if they even have the military strength to be able to do this. Do they have the numbers to do this? I know that there is definitely a lot of appetite from people in the war cabinet, for sure, especially the more radical elements within the war cabinet. But I don't know if there is enough manpower at this stage, but I have not checked in. I haven't been looking at the I have not been looking at the numbers of like, or the drama that's happening with like forcible conscripts or the reservists not returning to duty, because at a certain point they're gonna have a hard time filling the ranks. In order to do a permanent military occupation, you have to fill the ranks. And I don't know if they have enough manpower. I genuinely don't know if they have enough manpower to do so, or if they have enough appetite to do so. Because like, there's a lot of people who just want to go back to their regular lives. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people who are like, okay, I've done enough child murder. Like, can I please go back to my marketing job? Like, I miss my family. You know what I mean? The impact of all of that violence will also only be seen in a decade. We haven't even gotten there yet. You know how we have the 22 vets a day number in the United States of America? Some of the heinous shit that the Israeli occupying force has done in Gaza is like an Abu Ghraib every day. So that number is going to be far higher. Like, this is going to have inevitably karmic damage or cosmic damage in the form of karmic justice to Israel for sure. So there is no, like, I mean, you can bomb these buildings over and over again, these hollowed out buildings over and over again. But like, inevitably, if you want to do a military occupation, you need manpower. If you have manpower, there is going to be resistance against said manpower. There is going to be tunnel warfare, guerrilla warfare. Once again, Hamas has replenished its ranks, right? And then you got the Al-Qassam brigades. You got all of these other like militancy formations that are going to inevitably take out soldiers over and over again. And I don't think that Israel has the capacity to keep that operation up with straightforward manpower, like just boots on the ground military manpower, without American intervention. So therein lies the question. Does America intervene? Do we see the United States of America actually invade Gaza? Is that what they're going to do? Because I don't think Israel has the capacity. I don't think Israel has the capacity to continue the war. Obviously, cost of Gaza war escalation could top 15.4 billion, threatening Israeli budget stability. You have port shutdowns, obviously. You're right. I'm a 9/11 era vet that didn't even see combat, but I have friends who died in Afghanistan. People like us are anti-American as fuck. But it's not even just that. Like, a lot of the Breaking the Silence guys are unironically people that have actually participated in sieges in Gaza, and then that made them incredibly grossed out to the whole fucking design. And that was like their wake-up call. But having said that, we also have the PTSD side of things. Like, this is signaling societal collapse, especially when you consider that the Israeli population numbers are constantly fulfilling itself, like filling up the ranks with the Haredi population. They're having like 6 to 8 kids. Okay. Those guys don't have to serve in the military, but those guys are also not getting the proper education that Israel wants to show to the Western world, that they are like, just like France or, just like any other normal Western country. We have arts. We celebrate education, we celebrate the arts, we celebrate scientific accomplishments and whatnot. So like, if the only people that don't have PTSD that remain in Israel, that's like becoming the next generation of Israel, are all young Haredi Jews who only get a religious education, then like the societal makeup of Israel is going to dramatically change. Do you see what I mean? And you don't get to benefit from a steady flow of Western intervention and Western aid and Western support and an expenditure of Western political capital in defense of your genocide if your country doesn't look Western. I feel like they will inevitably lose their favored client status if they can't keep up an incredibly sophisticated influence peddling operation simultaneously. Did you just replacement theory Israel? No, because it's not replacement theory. It's more so, I mean, it is a little bit like getting mad at idiocracy for having a eugenicist slant, but it's idiocracy. We're experiencing that here in the United States of America as well. But it is kind of like idiocracy where, yeah, the guys that are having a lot of children, that allow Israel to no longer have, to allow Israel to not have any sort of like birth rate decline, those guys don't serve. They don't serve. They don't go to the same schools. They don't care about education in the same way. They have very different opinions on like women's position in society. And the more Israel becomes a majority Haredi population, which is, it's not there yet, but the more Israel becomes like a majority Haredi population like that, the less likely it is that it can keep up its sophisticated espionage operations, or even sophisticated influence peddling operations in the West. As an ex-Haredi, I can assure you we receive little to no education. Yeah, it's mostly just like religious education, right? So it's I mean, it's just they're cooked regardless, if that makes sense. I mean, the West supports Saudi Arabia, and there aren't Western looking in any way, to be honest. If you think that like Saudi Arabia is a weapon to wield against Yemen, okay, as long as it is a part of the defense initiative that defends Israel's interests in the region, as long as it has a shit ton of oil. But Saudi Arabia is not a favored client state in the same way that Israel is. No country is a favored client state in the same way that Israel is. Saudi Arabia is just an important bulwark against Iranian intervention in the region because Iran is outside of our sphere of influence. The double irony here, of course, is that we are trying to Israelify the United States of America. A lot of our politicians look to Israel's fascism and say, we like that. We want that here. We should do more of that, please. Like, there is a truly terrifying number of politicians who I think unironically look to the design of Israeli society and where it has gone over the course of the past couple of decades and has decided this is good. We should do this, but for Christianity, Christian Sharia, you know? Israel is less a client and more the USA's pet, I feel. Yes. I mean, it's not the favored client nation status is just like a designation. It's an official an unofficial designation. Fuck the Yemen dude that pissed off so many people. It is not in the sphere of Western influence. It's in the sphere of Iranian influence. That's it. That's the major issue.
Launch a ballistic missile on Sunday, which hit the perimeter of Israel's main airport. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has promised to respond to the attack, saying Iran would also face consequences from the strike.
Yeah, they have to pull Iran into this. And Iran has demonstrated restraint over and over again. Or some analysts will say Iran uses the Houthis as a way to respond to Israel, as a way to retaliate against Israel. But Iran overall has demonstrated major restraint throughout this process. That much is obviously clear, especially in comparison to fucking what Israel is doing. The only time Israel actually shows restraint is when they're trying to retaliate against Iran, ironically enough. But the reality of the matter is Israel needs to bring Iran into the fold because there are two reasons for that. One, I think this is a part of America's grand design in the region. I think this is definitely a part of America's grand design because Iran, if there were two poles on the planet with two hegemonic powers competing against one another, they're going to need energy, and China needs to get it from Iran if they can't get it from the regular OPEC Plus group. And America's number one goal in the next 20 to 10 year timeline is to take this war directly to China. That's part of the reason why they want to pack up the whole Russia-Ukraine stuff. And that's precisely the reason why they are letting Israel go absolute monster mode everywhere in the region so that they can do this big destabilization and then restabilization with Israeli design, like restabilization where a lot of these areas are under firm Israel security commitments and Israel control, so that they can have some semblance of security and some semblance of stability, rather, for American national interests, and maybe even exert influence, exert pressure over our allies there to cut off the energy supply to China. That is the goal. That's why I also say American foreign policy will swing sometimes wildly, but it's often still directionally in the same. It's always directionally in the same agenda, towards the same agenda, but there are obviously differences in opinion along the way. Oftentimes it's the Republicans that push it even further and further right, more to more insane places, and then the Democrats don't do anything to pull it back because they also are in line with the same agenda. So is Pallywood just a modern day Nazi propaganda, or is that a little too far? No, it's not far. I look, it's up to you guys. You need to be very well equipped when you're talking about Israel-Palestine related things in order not to come across like you're anti-Semitic, because a lot of the language, even on accident, can come across like that. And I perfectly understand that, which is why I wouldn't recommend to the average person to make this comparison, because most people still at this stage will be like, whoa, I don't know about that. That's crazy. But I do not shy away from making the comparison of Israel and Nazi Germany, because I think we have definitely reached that level. But you know, the less incisive language you can use is just to say it's fascist, because it is fascist, just like the Nazis. It is exterminationist. It is built on supremacist ideology, just like the Nazis were. But you know, I don't think it's in any way, shape, or form inappropriate to make this comparison. Like, as a Jewish person, I always compare Israel to the Nazis. Yeah. NATO officials came to Japan recently to beg us to make more weapons and build up the SDF, supposedly for Russia, but I think it's the goal of fighting China too. No, it's definitely the goal of fighting China.
This is what last night's Israeli airstrikes left in Gaza to be buried the morning after. The remains of a child so small they could almost be held in one hand. Now dead before they had lived.
We hope that everyone will stand with us to stop this bloodshed and stop this extermination. We are people who love life. We are people who hope that the war will stop and that we will live in peace, security and safety.
This is the human cost of an offensive that is set to intensify if Israel carries out its new plan to seize more of the Strip. The Israeli military already controls around half of Gaza, as well as corridors dividing the region.
Yeah.
Government officials have reportedly said the new offensive will now capture the entire territory. This would mean pushing the population back south again.
This is what we will do. We will move the population for its own protection.
The Israeli Prime Minister suggested the military would not retreat.
Bro, am I crazy, or does he look more like Hitler every day? I don't know what is going on here, but like, with the exception, obviously, because he's clean cut, he doesn't do the mustache shit, but like his hair, like, I swear to God, he's like Hitlerifying in front of our eyes. I think it's the haircut. Like, he straight up looks like Hitler would look like if he just shaved his fucking dumbass mustache. You know what I mean? Like, is he just like what's going on there? Is he trying to be like, haha, what are you gonna do about it? That's me. Tolstoy could never imagine particles to this degree. No, it's not Tolstoy. It's Trotsky. Tolstoy. It was Trotsky who said Hitler particles. What evil does to a motherfucker? I mean, yeah. War and Peace by Leon Trotsky. I mean, that dude loved to write too, but anyway.
From areas they raid. The plan would also impact the distribution of aid under conditions expected to be set by the Israeli military.
This would violate the humanitarian principles of neutrality, impartiality, and independence, and could also put people at risk by, including aid workers, by having them around these militarized zones.
And right now, agencies say the Strip is being starved by Israel's blockade. The import of food and medicine has been paused. Those in need of treatment have watched themselves wither right before the world, desperate for intervention. This is the voice from a health NGO based inside Gaza, speaking to Channel 4 News.
We feel utterly helpless, and we are afraid, maybe in weeks or less than that we will have nothing to offer to people, and that's why we urge the international community to help us immediately. Just let Gaza live.
This is Israel ahead of President Trump's visit next week. Although some believe Israel's government is attempting to place pressure on Hamas, These families and their allies fear for the impact on their loved ones. 59 taken hostage in Israel by Hamas remain in Gaza, and artillery does not ask for ID.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. It blows my mind what is going on, because like if there were no hostages right now in Gaza, I think the dynamic would look very different. Like I think that there wouldn't even be any protests. Like I know that there are people in Israel, like I think over time standing together, like a lot of the liberal Zionists that are even in movements like Standing Together either went full tilt Kahanist or went in the opposite direction and became more firm in their conviction against like Israel's genocide. But their numbers are nothing in comparison to the broader Israeli society. Like this is what I have seen from my own personal experiences, from what I've seen in the Western world, but what I've seen also in Israel as well. And I'm sure some of the Israeli HasanAbi heads could confirm or deny this. I don't know. But like there, after October 7, a lot of the liberal Zionists that were at the peak of like the Israeli liberal coalition that was like, oh, let's do peace. Let's do a two-state solution. Let's do, let's hold hands with the Palestinians and sing Kumbaya. But also like, let's, people that have protested, people that have demonstrated over and over again, not talking about the anti-Zionists, okay? But people that have protested and demonstrated, which is one of the more popular, one of the larger movements basically in Israel. A lot of those guys I was checking in were going crazy. They were baying for blood, okay? They were just going wild, right? And then it's like over time, I think as the depravity of the military operations became clear for some got way more radicalized in the opposite direction, and others and others became, I think, more committed to anti-Zionism than they ever did before. But those numbers are tiny still. They're marginal. So without hostages, because like the mass movements that happen in Israel, the largest category of like anti-government protests that are coming out are coming from hostage families and their friends and people that want a ceasefire specifically to take out the hostages. Those people have been polled in the past as well. And when they actually get polled, they still say like, no, just keep the war going after, but just like get our hostages out. And Benjamin Netanyahu, on the other hand, will not commit to even doing that, which is why a lot of people are very frustrated. There's the reason why in Israel, in Israeli media, especially with the last ceasefire was taking place, there were family members of Israeli hostages that were writing letters to Benjamin Netanyahu being like, you are the reason why this fucking deal is not taking place, which was correct. You are bringing up idiotic additional spoilers into the ceasefire negotiation, like not removing military presence from the Philadelphia corridor, the Rafah border crossing with Egypt, right? Like all of this stuff that they added on to the deal over and over again was specifically done so that Netanyahu could always say, oh, I don't want to do this. I don't want to actually do a ceasefire. And I think, I don't know what the dynamic would look like. Israel's made peace deals with Palestine 5 times up until October 7th. Yeah, those aren't real peace deals, brother. What are we talking about? This is like pre-October 7 Hasbara is where we're at now. What do you mean? Like, what's the logical conclusion of this argument that you're trying to present here? That like they did peace deals with Palestine and Palestinians couldn't keep up their end on those peace deals, so they must be ethnically cleansed. Is that your argument? Can you say your conclusion? Yeah, see? Exactly, because Palestine didn't want peace. Remember, chatters, the dynamic is always the same, okay? Here's what happens. There's a siege that takes place. They wipe out like 100 to 1,000 people. They blow up a bunch of buildings. Then they fuck off, Israel does, okay? And then there is a treaty. There's a ceasefire treaty. Israel then continues doing what it's doing in the West Bank, which is, of course, ruining the lives of the Palestinians under this illegal occupation, where they keep harming them, especially during Ramadan, where they'll actively go out of their way to disrupt travel to the mosque, disrupt the lives of Palestinians that are literally engaging in the act of just going to the Al-Aqsa Mosque and praying. And that provocation is always like there before that provocation happens, knowing full well that provocation is going to happen, okay? Knowing full well that provocation is going to happen, Hamas will release a statement. They will say, don't do this, okay? do not do this. And then Israel will do it anyway. And then Hamas will turn around and fucking lob a couple rockets that immediately get intercepted by Iron Dome. Israel will use that as an opportunity to do another siege. This is what this man is talking about when he says Hamas always disrupts peace negotiations or whatever. It's not true. Okay? Hold on. This guy woke up thinking it's October 8th, giving us all the talking points. No, he woke up thinking it's October 6th, ironically enough. Also, it is pretty funny to say this because if this kind of rhetoric was incredibly effective in the Western world for years, Palestinians were no partner in peace, they said, right? Nah, I just see one side hating the other, and the other having to defend itself. Yeah, that is what's going on. That is actually what's going on. One side is defending itself, and that side is the Palestinians. And the side that's hating them is Israel. So you're actually not wrong. You've flipped the dynamic and it's on its head because you have sympathies for Israel. I get it. Like, I know where this comes from. You're wrong, but I understand why you're wrong. Anyway, the thing I wanted to mention here is more so about propaganda and how it works. Okay. Pre-October 7, if you tried to describe how disruptive Israel was in these numerous ceasefire negotiations where they never actually gave a fair deal and they never actually wanted to implement any sort of fair deal whatsoever. Okay. If you were to describe that to people, they would not understand it. They'd be like, what do you mean? Bill Clinton even said that it was, Palestinians that were just no partner in peace. But now every single person in this community at least, has seen the exact ways in which the depraved, morally repugnant American administration lies at the behest of Israel and how Israel behaves throughout the ceasefire negotiation process. So now you know, because you saw it over the course of the past year and a half. You saw exactly how Israel operates in these negotiations, and you saw exactly how the American government runs cover for Israel throughout these ceasefire negotiations. So looking at what has unfolded over the last year and a half will give you a better understanding of the reasons as to why previous ceasefire negotiations or any sort of pathway towards peace was completely cast aside by the responsible party, Israel. Do you understand? This is also why it's like a lot of the old Hasbara doesn't work. A lot of the old Hasbara doesn't work anymore. And it's not just because people can see directly what Israel is doing, but a lot of the old Hasbara doesn't work anymore because people have just become more aware. Like, people have become more aware of the way that Israel has operated throughout the past year and a half. And that completely eviscerates all of the carefully calculated, ahistorical ways in which this process has been taught to those who even care to learn about it in America. Hasan, I'm scared. You figured it out and you're loud about it. I'm scared for your safety. No, but the irony is, this is what I've been saying for years. This isn't new. It's just a lot of people have only recently figured it out. That's it. I've heard Israel is faking AI voice notes in Syria to put Druze against the Syrian government. I don't know about that. Is Israel's justification for their plan to seize Gaza that it's necessary to save the hostages? No. Ironically enough, they've completely given up on even entertaining that idea. They've given up on even doing propaganda in that direction. They completely dropped it. They openly said, last week, Benjamin Netanyahu came out and said, hostages are secondary to our much larger, much more consequential plan of complete extermination of Hamas. Hostage negotiations are a hurdle. And he actually said it literally a day after Ethan and Sam argued against one another. After Ethan was like, oh, well, if Hamas released all the hostages, then, Israel would stop. Yeah. Ethan is about to go live. I'm a Fallen fan. I can't believe Ethan actually won the debate against Sam Cedar and you. It's shocking. It's not shocking. Thank you, tiny person. It is shocking. Many things are shocking to you, I think, if you feel that way. Like, oh my God, why is there a big ball in the sky that comes out every morning? That is scary. Is that fire? What is fire? Shocking. Yeah. I mean, this basically came out like a day after Sam and Ethan had that conversation. Netanyahu says destroying Hamas more important than free hostages, which, again, if you were paying any attention to the dynamic at all, you would have recognized that. You would have recognized that months ago. We are finally going to conquer Gaza. We are no longer afraid of the word occupation, Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich told a pro-settler conference in an online discussion. Israel may seize all of Gaza in expanded operation, officials say. Summary. Door open for ceasefire talks as Trump heads to the region. Military will hold territories it seizes, Israeli officials say. Blockade remains on aid for now. Tens of thousands of reservists will be called up. Humanitarian agencies condemn Israel's new aid plans. See, there's also an incredibly nefarious side of this, which is that they are going to do something that is totally illegal that they wanted to do in the past as well under the Biden administration. Apparently, according to reporting that I read on it, at least, even the Biden administration was like, you can't do that. They want to distribute aid with the military. They want to control who gets aid in the Gaza Strip. That in and of itself is insane. I mean, this is literally Russia shit, okay? This is what the American government was like yelling to Russia about over and over again. I mean, it's not any, like, even the Russian annexation occupation was a bloody affair. It was incredibly deadly, but like at no point is there not regular commerce happening, right? No, it's not even American shit. No, it's not even American shit. This is worse. I'm telling you, this is worse than Russia shit. This is worse than America shit. This is straight up like picking and choosing who gets to eat food. Like, it's absolutely worse than Russia shit. It is absolutely worse than America shit. This is stuff that, I mean, it's Nazi shit. Yeah, Israel's government has approved a sweeping plan to seize all of Gaza, indefinitely occupy its territory, and displace its population southward, advancing what rights groups warn is a military-engineered campaign of ethnic cleansing. Military conquest, indefinite control. The Security Cabinet unanimously backed the plan by Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir to capture the Strip and hold the territories, escalate attacks, and block Hamas from accessing humanitarian aid. The plan also includes moving the Gazan population to population south for its defense and intensifying bombing campaigns. There's no timeline for withdrawal. I also want to mention something. I didn't really cover this as much. I didn't really cover this aspect as much, but like the Israeli military, by way of infiltration and sabotage, has armed criminal elements within the Gaza Strip. Okay? They've given him like NATO weapons in the Gaza Strip to go and run rampant on the aid. Hamas, as of, I believe, last night, actually publicly executed numerous criminal gang members and implemented a 9 p.m. curfew because the Israel-backed gangs would cause chaos in an effort to stop aid distribution, what remains of the aid that was being distributed. This, of course, on top of blowing up food refinery facility, like grain silos, like blowing up the last areas where there is any food whatsoever. 2 months of complete blockade on aid entering the Gaza Strip. The trucks full of aid are just sitting on the border. They are not letting them enter the Strip. How do you know the gangs are Israel backed? Oh, great question. The reason why I know the gangs are Israel backed is because obviously there's going to be criminal elements regardless, but according to the reporting from the remaining Palestinian journalists that are still alive at this point, every single time there was gang activity, there would be drones around, and they never actually shot at the at the dudes with guns in broad daylight. So tell me, the very same Israel that literally has implemented killing fields, the very same Israel that shoots at humanitarian aid workers that are engaging in the process of deconfliction with the Israeli Defense Force, the very same Israel that has killed World Central Kitchen aid workers, the very same Israel that's killed 15 medical workers from the Palestinian Red Crescent, that Israel sees dudes running around with guns and does not kill them. What does that mean? There's drones all around that offer protective cover. Yeah, Israel wants local clans to run Gaza after the war, but the candidates are refusing. Jerusalem is trying to forge a path to non-Hamas governance, but hope of working with Strip's powerful families dampen the fears of retribution as terror groups still dominant. We are not collaborators. Israel should stop these games. Reuters, the plan for post-war Gaza that Israel has pitched to U.S. allies is to run the Strip in cooperation with powerful local families. But there's a problem. In a place where Hamas still wields ruthless influence, none want to be seen as talking to the enemy. Jerusalem is under pressure from Washington to wind down its military offensive nearly 9 months after October 7th Hamas massacre inside Israel, but does not want the Palestinian terror group to remain in charge after the fighting ends. Israeli officials have therefore been trying to plot a path ahead for the day after the fighting stops. This is all the way back from the 2nd of July, 2024, by the way. Yeah, this is the other side of the story. Yes, new. Armed gangs are looting food warehouses across Gaza, and Israeli drones are reportedly targeting the police and volunteers trying to stop them. Multiple sources, including eyewitnesses and journalists, say the gangs are backed by Israel. Here's what's being reported. Tarek Azam, Gaza correspondent for Al Jazeera English, reports local gangs reportedly backed by Israel are looting what remains of Gaza's food warehouses. Israeli forces, he says, have struck police officers who were trying to stop the thefts. One of the first-hand accounts comes from a volunteer at a community kitchen in western Gaza. He says armed gangs attacked their facility. Attacked their facility twice in one day. The second time, they fired live rounds and broke into a food store serving 1,500 plus families. Now, what's really interesting about this, once again, is that Israel says Hamas is doing this, except Hamas has punished the criminal gangs that have done this. They executed a bunch of them and then implemented a curfew as of last night, 9 p.m. curfew in the Gaza Strip as of last night. If you recall, there was a lot of chaos at the point of humanitarian aid being delivered into the Gaza Strip at numerous occasions, okay? And I remember covering the story where there was the time when they shot at the aid delivery, and then the aid delivery trucks like had to get out of the way, like they just there was a stampede, and they did the flour truck massacre, if you remember. And I believe right after the flour truck massacre, the Gazan police force, the civil, like the civil part of the civil governance division, the civilian population, okay, not like Hamas's militant wing, not the Al-Qassam brigades or anything like that. The Gazan police force actually came in and said, we are going to implement a process here. So they literally they designed a way for the humanitarian aid to be distributed in a organized manner. The next day, Israel killed the police chief. The next day, they went in. There was a single file line. Everyone was getting their fucking aid and getting out. The next day, Israel killed the police chief and then said he was Hamas. The next day. Why would they do that? They did that because they want this chaos to exist. They do that because they want there to be a constant sense of pressure and violence and chaos and to never stop that. No order, none of that whatsoever. This is part of the reason why I say October 7 aside, okay, the atrocities that took place on October 7 aside, which were conducted by a collaborative effort on all the Palestinian factions, the entirety of the Palestinian militant resistance, okay? After October 7, since Israel's genocide started, or at least accelerated, if you want to call it that, everything that Hamas has done in that time frame has been legally permissible, with the exception of maintaining hostages. That's it. Brother, the things you're saying is really sad and disgusting, man. What the fuck? This is disgusting. Are you saying, like, what Israel is doing is disgusting? Like, hearing about it makes you sad? Is that what you mean? Or are you saying that, like, the statements that I'm making are disgusting because they're untrue or something? Because this is, yes, that is correct, Israel. Oh, no, he's saying, like, it's making me sad because what Israel is doing is disgusting. Okay, got it. Hasan, can you tell me where I can do research on this stuff independently and get the same info as you? I think you can, I mean, Drop Site News is very good. They're incredible on their reporting. Al Jazeera has fantastic reporting on this stuff. Every now and then, I mean, look at the news sources that I look at. Like, I when I'm covering this stuff, when I'm covering every news story, whether domestic or foreign, I look at virtually every single type of news outlet that's out there, all the way from far right news outlets to liberal Zionist newspapers, all the way to anti-Zionist publications and places like Democracy Now!, places like DropSite that do fantastic investigative reporting that work with journalists on the ground. But the humanitarian aid plan that they're presenting as a humanitarian aid plan is literally to hire mercenaries tied to Israeli leaders, not aid groups. Israel wants to create de facto internment zones. Israel wants to set it up in Rafah, a city it already destroyed and depopulated. It's not real humanitarian aid. It is just simply another mechanism of ethnic cleansing. Investigative journalist Mohammed El Zanin has documented 3 Israeli drones in a single hour on patrols attempting to stop the looting at El Tawra and Al Wahda streets in Gaza City. Those targeted, he reports, were community volunteers and local police. So these guys, in their endless resilience, Palestinians in their endless resilience, are trying to do their very best to maintain some kind of civil order within a fucking ghettoized part of within an open air concentration camp that is currently being bombed by its belligerent occupier, and in that process they're literally still trying to kill the people that are trying to create some semblance of order so that less people die from famine. DropSite interviews the Hamas official not that long ago. So does that make them terrorist supporters too? Clown shit. No, don't listen to people that say stuff like that. Okay. When people hit the "you're a terrorist, you support terrorism, we must deplatform you," they're just trying to shut you up. Okay. Or specifically me. They're trying to shut me up because they're worried that people are recognizing the events that are unfolding. Okay, that's it. They don't want to actually tackle the conversation. They don't want to actually have a hard to deal with conversation. They just want to say, you are dangerous. You're a dangerous person. You're a terrorist. Stop talking. My brother's an Asman watcher and he's fallen for the Hassan as a terrorist supporter BS. We argued about that this morning. This is funny. Hasan Parker thinks being a man is simple. Tel Aviv Institute, delete this. Yeah, exactly. They do not want to have a nuanced discussion. They do not want to have a conversation. They do not want to talk about like any kind of militant resistance against a nation state that is doing apartheid. Hassan is the king of Darvo. I don't even know what Darvo means. It's like something that narcissistic boyfriends do, right? Isn't that what it is? Yes. My coverage on this issue, my coverage on this stuff is actually just like your fucking shitty ex-boyfriend. You're right. Thank you. What is this? For the record, if you're wondering what real anti-Semitism looks like, it's this. What is this? What happened? Advertise on Twitch? Oh my God, dude. This is so fucking stupid. This is so unimaginably stupid. Yeah, I'm like, I wonder why they won't show the fucking video, dude. That's crazy. Dan Stalkman, dude. It's simple. If you're wondering, DARVO is an acronym for Deny, Attack, Reverse, Victim, and Offender. Using pictures the same as everyone trying to justify Elon's on video, Twitter, Nazi salutes, and others mid-wave. What? That makes it seem like people are nefarious and not just ignorant. My dad told me I'm a terrorist supporter, but I don't think he has any idea what Islamophobia even looks like, even though he's massively Islamophobic. Oh, no, for sure. I knew someone was going to clip you out of context. Bro, they didn't even clip me out of context. They just literally screen grabbed something to make it seem as though, like, this doesn't say anything. You have to literally think, oh, this guy must like this. There's so much motivated reasoning here. Yeah, I saw that H3 Productions also posted it. This Hassan stream could be a disaster for Twitch and Amazon. One thing I haven't seen many people yet, this controversy around Hassan's stream title and content could create real problems for Twitch and by extension Amazon. Yes, dude. This is going to be really controversial for Amazon, which is literally me covering a fucking anti-Semitic incident. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing accountability. Hassan should really stop covering anti-Semitism. My Hebrew school was being anti-Semitic when they taught me about the Nazis and the swastikas. Yeah. I tried arguing with people on X today who said Ethan smoked you in that debate. No, don't. You don't have to. Yeah, I found something out about Tectone recently as well, which I thought was very crazy. But we'll get into that later. It's not significant for the time being. We got some more serious issues to deal with. Okay, so the Security Cabinet unanimously backed the plan by Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir to capture the Strip and hold the territories, escalate the attacks, and block Hamas from accessing humanitarian aid. As I dove deeply into the whole, what Israel is trying to do with the humanitarian aid distribution, or what they have done so far in an effort to design this incredibly chaotic set of circumstances in an effort to destabilize the Strip, in an effort to harm the Palestinian population in the Strip, they are going to directly pick and choose who gets the aid and who doesn't militarily. No pretense of retreat. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich openly embraced the term occupation, saying, "We are finally going to occupy the Gaza Strip. We will stop being afraid of the word." He vowed that there will be no retreat from the territories we have conquered, not even in exchange for hostages. The plan calls for moving Gaza's 2.1 million people, most of them already displaced, towards the far south, a region bombed repeatedly and barely able to sustain those already there. Humanitarian agencies warned this will have a devastating impact on the weakest and most vulnerable. The cabinet also approved in principle a parallel plan to bypass the UN-led aid system and hand control of aid distribution to private contractors under Israeli military oversight. The Humanitarian Country Team, a collective of UN agencies and humanitarian NGOs, condemned the plan, warning it contravenes fundamental humanitarian principles and appears designated or designed to reinforce control over life-sustaining items as a pressure tactic as a part of the military strategy. They further warned that the plan would mean large parts of Gaza, including the less mobile and most vulnerable people, will continue to go without supplies. The HCT added, "It is dangerous driving civilians in the militarized zones to collect rations, threatening lives, including those of humanitarian workers, while further entrenching forced displacement. Captives deprioritized. No captives have been free since Israel resumed its offensive. The Hostages and Missing Families Forum accused the government of sacrificing their loved ones, calling it the Smotrich-Netanyahu plan for sacrificing hostages and abandoning national resilience and security. Gaza pushed towards famine. Israel's blocked nearly all aid since the 2nd of March. The UN says famine is approaching. Bakeries are shut. Warehouses are empty and hospitals are collapsing. Yet Israeli officials claim still that there is no shortage. Delaying escalation until Trump's visit, Israeli officials have indicated that the intensified military operation in Gaza, known as Operation Gideon Chariots, will commence after U.S. President Donald Trump's visit to the region, scheduled for May 13th to the 16th. Israeli senior defense official stated, "If there is no hostage deal, Operation Gideon Chariots will begin with great intensity and will not stop until all of its goals are achieved. Israel's plan is a full-scale plan for conquest, mass displacement, and indefinite subjugation." Trump apparently just commented on this plan. I haven't even seen it yet, but I suspect he's going to say it's great. Trump's response when asked if he supports Israel's upcoming invasion and occupation of Gaza.
We're going to help the people of Gaza get some food. People are starving, and we're going to help them get some food. A lot of people are making it very, very bad. If you look, Hamas is making it impossible because they're taking everything that's...
Yeah, that's bullshit. That is 100%. I will say it. That's bullshit. Okay?
Brought in, but we're going to help the people of Gaza because they're being treated very badly by...
by Hamas. Not Israel. Israel's treating them very good and will treat them even better. They will treat them even better by giving them the food to whoever they see. Yeah, they're framing it. He's framing it as a rescue mission. Oh, this is low key. This is very Brandonian. Okay, this is the Brandonification of Trump. Not to say that he's like losing his marbles. He already has, and he is Brandonizing in that way at an alarming rate. But this is Brandonizing in a different way, where he looks at something that Israel is doing that is utterly unconscionable and then tries to reframe it in a more positive way. This is literally the same as like Brandon being like, "No, we're putting a Gaza port there." Like, what do you mean? We love giving humanitarian aid to the Palestinians. Like, we're building a port. Gaza Aid Pier Part 2. Like, that's what this is. This is a more liberal framework to operate off of. For the past couple of months, he was very reactionary. He would just be like, "Yeah, we're just going to ethnically cleanse all Palestinians." What the fuck do you mean? Well, I'm going to put a Trump Tower in the Gaza Riviera, right? Like, he kept saying that, and now he's basically figured out, or at least his aides have told him, like, "Dude, you can't keep saying that. You have to soften your approach. You have to at least make it seem like we're trying to help the Palestinians." So, at least on the optics side, he's trying to massage the argument a little bit to make it seem as though this is a positive thing.
By Hamas. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's hitting that Brandon line perfectly. All right, let's keep going.
When it lands,
Do not report for reserve duty for moral and ethical reasons. This operation will result in the killing of hostages in captivity, will result in the deaths of those who have been kidnapped.
This week will renew focus on a peace process that has broken down and in need of an urgent solution. Food is scarce, supplies have stalled, and the death toll is over 52,000.
Well, I've been speaking to Jan Egeland, who's Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, and I began by asking him about his organisation's opposition to Israel's plan to take over distribution of aid to Gaza.
It's a fundamental for us as humanitarians that aid should be delivered in an impartial, independent and neutral manner to those who need it the most, where they need it the most. And this new Israeli scheme is really an ultimatum saying the little aid we will allow in, we will dictate who will get it, where and if they get it, and they will only provide it, it seems, to a few concentration points in southern Gaza. So people who cannot move to those places will be eliminated from aid. We cannot be part of a dictatum coming from a party to an armed conflict on whom should receive humanitarian aid.
I mean, will that not leave Israel saying, well, we're happy to take aid in, but it's the aid agencies who are refusing to hand it over?
No, it would leave the Israel to actually be responsible morally and legally for all aid that is given and for all of those who are excluded, because we cannot be part of that. We are not asked to do that anywhere else in the world. We've never agreed to that anywhere else in the world the last 100 years.
What do you think this is part of? Because we're also hearing today Israel's announcement of a potential full occupation of Gaza. It's all very unclear exactly what's happening, but are these things integrated, do you think?
Yeah, they may be. It seems they are now only following a cruel military logic that will not bring the long-suffering hostages home to their families in Israel, and will prevent the women and children, the innocent in Gaza, from getting aid. I don't understand why they would do this. This will come to...
Why would they do this? Maybe because they're Nazis and America loves that they're Nazis, and it actually perfectly aligns with their exterminationist interests. You know? Like, that's it. Now, of course, this is like, brother, do you really believe that the hostages still being held / even alive? Some of them, yeah. Why wouldn't they be? Dude, if hostages have been kept alive through intense bombing campaigns, the Al-Qassam brigades recently, I think a week ago, released a video of them digging out Israeli hostages from underneath the rubble because Israel had blown up an area where hostages were. I think I'm not crazy for saying this. Like, I mean, we already know that there is a military doctrine in Israel called the Hannibal Directive, right? Which is that in order not to give Hamas any leverage whatsoever, in order not to give any Palestinian resistance group any leverage over Israel whatsoever, they would rather kill Israeli citizens or Israeli soldiers. Initially, it was about Israeli soldiers instead of dealing with Hamas at the negotiations table. And they did. They killed a bunch of people on 10/7 as well, on October 7. This much was suspected. This was suspected initially. I didn't entertain it until there was confirmed evidence. There was some confirmed evidence that came from the kibbutzim, from some of the Israeli, people that lived in the kibbutzim that saw the tanks firing into the kibbutzim. There was also some suspicions that helicopters were peppering the cars full of Israeli civilians that were trying to escape the Nova Festival. And Yoav Gallant confirmed it as recently as last month when he was doing his little fucking media tour. Yoav Gallant is the former defense minister of Israel. He was the defense minister during October 7. And and I think I think that considering that actually kibbutzim are people who live in a kibbutz. The kibbutz is a village community. Just a heads up. I know. Yes, I know that. Anyway, as I was saying, it's not. I don't think it's a stretch to assume that Israel is trying to actively kill hostages because they see it as a serious hurdle to their military ambitions, their military strategy. This will 100% be used as a strategy to arbitrarily mass arrest random Hamas cooperatives who receive aid, much like how Israeli travel visa system has been used historically. Smotrich on the Gaza plan. Yeah, they don't care about the hostages.
To haunt Israel and the United Kingdom, the United States and Germany, that can.
Kibbutzim is the plural form of kibbutz. I know. And kibbutznik, right? Kibbutznik would be someone who lives in a kibbutz, right? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's continue, please.
Influence Israel has to do so. If not, they will have their fingerprints all over this catastrophe.
I mean, if they are looking to get the Gazan population into the south, I suppose it gives them the option of pursuing the Trump plan to get people out, to get them over the border into Egypt. Do you think that's what's going on?
Well, I fear that the borders to both Israel and Egypt will remain closed, and will be more and more people be concentrated in some kind of an internment camp where they will say, this family member can go and get a box of 20 kilos once a week without water, without cooking oil, without anything, to barely survive if we can facial recognize that one member of that one family. I mean, it's total control of a civilian population and deciding who will suffer, who will be have aid, who will not.
Do you think the international institutions, the UN, are functioning effectively at the moment? I mean, who can bring any pressure on Israel over the aid issue, first of all?
The reality of the matter is the only country that can actually apply pressure at this point is the United States of America. And Donald Trump is not going to do that. And Biden was not going to do that either and didn't do that. And we have no reason to believe, the reality of the matter is we have no reason to believe that Kamala would do anything different, considering that she routinely said that she was lockstep in tow with the Biden administration. Okay? She said there's no daylight between her and Biden. And Biden did the exact same shit. On the optics side, maybe Biden would try and massage the narrative a little bit, say, oh, I'm so mad at Benjamin Netanyahu. But on the reality side, they didn't care. So the only options in this circumstance are to apply pressure militarily from other regional actors that make it as costly as possible for Israel to continue this initiative. Internal struggle from anti-Zionists all the way to hostage families that keep protesting against the Israeli government and try to get people to refuse to go back on reserve duty as they are doing a call to arms, and also potentially China. European sanctions could help, but I don't think European sanctions would. I don't think European sanctions would help without American Europeans will not sanction Israel without America. I would be shocked if they did that. Like, legitimately shocked if Europe would actually take action against Israel without America's go-ahead. The reason why I say that is because Germany is the responsible party for the International Criminal Court, okay? Germany is not only the manufacturing engine and the industrial engine of the entirety of the European Union. Germany is the country that has basically designed the entirety of the European Union. They are the de facto controllers of the EU. And the reason why I'm bringing up Germany is because it's in their constitution that they must abide by the International Criminal Court because of, the whole Nazi stuff, right? And even then, Germany has been inconsistent in its messaging about whether or not they would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. Once Germany came out and said that, it was over. That means that they're getting their notes from the United States of America on this issue, and they will not stray away from the United States. I'll give you one additional example. They don't probably they don't really give a shit about what Israel does, right? European countries don't care about, like, the European politicians don't care about what Israel is doing to the Palestinians. They don't care at all because, they're killing Muslims, and Europe doesn't really care about that at all. However, they do care about Russia. They are legitimately fearful of Russian, further Russian occupation into Ukrainian territory, and maybe even Russia spreading its invasion, right? They're afraid of that. That is a legitimate fear that European politicians have. And yet, despite despite all of their claims of how they are going to help Ukraine separately from the United States of America, if the U.S. won't help Ukraine, we will. Like, all of these talks, all of this posturing took place. They haven't actually stepped out of line with the interests of America at all in this process, if you noticed. The reason as to why they haven't is because they are still, in my opinion, very firmly within the sphere of Western influence, the sphere of American influence. So if they're not even stepping, by the way, Germany do not control the EU. EU has a parliament and commission. Do not speak about the EU. If you're not from any EU country, I'm from EU. Things are voted in the parliament. Okay, thanks. Yeah, Germany has been very consistent. They've said repeatedly that it would be unconscionable for an Israeli state official to be arrested on German soil in direct, that is a direct violation of the German constitution as far as abiding by the International Criminal Court standards, abiding by the International Criminal Court's arrest warrants. That is insane. Okay, stating that means that they care more about American interests and following America on this issue than their own fucking constitution. So that's something to consider. As a middle-income American, what can I do in my day-to-day to make conditions in Gaza better? I participate in BDS list protests and donate where I can. Wondering if you have any options on action items. Yeah, just doing that and continuing to do that and continuing to try to get people to understand what is actually taking place in Gaza is the best possible thing you can do. Change does not happen overnight. It's marginal. But as someone who has been an advocate for Palestinians for the past decade and a half, okay, I will tell you that a lot of change has taken place in terms of the public sentiment, in terms of the public attitude that has dramatically shifted. So you have to keep up the pressure. That's it. So, as I was stating, the discourse in Germany is dead. Berlin announced a city partnership with Tel Aviv today. Our new government is completely hopeless. Yeah. Look. The reason why I brought up Germany, or the reason why I brought up the European partners in this process is because someone in the chat brought up that maybe the EU would turn around and actually apply pressure to Israel. And I'm telling you that is very unlikely. If they actually decouple from American foreign policy interests in the region, if they actually did that, they could at least they could apply a lot of stress, a lot of pressure to Israel. 100%. They have that power. It's just that they will not do that because they are functionally still a vassal for American interests. Their politicians are. The population and the politicians are directly at odds on this issue. Okay? How Hamas sees the current moment. An exclusive interview with Osama Hamdan from Jeremy Scale. In a wide-ranging interview drop site, the senior Hamas leader discusses negotiation strategy, why disarmament is a red line, his direct talks with U.S. officials, and more. Drop site got an exclusive interview with the senior Hamas official, Osama Hamdan, said that the movement will not capitulate to any demands from Israel or the U.S. to lay down its weapons, and vowed that Hamas will reject any temporary ceasefire deal that does not include a clear path to a total Israeli withdrawal from Gaza and an end to the genocide. No need for a short-term ceasefire, said Osama Hamdan, one of the longest-serving senior officials within Hamas. What the Israelis are offering is, we will give you a ceasefire for a short while, and then we'll come back and kill you again. So what's the idea of giving you food 12, 40 days, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks, and then coming back to kill you? It means that you endorse the genocide and you accept that for your own people. It has been 2 months since the first phase of the Gaza ceasefire deal, signed in January between Hamas and Israel, came to an end, and Israel imposed a full... Do you condemn Dropsite News for providing material aid to Hamas? No, I do not. I am condoning Dropsite News for getting an incredibly important interview like this. We already know the details, but since March 2, Israel has prevented all food, water, medicine, fuel, and other supplies from reaching the besieged enclave, plunging Gaza into the worst humanitarian crisis in the 19-month war, according to the UN. On March 18th, Israel resumed its scorched earth bombing, killing more than 2,400 Palestinians, mostly women and children. During this period, regional mediators, Qatar and Egypt, have failed to convince Israel to return to its original three-phase framework, which stipulated a complete withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza and the declaration of a permanent ceasefire. Instead, Israel has issued a series of sweeping new demands as a condition for any halt to its genocidal operations. Central among those are the total demilitarization of the Gaza Strip, the exiling Hamas leaders, and the removal of Hamas as the governing authority in Gaza. I believe the Israelis don't believe in any solution with the Palestinians. When they talk about disarming the Palestinians, it is their idea of killing the hope of the Palestinians to be liberated. And even then, if they want to push them out, the Palestinians will have no way to defend themselves, Hamdan said, referring to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's stated plan for a final stage. Because remember, it was, just release the hostages and it's fine. Now it's release the hostages and surrender in its entirety to complete Israeli occupation and it's fine. The goalpost has shifted. The goalpost now is release the hostages, surrender weapons, and then also be ethnically cleansed from the land, for the record, because that is the final stage of the final solution, which is to remove all Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. Hamas has said that they would release all the hostages on numerous occasions since October 17, 2023, okay, for a permanent ceasefire, permanent cessation of hostilities. And Hamas has also said that they would dissolve their political power and their military as well, as long as there is a standing military to defend the Gaza Strip and abide by international law. This is a perfectly understandable demand to make for a country, for a population that is under belligerent occupation and is experiencing a fucking genocide. Just like it is perfectly valid for Ukraine to deny Russian requests to dissolve its military. And Russia is not doing a genocide. Russia is still doing an incredibly bloody annexation campaign, but Russia is not doing a genocide, right? And even then, it is perfectly understandable for Ukraine to want to maintain its sovereignty and not remove its military. That would be fucking insane. That is a death sentence. If they were to do that, then you would see Russia doing a genocide, potentially. To the genocide, to the final stage, Netanyahu's stated plan for the final stage of the genocide that includes forcibly removing the population from Gaza. Exactly. When they talk about disarming the Palestinians, not only Hamas, the Palestinians, it means that they want the Palestinians to surrender. And when you surrender, you will have to accept the will of the occupier. I just want to say, as a Palestinian, seeing you relentlessly continue to talk about Palestine when so many people, even leftists, don't exactly keep it as a main focus of theirs, doesn't go unnoticed, is one of the few places where I just don't feel fucking forsaken. Yes. Hamdan said that Hamas was surprised to witness Egyptian mediators present an Israeli plan that included terms about total demilitarization of Gaza. Why were we astonished to see them talking about this issue? Because it's an Israeli issue, and as a mediator, you're not supposed to admit any suggestion from the Israeli side. You have to deal with that. You have to talk directly to the Israelis and say, this will not work, Hamdan said. If Hamas said, we want Netanyahu to hand power to give up Tel Aviv for the Palestinians, for example, they will directly answer, this will not happen. Why are they not talking to the Israelis in the same way? Hamdan said that the Palestinians have both a moral obligation and a legal mandate under international law to employ armed resistance to fight an Israeli occupation that is repeatedly ruled illegal in international courts and is condemned as a system of apartheid by the world's leading human rights organizations. This, by the way, is 100% correct. This is correct, okay? Saying this correct thing, regardless of whether it's coming from the mouth of a Hamas official, it does not change the reality at all. It's just, this is correct. They are right. He is right for saying this. And I say this as well. And in the same way, when I say the Houthi militant resistance to implement a blockade in the Red Sea or to make the genocide of Palestinians costly to Israel is the morally correct position, and not only the morally correct position, but the correct position under international law. Like, this is something that people should be doing. It is the appropriate and correct thing to do. If you call that a defense of terrorism or whatever the fuck, like, I'm sorry, you're delusional. You can try to package it in any way, shape, or form that you want to, and try to silence this truth, but this is the reality. There's never been a moment where resistance against any sort of imperial power, settler colonial violence or whatnot has not been considered terrorism, has not been considered to be illegal. Of course it's going to be considered illegal by Western powers that are aligned with Israel. Of course. Of course. You say, so terrorism is justified. I say it's not. It's not terrorism. Okay? This is not like what Hamas and other formations of Palestinian resistance did just like the Nat Turner Rebellion during chattel slavery would be considered terrorism, okay? An act of terror. That is correct. Having said that, every single thing that they've done in terms of resisting against Israeli occupation, which Israel is, again, a belligerent occupier of the Gaza Strip and bombed the Gaza Strip into oblivion, conducting a genocidal operation in the Gaza Strip, that is the actual terrorism. That is the real terrorism. And that is a far more consequential and far worse act of terrorism than October 7. They've done multiple October 7s every fucking week at this point. Okay? You can't talk about de-weaponizing the nation who is currently under occupation while they're occupied by the most powerful army in the region, he said. Hamas did not invent the resistance for Palestine. In fact, the Palestinians resisted the British occupation and since then, the Israeli occupation for decades. Talking about de-weaponizing the Palestinians, it will not solve the problem. The new generation will fight because you are oppressing the nation all the time. So there's no option for Palestinians to get rid of this occupation without resistance. No option. Hamas has repeatedly proposed arrangements to end the occupation since the early 1990s, and Israel rejected them all. Last week, it dismissed Hamas's most recent offer, which would have seen all Israeli captives in Gaza returned to Israel as a part of a multi-year deal. They have rejected it, and they may reject it another time. But this is also an answer for the international community when they keep asking the Palestinians, okay, how can we solve this problem? Hamdan explained, you can't solve the problem by talking about the security of Israel. You have to solve the problem by talking about the rights of Palestinians who are giving you the option which can fit exactly within international law, with the international resolutions, which can solve the problem and give Palestinians, give the Palestinian people their rights. Hamdan also outlined Hamas's rationale for offering a 5 to 7 year truce with Israel, known as Hudna in Arabic. The main goal for this long-term Hudna is that each side has to believe that he will not be attacked by the other side, which can at least generate a kind of security. And it's a chance to build trust that there may be a chance for a kind of stability and security, he said. That was the experience, for example, in South Africa. It was the experience in Vietnam. It was the experience with every situation of occupation, not only the Palestinian situation. So we are still committed to a very serious political idea, which is the long-term ceasefire. Benjamin Netanyahu does not want this because in this peace process, in this cessation of hostility, Palestinians will return back to increased demand for their own sovereignty, especially now when Americans and the Western world is completely aware of their plight. I haven't seen any new polling on this beyond the unfavorability of Israel, but I suspect that if you were to ask the Americans now and Western nations now, their populations, if you were to poll them on, is Israel committing a genocide in Gaza, the numbers would be insane. Like unheard of in comparison to, is Israel an apartheid state? If they asked that question maybe 5 years ago when Israel still was very much an apartheid state. This is the real fear, because once the military pressure is done, once there's no more military pressure, all of a sudden people are going to look at what Israel has done in Gaza. Western media is going to be able to enter the Gaza Strip. Do you understand how damaging that would be to Netanyahu's goals of ethnically cleansing the Gaza Strip? This is the reason why they cannot stop the military conquest here. They cannot stop it. Israel does not want the U.S. talking to Hamas. We know that already. Served as representative in Iran and Lebanon as his chief international relations. He was one of the top advisors to Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated by Israel last summer in Tehran. In a wide-ranging interview, Western media will not enter Gaza. I'm saying that if there was a 7-year ceasefire implemented in the aftermath of such a negotiation, then yes, there would be media allowed in the Gaza Strip. What are you talking about? Media used to be able to go into the Gaza Strip in the past. That's why friends of the show like Hind Hassan have been able to secure interviews with Yahya Sinwar. The last ever Western media interview with Yahya Sinwar was conducted by Hind Hassan. That was in the Gaza Strip. That's where it happened. That's where it took place. People used to be able to go to the Gaza Strip. What's the name? Daniel Day-Lewis wrote about his experiences in Gaza in 2005, where he went and he visited and he saw and he was shocked at the Israeli occupation as depravity. In 2005, he went and he wrote about it. Anthony Bourdain went to the Gaza Strip. So, yeah. What is this? Did you already talk about the link I just sent? It just got on?
So everything...
What? No, that was discarded. We'll talk about that as well. The anti-BDS federal level legislation has been discarded at this point, I think. Yeah. All right. Let's continue. In the wide-ranging interview, Hamdan said that Hamas believes the January ceasefire agreement would have been unlikely had Donald Trump not won the U.S. election. I think it helped. If Kamala Harris won the elections, I think it would be the same policy of the Biden administration, which supported the Israelis totally. They made themselves a part of the war and fight against the Palestinians, he said. We know that Trump people, they have done a good job in order to make the January ceasefire happen, but it's not enough. We have to be honest and serious. It's not enough. It's ironic because this was my assessment of the situation as well, even though I think he's glazing. He's trying to glaze Trump. He's trying to do the fucking Putin thing to Trump. He's like, yeah, he's good guy Trump. He did that for us. So that he hopes that a little bit of kind sentiment expressed in the direction of Trump will go a long way in terms of Trump being more amenable to the very reasonable demands being made by Hamas. Hassan Gay, nice. Hamdan rejected what he called the Israeli propaganda term to describe what should happen in Gaza the day after the war ends. The Israelis, they've used this the day after term in order to convince everyone what will happen in Gaza is that they will take over the situation within a few weeks and they will get rid of the resistance and there'll be issue of some people who are living on the land of Gaza, he said. There is a day after the genocide stopped, and this day is supposed to be a Palestinian day, a Palestinian national day, because we have stopped the genocide and we have decided by ourselves, the Palestinians, what we are supposed to do. Hamdan said, once a political solution is reached to end the genocide, Hamas would be willing to relinquish governance of Gaza to an independent body of Palestinians or a technocratic committee. There was a suggestion from the Egyptian side. Hold on 1 second. There was a suggestion from the Egyptian side to have committee leaders, independent leaders from Gaza, to take control in Gaza for a while, and then we can go to general elections. We've said yes, because if they were nationalists and they're working for Gaza's benefit and the people's, why not have them, Hamdan said. He added that Hamas and other Palestinian political parties had put forward 40 to 45 names to the Palestinian Authority as nominees for a 15-member body to assume control of Gaza once Hamas formally steps down. They have not received any answers. So, you know, they are willing to step aside as well. So remember this. Whenever people say like, oh, Hamas, if they lay down their arms or whatever the fuck, like, oh, Israel will stop doing genocide. That's not the case at all. Okay? If Hamas stepped aside from governance in Gaza is not the real point of contention here. What Israel wants to do is full-blown extermination. They do not want Palestinians to be on the Gaza Strip. This is the Israeli government's position. Now let's look at what the Israeli population's position is on this. Channel 13 poll today, 46% of Israelis oppose the IDF operation. This is good because, as I've stated, Israel plans to occupy and flatten all of Gaza, right? This is the new thing that they're, well, not the new thing. They've been doing this, but like this is the official confirmation, right? They voted on it. They said, yes, we're doing it. We're going forward with it. Now it's in full display in 4K. In a way where like even Jake Tapper or Dana Fash cannot avoid talking about this, okay? Because remember, I can say this every fucking day of the week, but it doesn't matter, right? Dropsite News can do coverage on this. It doesn't matter. Democracy Now! Can do coverage on this. It doesn't matter. But this is the type of shit that the New York Times has to report on. And when the New York Times reports on this, all of a sudden, your mom and dad are going to hear about it. And there is no way to fundamentally massage the narrative here that they want to do permanent occupation, okay? And an ethnic cleansing campaign. Maybe they won't say it's a full-blown ethnic cleansing campaign, but, you know, it makes it a lot harder to avoid that reality, to avoid that ultimate goal that they want. Israel plans to occupy and flatten Gaza, all of Gaza, if no hostage ceasefire deal is reached by the end of President Trump's trip to the Middle East 2 weeks from now. And Channel 13 poll says, I take it you haven't seen the New York Times headline up today about this? Oh, no. How did they fucking cover it? Oh, no. 46% of Israelis oppose the IDF operation. 39% support it. 53% think Netanyahu pushes the operation for political survival. 57% think the operation endangers the hostages. So not exactly great. A little too close to the 50-50 for my comfort, okay? The first article that pops up, Netanyahu warns of Oh my God, dude. They use every fucking brain cell that they have to massage the narrative as aggressively as they can. Netanyahu warns of intensive escalation in Gaza campaign. Holy shit, dude. This is utterly ridiculous. Oh my Lord. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that a new plan calls for a forceful entry into the territory and would involve Palestinians relocating to the south. Forceful entry. Yuck. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Of all, if America is
Is this justified by saying their only goal is to go after Hamas? No, that's the justification that Israel tries to place. But but the New York Times knows better. The New York Times also has legal experts that they pay money to that know international humanitarian law. Okay, they know international human rights law. They know that. It's not like they are oblivious to this reality. NPR covered it better than the New York Times did, where they said the humanitarian aid distribution scheme that the American government is trying to do alongside Israel is literally a direct violation of international humanitarian law. It is a war crime. You cannot have the military do aid distribution and pick and choose who you're giving fucking aid to. That is ridiculous. Also, Trump wants to defund NPR, by the way, which is, oh my God, it makes me so mad. Okay. Israel is heading for another disaster in Gaza fueled by Netanyahu's delusional plans. This is from Amos Harel. If you want to understand a more liberal Zionist perspective on this, okay? The expanded Gaza offensive approved by the cabinet is likely to fail, leading to prolonged entanglement and heavy deaths of soldiers, hostages, and Palestinians without defeating Hamas. Netanyahu follows the far right, while IDF leadership hopes for Trump's intervention. Let me be blunt. We are marching into another disaster in the Gaza Strip. If U.S. President Donald Trump opts to stay out of the matter during his visit to the Gulf next week, Israel will begin escalating its military operations in Gaza once he flies back to Washington. Even The Onion couldn't come up with this stuff. What is this? It's gone. Yeah, they're trying to defund. They are trying to defund PBS and defund NPR. It is fucking ridiculous. Let's finish this first.
It's not part of that international pressure.
No, I mean, it's a total collapse of international diplomacy, of global solidarity, of sanity.
It's 2 months since Israel stopped allowing aid into Gaza, and that obviously affects the hostages as well as the people of Gaza. What are your people on the ground telling you the situation is now?
I have nearly 100 colleagues on the ground inside Gaza, and they say starvation is spreading. Disease is spreading. There is no clean. We are, Norwegian Refugee Council, providing clean drinking water to tens of thousands of people. We will have fuel for another week of doing that. It will collapse. All of the bakeries have closed. The distribution points have stopped functioning. There is no aid in Gaza now because there's been a 2 months blockade. I remember when Assad in Syria did the same. I mean, it was incredible, the outcry in London, in Washington, in Berlin, in Paris, and there was massive sanctions against Assad for doing that. Where's the outrage now when Netanyahu is doing
I mean, so much worse.
Zionists.
Like, Arab states never ordered the expulsion of inhabitants with Professor Joseph Mossad. We can have that conversation later, but I do want to. How Israel won the West, the big picture, is an hour-long documentary on it. We can get to that later when we go back to the Gaza segment. But the reason as to why, I mean, I wanted to cover the top level issues here since Israel's moving in this direction. There is some good news. Let's take a look at this. Good news. Felony charges against the University of Michigan pro-Palestinian protesters have been dismissed. This, of course, comes after the FBI, in coordination with Dana Nessel, with Democrat Attorney General Dana Nessel, in a state run by the Democratic governor, who is now, Big Gretch, who is now a Trump ally, seemingly, who keeps finding herself accidentally alongside Donald Trump, issued a raid in coordination with the FBI on American citizens. On American citizens. What? Israel and America are starving Gaza? Wow, Assad is bad. That guy's a joke. I mean, he's trying to expose the hypocrisy. That's all he's doing when he talks about that. Anyway, Michigan judge dismisses felony charges against pro-Palestine student protesters after Attorney General Nessel's controversial intervention. A Washtenaw County judge has dismissed all charges against 7 University of Michigan students arrested during a pro-Palestinian encampment last spring, closing a months-long legal battle sparked by the state attorney general's controversial decision to pursue felonies after local prosecutors declined. Remember, local prosecutors were like, these are student protesters. What the fuck are you doing? We are not going to pursue felony charge against student protesters that are protesting against Israel. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Well, Attorney General Dana Nessel said, nope, we are going to do that. Remember when she said that she was going to do that? These are Americans, by the way. These are American citizens who were student protesters. That's why they couldn't detain them with an immigration enforcement action in the way that Donald Trump has done so far. Donald Trump's State Department has done so far. Okay? Remember, a severe escalation of civil liberties, okay? A severe escalation of civil liberties in this country, a severe violation of the First Amendment conducted by a blue attorney general in a under the leadership of the Democratic Party at the time with a Democratic governor. And Rashida Tlaib was right to call this out and said, why this double standard? Why this double standard for student protesters? We've never done this for Black Lives Matter protesters. We've never done this for any protesters at all. Why this double standard? And what did Dana Nessel go and do? Dana Nessel turned around and said, wow, Rashida Tlaib, you're being quite anti-Semitic. After all, I'm Jewish. How dare you imply that there is a double standard here? Rashida Tlaib was right and was vindicated time and time again, as she will continue to be vindicated time and time again. Dana Nessel turned around and implied that Rashida Tlaib was anti-Semitic for calling out this hypocrisy, this double standard. Dana Bash, also known as Dana Fash, on CNN, alongside Jake Tapper, also known as Jake Yapper, turned around and also attacked Rashida Tlaib. They had to retract some of those statements for the record. Yes, Dana Nessel is the one who dismissed those charges. Just wait, okay? Wait for the whole story. I know, you're spoiling it. I know what happened. It wasn't the county judge. The drop site got it wrong, okay? Just wait. I'm going to get to it. Hold on. The reason why she did this, aside from smearing Rashida Tlaib and calling her an anti-Semite, which is something that I think many people in this community are very familiar with whenever someone, especially a Muslim person, God forbid a Muslim person says, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Okay. All of a sudden it's like, oh, it's because I'm Jewish? Is that what it is? What? Oh, dual loyalty tropes? Is that what you're doing? It's like, no, you're the one who's behaving in a fucking insane manner. This doesn't make any sense. All 7 pleaded not guilty and were represented by a team of Dearborn-based attorneys working for free who cited deep concern over civil liberties and the state's criminalization of student dissent. Attorney General Nessel had initially pushed the charges. The felony charges were filed by Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel after the local Ouachita County Prosecutor's Office refused to bring them. Nessel reportedly intervened at the request of University of Michigan regents, sparking backlash from civil rights groups and elected officials who questioned the political motivations behind the prosecution. Hasan isn't anti-Semitic. Anyone who thinks otherwise, a dumb baby head. No, they're just like motivated. They're motivated into believing that because that makes it much easier for them to feel like they're actually the correct, they're arriving at the correct way to defend the pro-Palestinian position. Or rather, that it exposes their internal contradictions, and they don't like that. Yeah, but two things can be true at once. Yes, I know 2 things can be true at once, except this is, they can be dumb and also motivated. Yes, you're right. All charges have been dropped. On Monday, Nessel's office moved to dismiss the remaining charges, both felony and misdemeanor, effectively closing the case. Civil liberties groups say the case should have never been brought. Felony charges against the 7 University of Michigan pro-Palestinian protests were dismissed by Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel, not by a judge. Nessel's office moved to dismiss the charges and the court accepted the motion. Nessel said she stands by her original decision to prosecute, claiming a reasonable jury could have found the students guilty, but she concluded that continuing the case was no longer a prudent use of my department's resources. The reason why they did this, by the way, the reason why they did this against American citizens who were student protesters at the University of Michigan, okay? The reason why they did this was to engage in a chilling effect on speech. That is precisely the reason why they did this. It was never prudent. It was fucking bullshit. And it was a great misuse of funds. But not only was it a great misuse of funds, it was a severe escalation. It was a severe escalation that erroneously and perhaps in the most, it was the most severe violation of the First Amendment in the United States of America being conducted by a Democrat attorney general in a state that's run by a Democrat governor. And it started under the Biden administration. Look, here's my coverage from September. Is sloppy in the way that he tries to propagandize these positions. He has notoriously been a major enemy to the likes of Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib far before October 7. He is one of the most biased and one of the biggest Islamophobic assholes. Here's the investigative reporter from Detroit Metro Times. Here's the full remarks from the Detroit Metro Times, by the way, the article. This is a move that's going to set a precedent, and it's unfortunate that a Democrat made that move, Tlaib said. You would expect that from a Republican, but not from a Democrat, and that's really unfortunate. It was very inclusive. It was diverse, very loving, Tlaib, Detroit Democrat says. When I visited, I remember they were talking about the Armenian genocide, and what we learned from that, it was very powerful. I wish University of Michigan President Santa Ono could see his students as people that just want to save lives, no matter their faith or ethnicity. We've had the right to dissent, the right to protest, Tlaib says. We've done it for climate, the immigrant rights movement, for Black lives, and even around the issues of injustice among water shutoffs. But it seems that the Attorney General has decided if the issue was Palestine, she was going to treat it differently. And that alone speaks volumes about possible biases within the agency she runs. Rashida Tlaib made no mention of Attorney General Nessel's Jewish heritage. She suggested that there were possible biases against pro-Palestinian voices in her office based on her decision to charge the protesters. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel leveled the same false claims against Rashida Tlaib, accused her of being anti-Semitic. This was 3 days ago. Rashida's religion should not be used in a cartoon to imply that she's a terrorist. It's Islamophobic and wrong. Just as Rashida should not use my religion to imply I cannot perform my job fairly as Attorney General. It is anti-Semitic and wrong. Jake Tapper has done this so many fucking times when it comes to black and brown congresspersons, but specifically Muslim congresspersons. He always gets away with it because Islamophobia is normalized in American society, in especially the post 9/11 universe. That is precisely the reason why he can say whatever the fuck he wants about. Yep, straight up. Anyway, we're moving away from this to talk about Trump's calls for 100% tariffs and also the disastrous interview that he conducted. I have to go sign a piece of paper real quick.
Yeah, and this is an interesting one. The president saying that he will now put 100% tariff on movies that, as he puts it, are coming into our country that are produced in foreign lands. He says we want movies made in America again. It's not precisely clear whether this includes all foreign language movies that are shown, for instance, in art house cinemas, whether it includes foreign productions on streaming services, or whether it includes all movies that include some aspect of production that are outside of the United States. Because movies, a lot like cars, include various components that are produced in different countries. In a lot of cases, you know, if a movie is scripted in the U.S., cast in the U.S., it might be shot outside of the U.S., in part because a number of other countries include some tax incentives for production of motion pictures. And so the president here is identifying a real issue. You know, talk to anyone in Los Angeles, they do say that a lot of the jobs associated with the motion picture industry have dried up, in part because it's cost prohibitive to shoot movies in California. The president here clearly trying to remedy this issue as part of this broader effort to move production of all kinds of goods and services back to the United States. The president says he does think that new trade deals could be announced this week as part of his effort to reorient global trade. Wolf.
All right, Kevin Liptak over at the White House. Thanks very much. And Pamela, this is personal for me because when I was in Mission Impossible Fallout, the film, they flew me to London for my scene, to film my scene in London. So if Trump gets his way, you couldn't do that anymore. You got to film everything in the United States.
Right, which a lot of people in Hollywood and elsewhere would applaud, right? Not going overseas and having that money be here in the United States, which is what he's doing. But as Kevin pointed out, there's a lot of practical issues with this that would need to be worked out. But interesting. Only you can say that, Wolf, right? I was in Mission Impossible. I had to fly to London.
There are a few other actors in Mission Impossible. Well, they all flew to London.
That's right. That's pretty cool.
I was in James Bond's Skyfall, too.
I know. How many movies have you been in?
A lot.
Okay. Yeah. There you go, folks.
Movie world reacting to a new announcement by the US president ordering a 100% tariff on foreign films shown in the United States. In a post on Truth Social, Donald Trump said Hollywood is being devastated by productions filmed outside the US and is likening that to a national security threat.
Other nations, a lot of them, have stolen our movie industry, and I'm saying
if they're not willing to make a movie inside the United States, then we should have a tariff on movies that come in. And not only that, governments are actually giving big money. I mean, they're supporting them financially. So that's sort of a threat to our country in a sense.
Eric Gardner is a founding partner and correspondent for Puck News. Joins us now. I often hear you on one of the podcasts on what is
Bro said anime is a national security threat. Okay, I mean, this is the most anti-anime shit I've ever seen. This is literally directly killing Asmongold's entire fan base. Okay, straight up. R.I.P. to the Asmongoldians who have found themselves in this very tricky position where they no longer are saying yeah, based, not based. Okay, not based at all. It turns out no, this is not based. Don't care, didn't ask. Still gonna say yeah, based.
A really good and busy slate. Congratulations on that. Eric, good to have you. First up is a very simple question. Does this proposal even make sense when film production is so global and so sort of intertwined? And films, ultimately, correct me if I'm wrong, are not goods. I think they fall under the sort of, the pillar of services, right? Which is generally not what tariffs are all about. So explain what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to explain what's going on. I'm not sure whether Trump himself knows what's going on. I mean, when we're talking about tariffs, you're usually talking about goods that are shipped into the country, and at the point of entry, that's when the taxes are put on. But when you talk about movies, there's no such thing as them being shipped into the country. It's intellectual property. They get screened everywhere. So exactly how is the tariff going to be imposed? Is it going to be on movie tickets? Is it going to be on producers paying the fees? That's just one of the problems. There's also the question of what is a movie that's produced overseas? Are we talking about where the funding is coming from? Is it about, where is it shot? What happens if it's shot in the United States, but there's some post-production, some special effects over in Asia? Does that, qualify as a foreign film? So there are all these questions. Right now, I'm looking at this executive order, the Truth Social post, and it's very vague. I think there are a lot of people in Hollywood very confused right now.
It's interesting. I mean, even here in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi, where there have been a lot of, pretty significant films made of late, or at least parts of them shot here. They offer a rebate here, and that's as they do in many parts of the world. And that's one of the things that Trump seems to be going after here, rather than what the California governor has been suggesting is helping out Hollywood by actually offering the sort of tax.
This is unserious and just a distraction from Gaza, right? Yes, absolutely. Well, not a distraction from Gaza, but just like a distraction in general. But also because it's just classic Trump. He's a maniac. He comes up with like a maniacal thing out of nowhere, out of the blue. I feel like it also paired nicely with his I'm going to reopen Alcatraz statement. I feel like he just saw a movie. He saw like Escape from Alcatraz or whatever, and he was like, we got to make movies again in America like we used to. And then he chose to, that was what was playing at fucking movie night at Mar-a-Lago. And he was like, and I have a brilliant idea. We're going to do tariffs in order to do movies in America. Movie magic time. It just like doesn't make any fucking sense. The reason why CNN is defending it is because we do have a robust industry here in the United States of America. It's one of the fucking more competent industries that we have in terms of movies. But it is so psychotic to do because it's not just about production for American film. You're all of a sudden trying to shut out any sort of international movies from entering the American marketplace. It's so dumb. Once again, a totally ridiculous statement. A totally ridiculous statement because like it's not directional. It's not saying like we need to move the VFX industry back to the United States, for example. That's like that is a sectoral tariff. It's like applied specifically to one part of the production process. That's fine. That's valid. I like that. Like, what are you? What are you gonna do? Lord of the Rings? What are you gonna do? Film it in fucking Brooklyn? Like, where are you gonna film Lord of the Rings? What are you supposed to do? Sorry, we had to film it in fucking Utah, you know? We're filming Dune, this time in Detroit. Lord of the Onion Rings.
Breaks that you see in places like Abu Dhabi. So there is a way of supporting the business. It just doesn't make sense necessarily as far as you're concerned, and I can't get my head around it by using tariffs. Look, take Netflix as a key example. That stock is taking a hit from what's been an all-time high after this news. Let's bring up the live market number for you. Netflix last year spent more than half of its budget on international production. 70% of its 300 million subscribers are outside the United States. Its stock down about 3.5% or more today. You have to assume that's mostly on this. Look, the markets are off slightly today, a bit of profit sharing going on. But, I mean, that's a significant drop for Netflix today. What impact would this tariff have on consumers? How would it change things for the everyday viewer and for an organization like Netflix?
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty unclear right now. I mean, if we're talking just about movies, well, Netflix does most of its, work in television shows. So it's not clear whether or not Netflix is impacted. And if you're, imposing tariffs on movie tickets, maybe that means that Netflix is in a better position. Maybe it means that people, stay home.
Oh, God. It's so much, bro. So much of commentary in the media nowadays is basically just trying to make sense of the Brandonized insanity of Donald Trump. Just everyone for like a week after Donald Trump says something absolutely nutty will just go around and be like, what did he mean by this? I don't know. Maybe he wants to implement tariffs on ticket sales for movies. Maybe he wants to do tariffs on Netflix, like Netflix productions. Like, what happens when one aspect of the production is overseas, but the production itself is an American production? Does that get hit by tariffs? Like, how do we do this? How can we make this happen? And it's like, sometimes you just gotta be like, he's crazy. Sometimes, I mean, I get why they have to do this, but I don't think Trump put this much thought into it. That's all I'm saying. I can't in good conscience sit here and assume that Trump put any thought into this beyond movies used to be beautiful when they made it in America. We must make American movies great again. No more DEI. No more DEI in movies and American-made movies. That's right. Trump watched a K-drama last night and panicked. This is too good. This is too good. The emotions, the raw power, they're so beautiful. We cannot compete. We must make these Koreans American Koreans. We will make K-dramas, but in America, we'll call it a drama. A drama. Give Jon Voight $1 billion and then give Mel Gibson an American citizenship so that he can make the Jesus movie again and again. It's my favorite movie.
Home, don't go to the movie theater and just binge watch on Netflix. So until we have details about how this is going to be imposed, it's hard to really game out who's winning and who's losing.
Yeah, this is what he said when Parasite won. By the way, how bad were the Academy Awards this year, do you see? And the winner is a movie from South Korea. What the hell was that about? We got enough problems with South Korea on trade. And on top of it, they give it the best movie of the year. Was it good? Then he added, let's get Gone with the Wind. Can we get Gone with the Wind back, please? That was the best picture winner in 1940, 80 years ago. Sunset Boulevard. So many great movies. I'm telling you. Bro, okay. Dude, literally what happened is Mar-a-Lago movie night, okay? Mar-a-Lago movie night. He watches like a Alcatraz movie and he thinks to himself, I have a brilliant idea. I was looking away and I thought you were improvising this. No, this is something that he actually said, which is pretty funny because the thing that I improvised is not off base from what he actually said. Yeah. He literally watched Escape from Alcatraz and said, we need to do all of this. And that's the reason why he said, reopen Alcatraz and make movies great again. Make movies American again. Put Scarlett Johansson to play convincingly an Asian woman. The Asians don't actually need to be Asian. Scarlett Johansson has range. She's beautiful. She's pretty. She's blonde. Why can't we make ScarJo play the role? And maybe Gal Gadot. What a bombshell. Oh, that's a foxy woman. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. No, this is fake news. This can't be real. Guess what was on TV in South Florida on Saturday night? 1979 Clint Eastwood film, Escape from Alcatraz. No, this is a meme. No, ain't no fucking way, dude. No. Oh my God, he is demented. Oh my God, he's fucking demented. No. This is fake, right? Like, there's no way this is real. This is just someone trying to make a joke. I don't think that's the case. No shot. Oh my God. The Independent. Trump announced Alcatraz reopening just hours after Escape from Alcatraz aired on a South Florida PBS station. Dude, he's like a baby. He's got the mind of a child. He's got the mind of an infant. Reporter, how did you decide to reopen Alcatraz? I was supposed to be a movie maker. Nobody ever escaped. One person almost got there, but I made this joke yesterday. I made this joke verbatim yesterday. Oh my God. I made this joke bar for bar yesterday, dude. Oh my God, what is happening?
To reopen Alcatraz. Can you walk us through that decision?
Did I say what?
To reopen Alcatraz. How will you use it? How did you come up with the idea?
Well, I guess I was supposed to be a movie maker. We started with the movie making and we'll end. I mean, it represents something very strong, very powerful in terms of law and order. Our country needs law and order. Alcatraz is, I would say, the ultimate, right? Alcatraz, Sing Sing and Alcatraz, the movies. But it's right now a museum, believe it or not. A lot of people go there. It housed the most violent criminals in the world, and nobody ever escaped. One person almost got there, but they, as you know the story, they found his clothing rather badly ripped up, and it was a lot of shark bites, a lot of problems. Nobody's ever escaped from Alcatraz, and just represented something strong having to do with law and order. We need law and order in this country, and so we're going to look at it. Some of the people up here are going to be working very hard on that, and we had a little conversation. I think it's going to be very interesting. We'll see.
Someone clipped me literally doing bar for bar this bit about sharks eating people that are escaping Alcatraz yesterday. I literally made this joke. Oh my God.
If we can bring it back in large form, add a lot. But I think it represents something. Right now it's a big hulk that's sitting there rusting and rotting. You look at it, it's sort of, you saw that picture that was put out, it's sort of amazing. But it sort of represents something that's both horrible and beautiful.
No, this is from today. I'm saying I made this joke. I made this joke basically verbatim yesterday when I was like, Escape from Alcatraz, beautiful movie. Nobody could escape from Alcatraz, as you know. That's why I'm bringing it back. We're putting more sharks in the water. As you know, sharks in the water. Oh, this is... As many people say, no one has ever escaped Alcatraz. I would have been able to escape it. If I was in Alcatraz, I would have ran away. I would have swam away from the sharks. And then I would have gotten on a boat, but not if the boat has an electric... Okay, I added some extra jokes onto it because I did the Trump bit about sharks versus the electric boat motor, because everybody knows between the boat, God forbid it sinks, between the boat and getting electrocuted or the sharks, I'm not so certain I would take the boat. I would probably take the shark, which is my biggest enemy. I would take the shark. I go back and forth on whether this is actually funny or scary. Okay? because like I don't know if this is funny or if it's just like incredibly scary that the president's brain is so demented that like a joke that I made yesterday becomes an official presidential decree only 24 hours later. This is not like, it's funny, haha, but also what the fuck? This guy is the president. Not so funny when you think about it, you know?
And strong and miserable, weak. It's got a lot of qualities that are interesting, and I think they make a point. Okay,
he's watching the VODs. Yeah, Trump is a VOD watcher. This is gross. Okay, this is yeah. I saw this before. Not saying anyone should, but I bet you could convince Trump to reopen Alcatraz in under 20 minutes. Nobody ever escaped. I talked to Clint Eastwood and he said, maybe, but we're going to bring it back. Those Californian liberals are going to pay for it too. I mean, this guy's the true prophet. Okay. Lisan al-Gaib. Oh, so now it's bad when the president listens to his constituents. There's no pleasing you people. Quick, someone show Trump a bug's life. Those bugs, those ants, they're so beautiful. They're so good. They're so good. They're so hardworking, those ants, and we got to make the factories look like the ants. The ants are going to need to rise up against their masters. It's like the liberals. The liberals are basically the big bugs trying to kill the ants. Keep RFK Jr. away from Plague X. The locusts. I like to think the locusts are Chinese. The grasshoppers. Hopping around, the ants must beat the Chinese. I'm having too much fun with this fucking idiot being the president. It's not fun, nor is it funny, okay? I think this is devastating. I want to make that clear.
But we got to take it seriously. Obviously, Trump is all about tariffs. You're right. There are incentive ways to drive production in the United States. It's definitely a real issue. There used to be a vibrant economy in Hollywood that was based entirely on people producing movies and TV. And these days, a lot of that happens overseas. But, the use of tariffs to rectify that is kind of strange.
All right, with us now is Justin Wolfers, professor of economics and public policy at the University of Michigan, and Art Hogan, chief market strategist at B. Riley Financial. Professor, I want to start with you with this announcement or statement President Trump made overnight of placing 100% tariffs on foreign-made films. Now, it's unclear if he's talking about literally like foreign films that are in a foreign language shot and produced overseas and then sold here in the U.S., or if he's talking about the Avengers shot on a soundstage in London there. Big picture, Professor, what happens if this trade war expands to services and intellectual property?
Yeah, so that's the really big news here. I think actually there's two pieces of news. One, the president has opened a whole new front in the trade war, because the thing about movies is...
Put a tariff on this guy. Moving on.
Yeah, please.
Trump blames grossly incompetent Newsom for Hollywood's problems when defending movie tariffs.
Can you explain a little bit about how you would implement tariffs on the film industry, kind of how that would work?
Well, that's a different story, but our film industry has been decimated by other countries taking them out, and also by incompetence, like in Los Angeles. The governor is a grossly incompetent man. He's just allowed it to be taken away from, Hollywood. Hollywood doesn't do very much of that business. They have the nice sign and everything's good, but they don't do very much. A lot of it's been taken to other countries, and a big proportion. And I'm actually going to meet with some, because, there's some advantages, I guess, and I'm not looking to hurt the industry. I want to help the industry. But they're given financing by other countries. They're given a lot of things. And the industry was decimated. If you look at how little is done in this country now, you think we were the ones. We used to do 100, not long ago, 100%. Now we do almost like very little. It's shocking. Are you in that business too? Because he's in so many businesses. You could explain it, but it's not a good situation. So we're going to meet with the industry. I want to make sure they're happy with it, because we're all about jobs. That's all what it's very important. It's a big industry, but it's an industry now that's it's really left, it's abandoned the USA where it started. And we'll get it back. Yeah, please.
Thanks, Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some Catholics were not so happy about the image of you looking like the Pope.
Oh, I see. You mean they can't take a joke? You don't mean the Catholics. You mean the fake news media. Not the Catholics loved it. I had nothing to do with it. Somebody made up a picture of me dressed like the Pope, and they put it out on the internet. That's not me that did it. I have no idea where it came from. Maybe it was AI, but I know nothing about it. I just saw it last evening. Actually, my wife thought it was cute. She said, "Isn't that nice?"
My question about
Actually, I would not be able to be married, though. That would be a lot. I'd have to the best of my knowledge, popes aren't big on getting married, are they? Not that we know of. No. I think it's the fake news media that, they're fakers.
My question, though, sir, was about the fact that it was put out on the White House account. Even though it was AI generated, it was a joke, it was a meme. Does it at all diminish the substance of the official White House account to have it go out on that particular
Give me a
channel?
break. It was just somebody did it in fun. It's fine. Have to have a little fun, don't you?
Here is the insane interview that he did with Meet the Press exclusive, where he had a bunch of horrifying moments, horrifying for those who have any semblance of conscience, where in some of the key moments he basically said things like, "I don't know about due process. It's kind of difficult to follow due process," things of that nature. So let's take a look.
Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here to mark your first 100 days in office. It has been an incredibly busy 100 days. You've signed more than 140 executive orders. You've been focused.
When he starts taking Q&As, we'll get to Trump live, by the way, because he's signing executive orders again, and he's most likely going to do a Q&A afterwards. But when the Q&A starts, we'll get to it. But before the Q&A, we'll listen to some of his statements here.
Focused on the border, the economy, foreign policy. What is your biggest goal in the next 100 days?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of results. We've already seen them on the border. We have the best border in the history of our country. It was 99.999, and nobody ever thought that was possible. In fact, Biden, if you remember, said he has to get legislation. And I said, no, you just need a new president. And I guess I was right. We have the best border we've ever had. We're doing great on illegal immigration. We are being hit hard by judges that I think they're trying to take away the power of the presidency. I was elected in a massive landslide and a big vote. We won the swing states. We won the popular vote. We won the district votes by tremendous numbers. We won everything. And one of the primary reasons I was elected was to get people out of our country that were allowed. We have prisoners, we have murderers, we have terrorists in our country, we have people from mental institutions that are seriously insane. They all came in through Biden's open border policy, and I was elected to get them out and to seal the border, but to get them out. And we'll have judges, they're activist judges, they're saying, well, you don't have the right to take out murderers and people that you don't even want to talk about. These are really some really bad criminal people, and they're here illegally. So, they talk about your next question will be due process, but they talk about due process, but do you get due process when you're here illegally?
We're going to talk about all of that. We are going to talk about deportation, but I want to start on the economy, sir, which obviously the biggest issue for voters. We got new numbers today, better than expected job numbers.
Much better.
At the same time, the economy shrank in the first quarter. You've been arguing all week that this is President Biden's economy. Is this now your economy, sir?
Well, I think certain aspects of it are. Costs are. I was able to get down the costs, but even that, it takes a while to get them down, but we got them down good. We lost $5 to $6 billion a day with Biden. $5 to $6 billion. And I've got that down to a great number right now in a record time. We're talking about 100 days. But just think of what that is. $5 billion a day we're losing on trade. And we were very tough with China, as you know. We put 145% tariff on. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing. And we've essentially cut off trade relationships by putting that much of a tariff on. and that's okay. We've gone cold turkey. That means that we're not losing. You know, we lost $1 trillion to China. $1 trillion. That means we're not losing $1 trillion when we go cold turkey, because we're not doing business with them right now. And they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal very badly. We'll see how that all turns out, but it's got to be a fair deal. But think of it, we were losing $1 trillion, and that was a big part of the $5 million a day.
And I want to talk about China, but just staying on this idea of the economy. On the eve of your inauguration, the stock market spiked. You called it the Trump effect. Are you?
It spiked because I was elected president. Well, it didn't spike because of anybody else. It spiked because they see what I'm.
Yeah, and then now the market instability is also spiking in the opposite direction. There is one metric that's spiking. The volatility index, the VIX. As far as other parts of the market that are spiking, they're spiking in either direction. As a matter of fact, it just keeps going like this, depending on whatever the fuck he's saying that day. So, you know, it's still a spike. It's a spike. Let me tell you, it's a big spike. You hear about this VIX? Someone should get in on this VIX. Everyone keeps telling me the VIX, the volatility index, they're saying it's like a new technology, I think. Volatility sounds like a technological tool. You know, they call them groceries. I call them, as they call it, volatility index, as they call them.
I'm going to do. They know what I'm going to do with the tariffs and everything else. And I think it's actually working out better than we anticipated. Did you see oil prices? Did you see gasoline is now below, in many cases, in many states, below $2 a gallon, $1.98, $1.99, $1.97?
Well, my question, sir, is when the stock market spiked, you said this is the Trump effect. When the numbers weren't so good earlier this week, you said it's the Biden effect. Are you only taking ownership of the good numbers and not the bad numbers?
I think he did a lot of very bad things, and despite some of the bad things, we're overcoming them. But he was bad on the border. He was bad on the economy. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Look, Biden gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. People, it didn't matter what they made because they were losing their shirt because of costs. Now take a look at what happened. Oil is down, gasoline is down, groceries are down, eggs. You were the one that asked me. You asked me about eggs. It was the first week. I didn't even know anything about what were you talking about. Egg prices were so high you couldn't buy eggs. They didn't have any eggs. And they said Easter is going to be a disaster. Well, we had Easter at the White House, and we had thousands of eggs, and they were down 87%.
Yeah, a lot of that, of course, spike was because of bird flu. But when does it become the Trump economy?
Why do you say that?
Well, tell me,
we had the same bird flu as he had.
When does it become the Trump economy?
It partially is right now. And I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy, and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
Dude, yes. Yes. You rarely ever hear such clarity, okay? Yeah, the good parts are me. The bad parts are Brandon. It's how it is. It is how it is. Well, okay, it's all bad. So what's up? It's all Brandon. It's all Brandon. How are his supporters defending this? Dude, at a certain point, you have to realize, it's no longer about, like, accurate information. It's no longer about exercising critical thinking. We have long passed that point. All politics is devolving into cults. This is something that you can experience even with, like, the debate that I had, the quote unquote debate that I had on Friday. Okay. Everything is turning into cults. Everything is basically turning into, like, I parasocially love this person, Donald Trump. He is my GOAT. He is my king. He is my legend. He can do no wrong. Everything he says is awesome. Everything everyone else is saying about him is bad faith. That's how it is. That is how it fucking is. Okay? Look no further than the rest of the internet going, what the fuck was this guy up to on the Friday debate versus Ethan Klein's own community turning around and being like, you killed him, King. You destroyed him. And all of the edgelord, apolitical centrist commentary slop tubers running around being like, yeah, you fucking destroyed him when you conceded on virtually every point, including admitting to smearing him and consistently saying, oh, this is boring, let's move on, whenever you found yourself to be wrong, you know? I'll go so far as to say there is a cult-like aspect to what I do as well. The difference here, however, is that I try to reach a broad spectrum of different ideologies on a daily fucking basis and entertain back and forth from people who disagree with me. So, you know, you get to, when you're in here, you get to see a full spectrum of opinions.
Because he's done a terrible job. He did a terrible job on everything. From his auto pen, which I'm sure he knew nothing about some of the things he was supposedly signing, to immigration. You look at what happened with immigration, how bad it was. Think of it. We have murderers, 11,888 murderers. Many of them murdered more than one person. Think of that. And they're in our country. Now, we've gotten a lot of them out, and we know who many of them are, and we're on the hunt. But why would anybody do that? Why would anybody, who could do such a thing where they'd allow hundreds of thousands and even millions of people into our country who are criminals and murderers at the highest level? Who would do this?
But, sir, you acknowledge when you announced your tariffs, for example, the stock market dropped. It's been volatile. It has since gone up.
It is,
do you
but now
take
it's going up.
responsibility
Look at
for
today.
that? Yeah. Do you take responsibility when it drops?
Ultimately, I take responsibility for everything, but I've only just been here for a little more than 3 months. But the stock market, look at what's happened in the last short period of time. Didn't it have 9 or 10 days in a row or 11 days where it's gone up? And the tariffs have just started kicking in. And we're doing really well. Psychologically, I mean, the fake news was giving me such press on the tariffs. The tariffs are going to make us rich. We're going to be a very rich country.
So let's talk about the tariffs. And I want to ask you about something you said this week. Got a lot of attention. You were at your cabinet meeting. You said, quote, I'm going to quote what you said, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30.
Yeah.
And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. Are you saying that your tariffs will cause some prices to go up?
You know what's really interesting? I'm sitting on a mountain of unopened artifacts, okay? Figurines that I did not even realize would become a goddamn chest of gold, okay? Like, you can't really see from this angle on the camera, but like above, behind me, all over this room are figurines that are now going to be like $1,000 a pop. I never thought that this would be a moment where I could just be like, listen, dude, your line ass saying you don't invest. Yeah, I have invested. I've never even taken them out of the box. No boo-boo lemons. No boo-boo lemons. None of the boo-boo lemons. Boo-boo lemons, folks. Cutie Cinderella. She's a very nasty lady. Very nasty. Said so many nasty things about me. I made sure she can't get any boo-boo lemons at her deco den. No more le boo-boos.
No, I think the tariffs are going to be great for us because it's going to make us rich.
But you said some dolls are going to cost more. Isn't that an acknowledgement that some prices will go up?
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have 30 dolls. I think they can have 3 dolls or 4 dolls.
This is like, this is just like degrowth. I don't know. He's like, that's right. It's they're calling it degrowth. That's right. This is not a leftist, not a Marxist, communist, fascist position. This is now the position of Trump.
Because what we were doing with China was just unbelievable. We had a trade deficit of hundreds of billions of dollars with China.
When you say they could have $3 instead of $30, are you saying Americans could see empty store shelves?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they don't need to have $30. They can have 3. They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5.
But you're basically saying there could be some supply shortages because of the tariffs.
We don't have to waste money on a trade deficit with China for things we don't need, for junk that we don't need.
Well, prices are already going up on some popular items, tires, strollers.
This is such a dishonest interview already. Prices are down on groceries. Prices are down for oil. Prices are down for all energy. Prices are down at tremendous numbers for gasoline. And let me tell you, when you have the big thing, what he did, he spent like a stupid person, which he was, but he spent like a very stupid person. And that was bad for inflation. But what really killed us with inflation was the price of energy. It went up to $3.90, even $4, and in California, $5 and $6, right? Okay. I have it down to $1.98 in many states right now. When you go that much lower on energy, which is ahead of my prediction because I really thought I could get it down into the 250s. We have it down at $1.98 in numerous places. But when you say costs are going up, even mortgage rates are going down.
Well, but let me give you some examples. These are actual examples. So you're saying the prices that are going down, some prices are going up, tires, strollers, some clothing in the wake of your tariffs.
Excuse me, that's peanuts compared to energy. Energy is 60% of the cost.
But sir, you
campaigned
on a promise to bring prices down on day
Well, I don't know. When
one.
you say strollers are going up, what kind of a thing? I'm saying that gasoline is going down. Gasoline is thousands of times more important than a stroller someplace.
But what do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief right now?
And they're getting it.
Right now? What about those
even mortgage rates?
different items I just
Mortgage
mentioned?
rates are going down despite the fact that we have a stubborn Fed.
But you said even dolls could cost a couple bucks more.
Maybe they might, but you don't need to have, as I said, $35. You can have 2, 3, 4 and save a lot of money. We don't need to feed the beast.
I guess you're talking about this transition cost.
I never thought that in my entire life, I never thought I would hear a Republican American president say these fucking words, like advocating for degrowth openly. It's just like, yeah, why do you need so many treats? Like, this is so crazy. This is like, does he not realize that this is what allows Americans to not revolt? Like, the only thing that maintains American stability is a steady flow of treats. You take away our health care. You take away all of the social safety nets. The infrastructure is underwater. Every single day is another awful thing taking place in real time. People are horrified about the future and what it holds for them. But the one thing that keeps everyone alive, that maintains stability, is treats. And now Donald Trump, who some might even say ran on lowering the cost of treats and making them bountiful once again, is turning around and saying, you don't want the treats. Oh my God, Kohei Saito said based. This is, Kohei Saito is a Japanese academic, Marxist academic, who is famously a big degrowth advocate. What a wild time to be alive, man.
How long should people expect that transition to last?
Comrade Trump is focusing on heavy industry instead of caving to bourgeois commodity fetishism. Welcome back, Comrade Stalin. Yeah.
Mr. President.
I can't tell you that. I can tell you that we're making a lot of money. We're doing great. Again, we're losing more than 5.
Once again, every time Trump gets to say these things, it pisses me off and it makes me incredibly and uncontrollably jealous. I am red with envy because I'm imagining a world where Bernie Sanders is also doing similar things after developing a robust manufacturing base and saying, we're going to have some fiscal belt tightening. And I feel like if he were to come out and say that, like, there would be a Goldman Sachs assassin in the room. You know what I mean? They would send the CIA after him. I'm green with envy, not red with envy. Sorry. ESL. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. And Asman would be saying not based. Yeah. If you even say, yeah, if you even had a Democrat say this, that would get business plotted for sure. The MAGA communists are happy about this one for sure. I mean, oh God, we can't hear anything. What is happening here? Speaking of Asman, yeah, I saw this already.
That a young lady, a 10-year-old girl, 9-year-old girl, 15-year-old girl doesn't need 37 dolls. She could be very happy with 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. I would, let's not waste a lot of time on a stupid question. What else?
Fuck you, piece of shit. I hope your entire family goes down the same way you will. Walter Fart. are you talking to Donald Trump? Sometimes I can't tell if like they're responding to what they see on the screen or if they're saying that about me. It's always interesting trying to understand where this is coming from, you know? Like where I'm talking to you, R word. Okay. What did I do? Following says May 2nd, so not good faith. I mean, yeah, of course. He's like, fuck you, dude. How dare you talk about our base, glorious, MAGA communist king, Donald Trump? He is advocating for degrowth. You fake ass monster.
$1 billion a day.
The children deserve less toys, dude. Shut the fuck up.
$5 billion a day. You don't talk about that. And right now, we're going to be at a point very soon where we're making money every day. Look,
how soon?
We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars
What's
with
the
China.
anger from this guy?
Now we're
Maybe he'll tell
essentially
us.
not doing business with China. Therefore, we're saving hundreds of billions of dollars. Very simple.
You take me.
So much of this process also revolves around not even like fixing the trade deficits or anything like that, but instead trying to get all of the other countries within our sphere of influence to slowly but surely decouple from China. They do not, like, America does not want China to be the manufacturing hub for the planet. And they are actively trying to fight back against it. It's fine if you take it to India. India is more controllable. Just don't work with China. That's the whole point. Because they're not going to actually bring garment manufacturing back to the United States. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't think this is going to be able to. I don't think he's going to see much success in this regard.
To my next question, which is about China. They've been
there it is.
making a number of public statements.
Very positive statements the last 24 hours.
Well, and most recently, they said before talks could happen, the U.S. would need to remove unilateral tariffs. Would you consider dropping the tariffs to get China to the negotiating table?
No. They first of all, you're giving me a statement that was said a week ago. You're not giving the statement that was said today.
I have May 2nd Chinese Commerce Ministry.
Do you know what they said today?
The U.S.
We're
wants to
looking
negotiate.
forward-
It should show sincerity by preparing to take actions in correcting its mistakes and canceling the unilateral tariffs.
They made, first of all, they made numerous statements.
Yes, they've made
you know
numerous
how many people
statements.
speak for
Yes.
China? It's like
Yes.
50
They've
different-
made numerous
I can give
statements,
you
yes.
a statement for any occasion.
Yes.
But they said today they want to talk. Look, China, and I don't like this. I'm not happy about this. China's getting killed right now. They're getting absolutely destroyed. Their factories are closing. Their unemployment is going through the roof. I'm not looking to do that to China.
So here's what I'll say. I was talking to a friend of mine about this, and he actually had a really interesting analogy where basically right now it looks to be by Western analysts. And I don't think that this is, I don't agree with this analysis in general, but like the analysis is that China is on a three-legged stool and it's under a lot of pressure, you know? There's issues with its real estate market, and they have issues with their birth rate decline, and there's not a lot of great future prospect for China. This is the analysis from the Western world, right? From Western analysts. And what America is seeking to do is basically try and apply extra pressure, because this will most likely be the last moment that America will ever be able to apply pressure to China. Okay? They say this is the last moment that they will ever be able to apply pressure to China. It's the last moment where America has an opportunity. So Trump is doing this like incredibly cruel and a ridiculous scheme to try and force every other trade partner of China to decouple from China. The problem, however, is, and you might have noticed why I said this is America's last opportunity to do this, is because America is on a two-legged stool. So even I think Western analysts that cope about China's positioning on the global stage as a trade partner, they are still very aware of America's position on the global stage as well. That is precisely the reason why the Americans, this is precisely the reason why it's like the last ditch effort to basically apply pressure and try to tilt Chinese manufacturing. And if they don't do this now, then it's over. It's completely fucking over. Okay? I suspect that China is not on a three-legged stool, but instead a four-legged stool, and America is on a one-legged stool spinning like a top, as someone in the chat said. That is what I think. America's on a one-legged stool spinning like a top, and the leg of the stool is also made in China, ironically enough. The analogy with a three-legged stool is that it means it doesn't wobble at all. A four-legged can wobble. Okay, whatever. Fucking two-legged stool for China and one-legged stool for America then. That is the analysis. And yet, it seems to me like maybe it's not going the way that America thought it would. As ASEAN joins Japan, China, and South Korea in protectionism warning. Finance and central bank chiefs reaffirm commitment to free trade. Here's the statement. Not paywalled. China, Japan, and South Korea and the countries of ASEAN just issued a joint statement in which they take a unified stance against escalating trade protectionism. A clear reference to Trump's tariffs. They write that their common policy priority is to reinforce long-term resilience of the region, which, given the policies they detail, clearly means building financial and trade infrastructure that aims to reduce their exposure to the United States. The statement outlines a comprehensive strategy to strengthen trade between the signatories, enhance local currency bond markets, and reduce dependence on Western financial institutions via, for instance, their expansion of the Chiang Mai Initiative Multilateralization, CMIM. Particularly notable is their explicit support for the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the RCEP, ACN, the world's largest trade agreement that includes all signatories but not the United States. All in all, Trump is achieving the unthinkable, bringing East and Southeast Asia together in an economic bloc that seeks to de-risk itself from America. Now, I don't know if this is just strategy so that the other signatories can leverage America for more, because that could be the case, or if this is a real shot directly at Trump to say, we are not decoupling from China. I know that that is your demand, but we're not going to do that. They are far too valuable a trade partner for us to sever ties with. So we will not do that, especially because if they were to do that, there is no alternative. There's no alternative as it stands. There's no, like rare earth minerals, right? Rare earth minerals. The refinement process of rare earth minerals is entirely in the hands of China. They have a complete monopoly on refinement. They almost have a monopoly on procurement too, with all of the deals that they've negotiated with nations in Africa, okay? But they literally have a complete monopoly on the refinement process. You can't do anything without that. What are you supposed to do? You can't do anything. So why would, where is the alternative? Is it in India? Is that going to happen? What is the runway for such a thing? 10 years? 5 years? Ah, yes, Twitter reporting at its finest. Twitter reporting. Brother, I'm looking at the joint statement from ASEAN +3 finance ministers and central bank governors meeting. There is no more a primary source than what we are currently looking at. The fuck do you mean Twitter reporting at its finest? Hello? Where should I get my news from? Fox News only? Where they fucking tell you? Where they tell you that it's actually great. Donald Trump is our Lord and Savior. He's cooking. He's cooking big time. Is that what it is? Please tell me where I should be going to get this information. Come on, raw meat enjoyer. Maybe the raw meat has caused you to develop some brainworms. I don't know. You gonna tell me you have an alternative or what? Come on, man. Give me an alternative news resource that I don't look at. Come on, brother. It's time to own me in the marketplace of ideas. I'm shaking you a little bit. Shaky, shaky. Shake the baby. It's funny because I initially also went to Nikkei and they were paywalled. So in order to bypass the paywall, I went to the direct joint statement and it was posted on Twitter, but he didn't see that part. He just saw me on Twitter and responded like an animal. Yeah, I should be getting it from a fucking pedophile VTuber. That's where I should be getting my primary information. My primary resource is a lolicon enjoying pedophile VTuber with questionable morals. Anyway.
Now, at the same time, I'm not looking to have China make hundreds of billions of dollars and build more ships and more army tanks and more airplanes.
So you're not, just to be very clear, you're not dropping the tariffs against China to get them to the negotiating table. Those tariffs are staying on.
Why would I do that?
Would you lower them?
At some point, I'm going to lower them because otherwise you could never do business with them.
Yeah.
And they want to do business very much. Look, their economy is really doing badly. Their economy is collapsing.
So small businesses say they are being hurt by the Chinese tariffs, and some could be forced to shut
And
down.
many businesses are being helped.
Are you
Look at the
considering
automobile
tariff
business.
relief for small businesses?
Why do you always mention that, you pick up a couple of little businesses? What about the car business? They're going to make a fortune because of the tariffs. Do you know that the union, the head of the union, who was no fan of mine, Sean Fain, I guess his name is, right? He didn't endorse me. The Teamsters did. A lot of people did. A lot of unions did. But he didn't. He couldn't stand me. Now he's saying, wow, what's Trump's done for the automobile? But I can't believe it. I assume he's going to probably now say the next thing he can say is, I endorse this guy. He's the greatest I've ever seen. He can't believe it's happened. He said, we've been waiting 40 years for somebody to do what Trump is doing. So why don't you mention the big car industry instead of mentioning somebody that's doing strollers?
Well, I'm just asking you about small businesses. Are there any discussions about giving any relief to small businesses?
They're not going to need it.
Okay.
They're going to make so much money.
Are these tariffs?
If you build your product here. Remember, there are no tariffs if you build your product here. It's very easy. It's very simple.
Are these tariffs permanent?
Wait, what? I was working on a project that was a novel method of purifying rare earth minerals using lasers, but our grant is now pending thanks to Trump. Oh my God, that's amazing. That's fucking so funny. That's just like, we're burning the candle on both ends, dude. It is, oh my Lord. It is, yeah. Half of the research team is like foreign students that, half of the research team is like foreign students on visas that have now gotten their visas revoked too, or are in detention because they were in the periphery of a pro-Palestine protest and had parking tickets. So now they're getting deported. Amazing.
Mr. President?
Depends on what you're talking about. One of the things that is going to bring and has brought, so I think we probably have close to $9 trillion of investments coming into this country. If you look at other presidents, there's never been anything like that. This is over a period of 2 months. You got to give me a little break on the 1 month because we're 3 months. But, let's say we had to get started. We had a lot of.
You gotta give me a little break. Dude, the funniest part about this is that if he didn't do the tariff scheme, none of this would be happening. So it's not even like, oh, you got to give me 1 month. Give me a little break. Cut me a little break here. No, you are the one who fucked it up. This is your own design. Of course this was going to happen. And the medicine analogy isn't even wrong. That's the worst part. The economy is going to hurt in the short term, but we must, train our crosshairs on the long-term agenda of American stability, American growth, American manufacturing. That isolated as a statement is absolutely a correct statement. That's why the likes of Sean Fain and some others have been like, listen, we think that this is irresponsible tariff trade war, but if done correctly, tariffs are not bad. Trade protectionism is something that we are on board with. We don't like free trade. I get it. I don't like free trade. So what is Fain didn't call it irresponsible? Yes, Sean Fain did call it irresponsible. Come on, man. I'm the #1 fucking Sean Fain dick rider. Are you kidding me? He said, if done correctly, we are on board with Trump's tariffs agenda in the automotive sector. If done recklessly, it will be irresponsible and lead to real harm. Why do you think that the leader of one of the largest labor unions in the country would ever come out with a statement saying we love free trade? Of course not.
Fake news at the beginning, so we had to beat that down. But so let's say in 2 months. So in just a short period of time, a matter of a couple of months, we have the largest number.
He isn't going to do it correctly, right? We know that much. I mean, he hasn't. That's the whole point. He has not done it correctly. That's why there's so much. I mean, there would be instability. There would be volatility regardless. Okay. When you're rewriting trade agreements that contradict the past 40 years of American currency dominance, American currency sovereignty, the past 40 years of trade in general that we designed, Yeah, of course there's going to be an economic impact instantly. The correct way, what is the correct way? I will repeat myself once again. The correct way to do this is unironically going above and beyond what the CHIPS Act was trying to do with the Brandon administration, which is to build a infrastructure and a robust domestic manufacturing base in the country so that there is some manufacturing that could compete with China and other global trade partners to begin with. This would require heavy subsidies, and not even subsidies, actually. This would require for America to basically turn into a command economy. If you were to do this correctly, you would have to do it the Chinese way, in the almost exact same way that China did it. And then once you have a trained labor force ready to take on ready to take on manufacturing at its most complex form, okay, precision manufacturing, then you would be able to do some trade protectionism. And in the interim, if you were to do trade protectionism, it would require you to do trade protectionism against things that we already have trade protectionist policies against already, like car manufacturing, things like that. The problem, of course, is that we don't do that in this country. We've never done that. We just basically give subsidies out and have no expectation in return. You know, price stability, sure, right? We subsidize and then we say, all right, just keep the prices relatively low. But many of those subsidies basically go back to the profit margins so that the stock market is supercharged rather than keeping costs low and keeping wages high, which would eat away at the profit margins. And there are no consequences for not following through on this bargain anyway. There's no regulatory mechanism that turns around and tells companies to just stop doing stock buybacks, for example. There's no penalties for doing whatever the fuck you want to do. Everything is incredibly decentralized. There's also no long-term plan longer than 4 years. 4 years? Try 4 months. Try 3 months. This is the reason why this inconsistency, this instability that Trump has presented to global trade is destined to fail, okay? Because there is no trade to protect, and you're just demanding by bullying other countries, by putting a gun to your own head because you're the bank, putting a gun to your head and saying, I'm going to kill myself if you don't stop trading with the enemy. But people still need goods. So what are they supposed to do?
Ever in history invested in the United States and committed. We have between guaranteed spoken for and people that are going to make a decision and announce it pretty soon, close to $9 trillion. We've never had anything close. Now, that's Apple building $500 billion worth of plants. They always built their plants in China. Now they're building their plants over here. That's the biggest computer company, the biggest chip company in the world. You know, the chip company from Taiwan, which is the biggest in the world, is committed for $500 billion.
Yeah, in the short term, you get assurances from some of these multi-billion dollar mega corporations that are multinational to turn around and say, like, sure, we'll do some investment in America. Why not? There's no assurances, though. It's not going to happen. You don't know if it's going to happen. Are they building the factories? How long would it take? Yeah, it's like this chatter. I also commit $10 trillion into the United States. You know? Content warning, dead animal in his house. Took the day off to find some dead animal in my attic that smelled bad and ended up falling through the ceiling. Pretty sure I'm living in Sen's fortress. Oh my God. Oh my God, Asmongold, what the fuck? I can't even see the dead animal. I have no idea what's going on, but this is unironically something he posted. What the fuck? Dude, this is the face of the new American right. I don't even know what Zen's Fortress is. Oh, it's Dark Souls? I'm begging to play Dark Souls. It's from DS1. I played DS1. I didn't finish it. Or did I finish it? I can't remember. Dark Souls reference. I can smell this photo, man. It's an early game area, so no, you haven't finished it yet. I mean, I don't remember any of the fucking places in Elden Ring either. What do you mean? And I finished that on stream. Or Sekiro. My brain is filled with information that that oftentimes has the capacity to push out other more relevant, more important gaming related trivia. It's so gross, but 100% also on brand for him. His chat loves it. I know.
Another one's committed for $300 billion. We have companies, nobody's ever seen anything like it. Let me tell you the other thing, very importantly, automobile companies, plant after plant after plant, Toyota, Honda, Ford, General Motors, Stellantis. I mean, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I don't like this, but it happens to be. They're stopping work in Mexico and they're stopping work in Canada and they're all moving here.
This is important, though. You're not taking the possibility that these tariffs could be permanent off the table. Some of them.
Oh, I wouldn't do that because if somebody thought they were going to come off the table, why would they build in the United States?
Let me ask you
You
about,
understand that, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, but that's why I'm asking, because there's a lot of, I think, uncertainty for CEOs, for business owners. They want to know, are these tariffs permanent?
I think there's only uncertainty in the fake news. I don't think there's uncertainty. I mean, I've been very rigid, very strong on it, but I will say I'm flexible. Like with respect to parts made outside of the country, I gave the automobile companies a little extra time. You know, you're talking about 15% and then 10% of the parts put in a car. I gave them a little extra time without penalizing them. And I did that only to help, companies. We're looking to help companies. We want them to thrive and to hire a lot of people. And that's what's happening.
Let me ask you about some of what Wall Street has said. Some people on Wall Street have expressed concerns that the possibility of a recession is increasing. And I want to know what you think about that. Are you comfortable with the country potentially dipping into a recession for a period of time if you are able to achieve your long-term goals?
Well, you say some people on Wall Street say, well, I tell you something else. Some people on Wall Street say that we're going to have the greatest economy in history. Why don't you talk about them? Because some people on Wall Street say this is the greatest thing that ever happened.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at, though. It's the same question.
Yeah, there are many people on Wall Street say this is going to be the greatest windfall ever happened.
And that's my question,
Remember
the
this.
long term.
Yeah.
Is it okay in the short term to have a recession?
This. Look, everything's okay. What we are, I said, this is a transition period. I think we're going to do fantastically. One of your colleagues on another fake news station, ABC, said, do you guarantee 100% that a certain person is going to do a fantastic job as, let's say, Secretary of Defense, okay? Because that was the question. I said, what kind of a question is that? Do I guarantee 100%? Nobody guarantees 100%. But I will say this. I think we're going to have an economy the likes of which we've never had before. My 4 years were phenomenal, as you know, the stock market. In fact, even though we had to go through the COVID thing, that horrible situation with COVID, we did numbers, and when I gave it over, when I handed it over, the election was rigged, and because of that, we have a lot of problems, by the way. But when I handed it over, what happened? The market was higher than it was previous to COVID coming in. Yeah. Nobody could believe it. The stock market I'm talking about.
I don't want to look back, but you did take your case to court about that.
Back.
You took your case to court about your allegations against the election. Let me ask you,
There's no question about it. The election was rigged. The facts are in, and it's still being litigated. Let's go.
You did take your case to court more than 60 times and didn't win those cases.
I won a lot of court cases.
Just to button that up, though, sir. Just to button that up.
What are you talking about?
How
the election
worried are you?
Are we talking about the election
Let's talk about here and now. Let's talk about
the
here and now.
election of 2020?
Let's not talk about. Let's talk about here and now. Are you worried about a recession?
No.
Okay.
No. I think we're going to have the greatest economic.
I mean, are you worried it could happen? Do you think it could happen?
Anything can happen, but I think we're going to have the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think we're going to have the greatest economic boom in history.
Let me ask you about this call to Amazon founder Jeff Bezos this week in response to a report that Amazon was going to display tariff costs next to product prices. Are you going to punish CEOs who increase their prices because of tariffs?
I think what is a great misnomer is the word tariff in many cases. It's not, to me, I don't view it as a tax. I view it as an incentive for people to come into the United States and build plants, factories, offices, a lot of things. I think it's an incentive, but the thing that's not known is if you look back and see, oftentimes like China or Vietnam or other countries, not just China, because China's an abuser, but there are other abusers. Many of them are friends, the so-called, I say friend and foe, and friend is oftentimes worse than foe. But what people don't understand is, and this is a lot, the country eats the tariff, the company eats the tariff, and it's not passed along at all.
Well, some CEOs are saying they're going to have to pass it on. So how do you deal with those CEOs?
But the company,
how do you deal with those CEOs?
China.
Famously, it's not. Companies love eating the cost. I like that he's at least recognizing that companies actually pay the tariff. But what is this? I don't know if this means anything, but I thought you were taking a day off, and then I realized I was no longer following you on Twitch. I didn't unfollow. Anyone else experiencing anything like this, or am I going bonkers? You're going bonkers, dude. Yeah. Companies famously love eating the cost. They have this they have a sense of pride, a civic duty. Remember when they did that? Remember when OPEC did that? When the invasion of Ukraine started, and then all of the oil and gas industry in America famously was like, "Oh yeah, we'll make up for the manufacturing needs. We'll actually sell to America so that prices can remain stable." Yeah. Remember another instance of companies eating the cost. Remember when they famously lowered their prices post-COVID, when there was no longer an issue with logistics? I'm always thinking about companies eating the cost all the time.
Is eating the tariffs right
What do you say to those CEOs who are saying we might have to pass this on to the consumer?
Well, they say that because maybe it's to their advantage to say it.
Will
Maybe
you punish them?
No, because you know what? I want them to build plants in the United States. That way they don't have any tariffs. See, tariffs will, and not only will, look at what's happened. In 2 months, we're close to $9 trillion of investment. We've never been anywhere near that.
What did you say to Jeff Bezos?
He's just a very nice guy. We have a relationship. I asked him about it. He said, well, I don't want to do that. And he took it off immediately.
So he changed course. And will you take that same tactic with other CEOs if you
I'll
feel
always
like...
call people if I disagree with them. If I think that somebody's doing something that's incorrect, wrong, or maybe hurtful to the country, I'll call, absolutely. Wouldn't you want me to call? Biden wouldn't call because he didn't know what was happening, but I do.
Takes me to my next question. Today's strong jobs report likely means, not clear, but likely means the Fed is less likely to lower interest rates.
Well, he should lower them. And at some point he will. He'd rather not because he's not a fan of mine, just doesn't like me because I think he's a total stiff. And, it's just one of those things. He should lower them. And
He appointed him, by the way. His appointment wants to get another Trump appointee that Trump is just shitting on. He's a total stiff. Whoever appointed this guy is a real idiot.
I wish the people that are on that board would get him to lower because we are at a perfect time. It's already late, but he should lower interest rates.
Do you rule out removing Fed Chair Jerome Powell?
I'm not, I get to change him very quickly anyway. It's in a very short period of time.
In 2026. You're not going to remove, you don't have plans to remove him before 2026 when his time's up?
That was a total, why would I do that? I get to replace the person in another short period of time.
Okay. This week, you reshuffled your national security team.
Yeah.
You moved National Security Advisor Mike Waltz to UN ambassador. Just to remind our viewers, Waltz, of course, started that unsecure text chain where sensitive information was shared. Mr. President, was that move a punishment?
No, I just think he'll do a nice job in the new position. Marco's doing an outstanding job. No, Marco's very busy doing other things, so he's not going to keep it long term. We're going to put somebody else in. But I think Mike, who's, as you know, he's a fine guy, and I think he'll do a very good job. Knows the countries, knows leadership, and I think he'll do a very good job at the United Nations. And in the meantime, Marco's really doing something special, and it's going to work out very well.
We're hearing some potential names. Stephen Miller's name, one of your longtime, most loyal aides. His name has been talked about as a potential national security advisor. Is he someone you're looking at?
Well, I'd love to have Stephen there, but that would be a downgrade. Stephen's very, Stephen is much higher in the totem pole than that, in my opinion.
Can you tell us who the front runner is right now?
I have a lot of people that want it. I will tell you, I have everybody calling. Everybody wants to be a part of this administration. So at some point we'll, probably do that. There's a theory, Henry Kissinger did both. There's a theory that you don't need two people, but I think I have some really great people that could do a good job.
So Secretary Rubio could continue to have both jobs indefinitely?
He could, yeah, he could. But I think he even would like to probably see.
When I'm talking about good foreign policy decisions, I love bringing up Henry Kissinger. Great.
Because it is a little bit different. But in the meantime, he'll handle it. And I think Mike, if that goes forward, he still has to get approved. But I think Mike will do a very good job at the United Nations.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, obviously also on that unsecure text chain. He was sharing sensitive information. Are you looking for a new Secretary of Defense?
No, not even a little bit. No. Pete's going to be great.
His job is safe right now?
We're doing a fantastic job against the Houthis
who
like blowing ships up and watching them sink in the ocean. We're hitting him very hard. No, he's doing a very good job.
His job is safe right now?
Totally safe.
Okay. Let's talk about the border. Okay. Let's talk about deportations. Border crossings are at their lowest level ever recorded. Is the border...
Is that good?
Is the border now secure?
Yeah, it's really secure.
It's absolutely
isn't that good
secure.
that when you say that, doesn't that just sound good? After being abused for years by an incompetent president that allowed people to pour through an open border, criminals from all over the world, murderers and insane people from mental institutions and insane asylums. Isn't it a beautiful thing when you say it's the most secure it's ever been in the history of our country? Isn't that a nice statement?
Well, I'm curious to know what it means. You declared a national emergency on the southern border. The order is still in place.
By the way,
even though you're saying
exactly
the border's
what you
secure.
said. It means we have the most secure border we've ever had.
Well, and I guess the question becomes, when will you know that the emergency is over? Are you planning to lift it at some point? Is it necessary? Because obviously the military is involved. Will you lift that emergency?
Well, the biggest emergency is the courts aren't allowing us to take really
We're going
bad
to talk
people
about
out.
that, but talk to me first about this.
That's to me the emergency.
Talk to me first about this.
The border
emergency.
now is not the emergency. The border is it's all part of the same thing, though. The big emergency right now is that we have thousands of people that we want to take.
This is a surprisingly good interview, by the way.
Out, and we have some judges that want everybody to go to
Some
court.
of them you appointed, sir, including
That's all right.
3 on the Supreme Court.
They change. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how that happens, but they do
She's
change.
actually
Just to button this up, though, are you planning to
job.
lift that emergency order anytime soon? Now that the border's secure?
We have an
You say the
emergency. We
border's
have a massive emergency overall. It's an overall emergency on immigration. And if the courts don't allow us to take people out, if we had to have a court case, think of it, every single person, we have millions of people. We're going to have millions of court cases. Figure 2 weeks a court case, it would be 300 years.
So let's talk about this, because obviously you've had a back and forth with the Supreme Court. In a 9-0 decision, the Supreme Court directed your administration to facilitate the return. You've talked about this in the past, of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from a prison in El Salvador, whose deportation your administration called an administrative error. You said in a recent interview you could bring him back, but you won't. Are you defying the Supreme Court, sir?
No, I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job, because I'm not involved in the legality or the illegality. I have lawyers to do that, and that's why I have a great DOJ. We have a great one. We had a very corrupt one before. Now we have a great one. And they're not viewing the decision.
I do think it's kind of funny, even if it's scary, that we've completely dropped all pretense that, like, the DOJ is supposed to be independent. Like, he just keeps talking about the DOJ as his lawyers. They're not supposed to be your lawyers, dude. They're a part of the Department of Justice. You're acting like they're your lawyers. And I know they are, but that's crazy to just say. We've moved beyond any semblance of normalcy.
And the way you said it, they don't view it that way at all. They think it's a totally different decision.
Well, you say you have the power to bring him back, though. Your attorney general says, quote, that's up to El Salvador. Just to put a fine point on this, do you have the power to bring Abrego Garcia back as the Supreme Court
Well, I
has
have
ordered?
the power to ask for him to come back if I'm instructed by the Attorney General that it's legal to do so. But the decision as to whether or not he should come back will be the head of El Salvador. He's a very capable man.
Well, you know, and your Attorney General has said the issue is with that word facilitate. Will you seek clarification from the Supreme Court? Do you need to go back to the Supreme Court?
We may do that. I was asking about that. We may do that. There are some people that say, bring him back, put him in trial, and you get him out right away because you see what happened just this morning. Tapes came out, horrible tapes from his wife. You don't get much worse than that. You don't get, I mean, he seems certainly like a very...
Trump's ex-wife literally detailed out how Donald Trump physically, violently assaulted her and raped her throughout their marriage. Pretty sure, right? The tapes he's referencing is like, I think it was like the initial, the initial testimony to get a, to potentially get a temporary restraining order. Kilmar Abrego Garcia had a temporary restraining order taken out against him, or at least filed for, that was never enforced by his wife at the time, the woman who was like demanding his return to the country. She's already talked about this and said that this was like out of an abundance of caution and that they had very clearly worked out their differences by going to counseling. Out of an abundance of caution due to the actual domestic abuse that she had received in her first relationship before Kilmar Abrego Garcia, she took out a TRO. Stop mentioning Trump's ex-wives. We're not talking about Trump right now. We're talking about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And he is referencing Kilmar Abrego Garcia's temporary restraining order petition when he says the tapes came out.
Very dangerous, very bad person. But even the wife who was so afraid, she was afraid to talk. And all of a sudden, tapes got released this morning that were devastating to him.
And this is the point, sir, about due process. The Constitution says every person, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Why not push to have him come back, present all of that evidence in court, let a judge decide?
Well, I'll leave that to the lawyers and I'll leave that to the Attorney General of the United States.
But
because
do you agree?
they're in it. You have to understand, I'm dealing with Russia and Ukraine. I'm dealing
and we're
with
going to talk
China.
about that.
I'm dealing with Iran. I'm dealing with Rwanda and Congo, who are fighting, and we're trying to get that one straightened out, and I think we have done that. Did a great job. Nobody even talks about it, but I think we're close to doing that. They're looking like they're going to maybe make a peace deal, which would be good. But I'm dealing with a lot of different things. I don't know much about this gentleman other than I hear he's an absolute not good person. And I have very capable legal people, John Sauer, as you know, and all top people. And I have to rely on that to interpret whatever's said by the Supreme Court. Now, with that being said, I have tremendous respect for the Supreme Court. Look, 3 of the people are people I appointed.
Right.
And I have great respect for the Supreme Court. And I would expect that the Attorney General will be doing the right thing.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment.
Dog, you're the president. You literally put your fucking hand on the Bible when you pledge an oath that you will uphold the Constitution. That's it. What do you mean you don't know? I don't know. I don't know about due process. Actually, he didn't. Okay, wait, there wasn't a Bible? Oh, he's the Antichrist, bro. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. They didn't fucking... He still took an oath of office. Okay? Oh my God. God, they get away with so much, dude. That type of shit is like things that Republicans would basically hallucinate the Antichrist is returning if it was like a Democrat that did something similar.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process.
The oath is a joke. I know it's a joke, but it doesn't matter. Like, you're not supposed to admit that it's a joke. What do you mean? It's symbolic, but the whole point is like you're supposed to protect the Constitution. Due process is in it. It's a pretty important part of it, actually. Yeah, Joe Biden took the oath of office. Donald Trump swore on 2 Bibles for his first inauguration, one given to him his mother when he was a child, and the Lincoln Bible. These 2 Bibles were President Trump's side during his second inauguration, but he did not place his hand on them. Oh my God. Why are you applying such a high standard to him? Why can't you account for his age? Yeah, you're right, dude. He's just a little guy. He's just old, man. He don't know what he's saying. It's fine. Who cares about due process? Fuck it. YOLO. She looks so disgusted. Oh my God, the Bibles are right there. He's not even holding it. First atheist president.
Process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says
I don't know. It seems it might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials. We have thousands of people that are some murderers and some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth. Some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth. And I was elected to get them the hell out of here, and the courts are holding me from doing it.
But even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again.
Okay, I take it back. I said she was doing a good job, but in this situation, you have to switch gears because you're not talking to a normal president. You're not talking to a normal person in general. You have to switch gears and explain to him the importance of due process. When he says, I don't know, you have to literally turn around and be like, okay, if there's no more due process, then anyone and everyone can be falsely deported. That's the problem. It's you can't have ICE agents be judge, jury, and executioner. That cannot happen. That is the reason for why due process exists. You are a Republican. You have talked about witch hunts. You have talked about being falsely smeared. The reality of the matter is you got due process. And if it wasn't for due process, if you hadn't gotten due process, you could have potentially been locked away permanently. Don't you feel like this is the good reason as to why there is a concept such as due process? Like, you have to lower your argument for some when your opponent demonstrates that they do not care about the normalcy or like the normal function of institutions. You have to move beyond just simply pointing to those institutions and saying like, well, don't you think we should preserve them? Even if it's an institution as important as like the Constitution or the Supreme Court, it doesn't matter. You have to demonstrate why the violation of due process, like the removal of due process is bad. You have to explain it to him, and not just explain it to him, but his own fan base that is going to be tuning into this frequency also will be able to understand why this is scary. Of course, Trump could then deploy the excellent debate strategy of saying, this is boring. Don't you want to make content? And maybe start making fun of her mannerisms, and even mannerisms that she doesn't even have. This is unwatchable. You are ruining the content. This is why your ratings are low. Boring. What do you have to say to... I know you're at CNBC, but what do you have to say about ABC calling me a coward? What do you have to say to that? Mr. President, I'm not. I work for NBC News, not ABC. Well, you can make a value judgment, right? Make a value judgment about ABC's commentary now. Do it. Do it now. Do it now. You're making it boring.
I have brilliant lawyers that work for me. And they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. What you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. They have a different interpretation.
Is anyone in your administration right?
You sleep in a race car bed. I sleep with my wife in my big bed. With my wife, Melania. That's right. It's true.
Now, in contact with El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia to the United
don't know you.
I don't think he understands this is the major point of contention. We can't have a trial for every single person. That would be millions of trials. I don't think the Supreme Court will stand for that. I can't believe it because you know what? If they do, we're not going to have a country. No, like this is the dumbest argument against something that is supremely important to the Constitution, which is it's too hard. Like thousands and basically 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years of like liberal concepts, okay? 1,000 years of like liberal philosophy versus one guy saying it's too difficult. Like, bro, they had courts and some semblance of due process when there were fucking kings. Like, what are we talking about? Like, there was literally, like, they had courts during fucking kings. What do you mean? It's too difficult. It's too difficult. We can't do it. We can't do it. The UK and Sweden still have a king? Okay, you know what I mean. I'm talking like straight monarchy era, okay? Courts are bad content. I never liked it. We must do away with the courts. Unless they like me, in which case I will allow it. I will allow it.
Trying to get very good ones. I mean, we need judges that are not going to be demanding trials for every single illegal immigrant. We have millions of people that have come in here illegally, and we can't have a trial for every single person. That would be millions of trials. The people elected me in a landslide with every single, we won every swing state, we won everything there is to win by big numbers. Not only swing state, we won the popular vote by millions of votes. They elected me. This was the #1 issue. And now we have judges radicalized and they're crazy because they want us to have, if you believe this, they want us to have a trial for every person that came in illegally into our country. So they come.
Yeah, I can believe it. What are you saying? That is how it's been done. What do you mean? Can you believe it? They want every person that I think is bad to be going through the court system. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Yes, dude, that's the law. What are you talking about? Of course, that is supposed to be the way things work. You can't just turn around and be like, look at how stupid these rules are. Can you believe it? He doesn't even acknowledge that that is a rule, by the way. He just says it's so crazy.
Come into our country illegally, and then we're supposed to take weeks, I guess, and months to have a trial on every criminal, and we have murderers all over the country. I don't think the Supreme Court will stand for that. I can't believe it. Because you know what? If they do, we're not going to have a country.
Like, that determination of whether or not someone is in here illegally and must be deportable is profoundly important so that citizens aren't getting fucking deported, even by his own standards. But no one has seemingly brought this up to him. Like, what the fuck do you mean it's too difficult? The whole point is you don't know if someone is actually even an undocumented citizen. Like, what are we talking about?
You'd have to ask the Attorney General that question.
Okay. At least 2 Americans have been mistakenly detained and released by your administration, immigration authorities. Mr. President, should lawful residents of this country start carrying paperwork with them when they leave their homes?
I don't think that'll be necessary, but what you're not saying is that many people have been killed, maimed, badly hurt by illegal immigrants that came over that are from prisons and from jails and from mental institutions, and they're hurting our people. And if we don't get them out, we're not going to have a country for long. We need honest media, and we need walls. We need to have borders. And by the way, I built a lot of walls, and if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be able to have those. You know, we would not be able to have the kind of numbers if I wasn't successful in building hundreds of miles of wall.
Very quickly, sir, the last time you and I spoke in December, you said that you would consider working on getting Dreamers legal status. Dreamers, of course, those who were brought here illegally as children. Where do those efforts stand? Is that a priority for you?
Well, it's not a priority for the Democrats because every time we talk about it, they don't want to talk about it because I guess they like it as a political issue, but they're not good at political issues because they still want to have men playing women's sports.
Well, Republicans do control Congress right now, Mr. President.
But the
Are you going
Democrats
to
don't.
make Dreamers a priority?
Well, you'd need for that, you would need to have support from Democrats, and we have no support from the Democrats.
Have you had any discussions about Dreamers?
Yeah, we've had discussions. We would do something. I'd love to put in beautiful immigration for everybody, but the Democrats don't want to approve anything. All they want to do is knock out a tax bill. We're trying to get approved right now, the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And if it doesn't get approved, it's a 68% tax increase, and that's what the Democrats want. They want a 68% tax increase.
I want to mention something here, but just like with Jerome Powell, he's like, who could be the idiot that did this? With the tax increase that's coming for Americans, that is also something he did because he did not think that he would lose the election. So he set it up to make it whoever was supposed to be the president after his 2 terms and their problem, because the way he cut the tax proposal, I mean, it ended up working for him, but the way he cut the previous tax cuts, the legislation, that they started implementing in 2017, I believe, was that the way he cut it was that all of the tax brackets under the top marginal tax rate, the top marginal tax bracket, would actually inevitably have tax increases back to the previous level before 2017. Now he wants to make those tax cuts for the working class permanent. The only tax cuts that were made permanent in the 2017 legislation was, and this might come as a surprise to many of you, the top marginal tax bracket and corporate taxes. That's not true. Tax breaks, sunsets, 2025, all of them, just not just under top taxes. No, you're wrong. What? I'm pretty sure you're wrong. No, he made the top marginal tax bracket. I don't think they all sunset. No, the rich ones are permanent. The top marginal tax bracket and the corporate tax cuts were permanent. Make America Great Again. I want to go back to the 50s. They all sunset us on. That's why they're panicking. No, they aren't permanent. That's why they're doing accounting tricks to keep them. Hold on. I think you guys are getting lost in the weeds. I thought the top marginal tax rate and the corporate tax rate was made permanent. The corporate tax cut that was implemented is a permanent tax cut. And from what I recall, how the 2026 tax brackets would change if the TCJA expires. Oh shit. Wait, what the fuck? I am wrong. Damn. Holy fuck. The only one that's permanent is the corporate tax rate? I know that one is permanent. But I thought the top marginal tax rate would also stay at 37%. I was wrong. And not only was I wrong, I've been wrong for quite a while. That's crazy that the chatter who corrected me is also one of the most insane chatters that I have. Am I having a fucking Berenstein Bears moment or some shit? Why did I think this for the longest goddamn time? I feel terrible right now. I feel like my brain is doo-doo. Time to grift right wing? Yeah. Mandela effect, bro. Gotta watch How to Win John Wilson. We got shifted into a different timeline where MAGA communist Donald Trump is in charge. I don't think you've been wrong for a long time. I remember you explaining these at the time, and my understanding was that they're just the corporate taxes stay low. No, I definitely thought the top marginal tax rate. This I thought was permanent, and then these were slated to sunset. But I think it's because of this that I thought that it wasn't the top tax bracket, but it was the one under that stays the same, I guess. So in my mind, I always thought it was the top tax bracket, maybe. But the corporate tax bracket is the same. And so is, I guess, not the second time. You don't know what you're saying? What do you mean? What was the first time? I don't know what I'm saying. Now you have to double down and shift right? Okay, we're good. I'm doubling down. Ethan podcast, if I recall correctly. What do you mean? The ones that are definitely permanent is the corporate tax rate. Anyway, let's continue.
It's rather incredible.
And I do want to talk to you about your legislation, but let's talk about DOJ very quickly. DOJ has fired and then rehired thousands of federal workers, including FAA employees in charge of aviation safety, specialists working on nuclear weapon safety. What do you say to those who believe Elon Musk's chainsaw approach has jeopardized the safety and security of Americans?
Well, they found $160 billion worth of fraud, waste, and abuse. I mean, I think he's done an amazing job. I think his people have done an incredible job. They're brilliant people. They know the computer. I actually asked him, what's their big trait? He said they're unbelievable at computers. In other words, you can't fake them out because these people are, in many cases, crooks. But it was fraud, waste, and abuse. They found, your question should be asked a different way. Were certain things found? Yes. How much? $160 billion. Think of what $160 billion is. He found $160 billion.
He said he'd find $2 trillion.
Well, we're not finished yet. Mm-hmm. We're not finished
yet. Do you
yet.
think the work continues even though he's leaving?
He said sure. He's leaving behind some very brilliant people. They were on television last night. They're super high IQ people. I like high IQ people. The Democrats don't have many of them.
Let me ask you about some news that broke. You are threatening to rescind Harvard's tax-exempt status.
Yeah.
And yet directing the IRS to investigate and rescind a university's tax-exempt status is contrary to what's in the federal law. The law says you can't do this. Do you think you're following the law?
Well, I tell you, I'm going to just follow what the lawyers say. They say that we're allowed to do that, and I'm all for it. But everything I say is subject to the laws being 100% adhered to.
Are you willing to take this to court if it becomes a court fight? You're going to take it that far?
We've won a lot of cases.
All right, let's talk about some of the other actions you've taken over the past 100 days. Last month, you directed your Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to review 2 people who you perceive to be your political adversaries. And yet you told me in December...
Bro, what's so funny about it is, like, when he says we won a lot of court cases, he actually hasn't. But I guess his advisors keep telling him that decisions that come down from the Supreme Court, for example, like the Kilmar-Abrego-Garcia return, like, he literally just listens to his lawyers, and his lawyers are like, yes, Mr. President, it was actually unanimous, 9-0 in your favor. Like, that's what Stephen Miller said. And Trump was like, come on, Stephen, you're so beautiful. Come on, Stephen, tell him what you told me about the Supreme Court decision. And it's crazy that, like, he just fucking lied on national television. That is not what the Supreme Court's decision is. It's the exact opposite. It is, the more I see of Trump on the main stage, the more I realize he is also Brandonized and is being used like a mecha, like a fucking flesh puppet by the likes of, like, Stephen Miller and some of the most reactionary Nazis. Straight up.
Remember that you would not direct the Justice Department to investigate your political foes. What changed?
Well, no, I just look at people, and I'm not directing anybody. They looked at these 2 people. They might have known it, or they might have heard it from 2 years ago. One person said, he knew me so well. He was, I think, on CNN or MSDNC, but they're both failing networks. You're happy to know, even though one of them, I guess, is related to you in one form or another, although they're trying to cut him loose as fast as possible. But it was well known that this one person, it was almost like he was my brother. I don't even know who he is. Maybe he was there. Maybe he was in the Oval Office a few times as a surrogate for, you know, somebody in some form of government, along with 25 other people that sat in the back of the room or stood in the back of a room. I have no idea who this guy is. And he's out there. And then he did a book called Anonymous. I think that's really subversion. I think it's spying. It's something really bad.
But you passed an executive order calling for your Attorney General
he's been
to
looked
investigate
at
that
for a long time. And the other one.
Oh my God. That's so fucking insane. He's trying to say that this dude was doing espionage for writing about his experience of being in the room as like a low-level staffer or whatever.
And said that the election was so wonderful. It was such a, well, it turned out it wasn't a wonderful election. It was a corrupt election.
Let me ask it this way, sir, because when we talked in December, I asked you, what is your message to people who didn't vote for you? Let me remind you of what you said. You said, I love you, and we're going to all work together. How does pursuing your political foes help to unify the country?
Did I really say I love you?
You really did. That's a direct quote.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right, but I'd like to see.
I promise I'll show it to you. I'll show you the tape.
Look.
How does that help to unify
I want to
the
treat
country?
people fairly, whether they voted for me or not.
This is like Ethan Klein being like, 110? You mean to tell me I've sent 110 Instagram stories? Well, that can't be true. Do you mean since 2023? Oh no, you're telling me it's since 2021, January 31st, 2021. I don't believe you. I don't believe it.
I want to have a unified country. It's very hard because the media is so fake, including, like, even the way you ask questions. Every question is asked in a negative vein. There's a toy company that took a toddler's, whatever, but you don't talk about the fact that gasoline is down at numbers that nobody believes possible. You know why they're down, by the way? Drill, baby, drill. We're drilling like crazy right now.
We try to make sure every question is fair, Mr. President.
Look, every question you ask says a very negative slant.
No, but look, I'm just curious.
I'm fine for responding to you. I don't think you're very difficult at all to respond to be honest with you. But you know what? You should ask some positive things like, sir, it's amazing what you've done with gasoline. Because you know what? Gasoline's big business. A stroller is not big business.
To this question, Mr. President, you said you wanted to unify the country. Does going after political foes undercut that goal?
No, not at all. No, we want honest people.
Okay.
I think you have to do that. We want honest people in this country.
Let me ask you big picture. People who have lived in countries like the Philippines, Hungary, Russia, they look at some of your actions going after civil service, going after universities, law firms, the media, They say it's out of an authoritarian playbook. What do you say to those who believe you are taking the country down an authoritarian path?
Well, there you go again. Why don't you ask it a different way? Many people wanted to come into our country. Many people love Trump. I won the election. They didn't win the election. I got a lot more votes than they did. I won the popular vote. I won all 7 swing states by a lot.
Great answer, man. Great fucking answer, dude. Incredible answer. What do I say to this, you know? What do you say? You meant January 31st, 2025? No. What? He's like, what you're doing is really authoritarian. He's like, no, I got the popular mandate. They want me to be this way.
A lot of people were surprised. I said, I think you could win 4, maybe 5. No, I won all 7, and I won by a lot. And I won, actually, I think there was a lot of hanky-panky going on, but it was too big to rig. That's the good news. It's too big to rig. But let me just say, so when you make these statements about, people say this, people, well, you know, they had their chance at the election and they lost big. So you should ask the question differently. You should say, what about the people that want to be in this country? What about the people that love this country?
But what do you say? I'm asking it on behalf of those people to give you a chance to respond to them. What do you say to those people, sir?
Those people are going to be very happy. They're going to have to see some results. And I think we had a great 100 days. There are a lot of people that say it was unprecedented. It was an absolutely unprecedented 100 days. And
why does he? That's, by the way, as a longtime Trump stan, you know, because I'm apolitical, I noticed that he started doing this new thing where he always goes, why don't you ask me the question in a different way? That's new. That's a new meta. And I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know who taught him that. I don't know why he says that. But he always says that now. When he doesn't like a question, he goes, why don't you ask nicely? Why don't you ask me nicely? Why do you ask such mean questions? He got used to press pool. He's used to the new White House press pool questions. No, I know, but I'm saying, like, I just don't know where that, like, who taught him that?
I hope that they're going to be right.
Do you see dissent as an essential part of democracy?
It's a part of democracy. It is. You're
Is
always
it an
going to have
important
dissent.
part of democracy?
Yeah, you're always going to have, Kristen, you're always going to have dissent. There's nothing you're going to do about that. Am I going to get 100% unified? It would be a strange place. I can't even imagine it where 100%. Look, you have people that are good people. They're very smart people. And they honestly believe we should have open borders and the entire world should be allowed to pour into our country. I think it's a 95-5 issue, but they believe it. They're not even bad people. Some of them are bad. You have people that honestly believe that men should be allowed to play in women's sports. Some of these people, I don't know any. I haven't been able to find any, but they exist. They say it's an 80-20 issue. I don't believe that. I think it's a 97-3 issue.
Do you think people should have the right to criticize you without fear of reprisal?
Absolutely, yeah, I do. That I do.
And how do you square
that? And I think that happens.
How do you square that with the fact that you have passed these executive orders asking the Attorney General to look into some of the people who've criticized you, who've been harshest against you?
I have been investigated more than any person in the history of the United States of America. I've been investigated more than the late, great, as I say at my rallies, Alphonse Capone. Alphonse Capone was a nasty man. He was the highest level gangster. And I have been investigated more than Al Capone, more than anybody. These people are evil people, and I won. And I'll tell you what, all I want to happen is for the Department of Justice and the FBI. Pam is great and Cash is great. I think they're two great people, but they're their own people. They want to do a fantastic job. And all I want to do and all I want to ask for is that they be allowed to do their job. I'm not telling them to do anything, and I believe I have the right to do it. I'm, in theory, the top law enforcement officer as the president. We went over this once before, and it turned out I was right. But I'm not looking to use that. We have two great people, and we have many, many incredible people under them, and I just want them to do their job and do it well.
Let me ask you about something I don't think you've been asked much about, which is you've branded your own cryptocurrency. The coin's values actually surged recently after you announced that top holders would be invited to have dinner.
I don't even know that. What did it surge to?
What did it surge to?
Yeah, what's it worth? You might as well tell me, because I have no idea.
Well, it surged. It surged. I will find it. Hold on one second. 5.2 or 58%. So 58%.
To what number?
That's not bad. 14.32.
What? Billion?
Dollars per cryptocurrency.
$1 billion?
No.
What's the number? I mean, what is the amount?
The meme coin's value hit a peak of 75.35 on January 19th.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
And that's before your inauguration, and then it surged.
Look, I'm in favor of crypto.
Let me just ask you, what do you say to those who argue that when they hear that, they worry you're profiting from the presidency?
I'm not profiting from anything. All I'm doing is, I started this long before the election. I want crypto. I think crypto is important because if we don't do it, China's going to. And it's new. It's very popular. It's very hot. If you look at the market, when the market went down, that stayed much stronger than other aspects of the market. But I want crypto because a lot of people, millions of people want it. I don't know if you know that Biden went after it violently, and then before the election, he changed his tune entirely. His head of the SEC, everybody changed their tune. You know why? Because there were hundreds of millions of people that are...
There ain't no way this dumb fuck is going to send me to a camp. He is. All of us. In some ways, it makes it so much worse that it's not even like a competent or smart strategist that is going to be sending all of us to concentration camps. Forget a level 40 orc wizard in WoW. That shit is for LGBTs. You've moved on to slaying real life monsters and becoming the politics goat. You are Jon Snow in real life. You have my axe, Asmongold. Brace, there's no wizard in WoW. It's mage, arcane frost or fire, or warlock, affliction, demonology, or destruction. And he just responds with LGBT. Yeah, I'm done. It's so weird. It's so weird seeing Brace interact with Asmongold. What is the world that we've... Hold on. I just finished talking between you and Ethan. I just wanted to say the small fact that I'm Iraqi, and I know this firsthand. Jews in Iraq lived normally with all Iraqi religions and races until Nakba, and then Saddam, later on, you mean, decided to kick them out, and not a single person accepted that they were literally our friends and family. We don't hate them whatsoever. Our fight is against Israel's genocide, not with Jews. I mean, good luck. I have food over here still. Hold on, let me get that out of the way. Yeah, that's fine. You can keep that. We just have to take some photos, chat. I don't know why, but they're press photos. Headshots? Not headshots, action shots. All right.
Participating in crypto, and they wanted to get their votes.
So
but
you're not profiting off of the cryptocurrency?
I haven't even looked.
Has your family?
I'll tell you what. Look, if I own stock in something and I do a good job, and
what about back shots? No, action shots, not back shots. The fuck is wrong with you?
Stock market goes up, I guess I'm profiting. But who really profits is somebody like Nancy Pelosi, who uses inside information. She worked for $175,000.
Wait, he's saying so he's profiting exactly like Nancy Pelosi, but it's bad because Nancy Pelosi did it. But it's good when he does it. Like, that's the argument here. The argument here is, who's really profiting? Nancy Pelosi, just like me. But it's bad when she does it. Hold on here. I'll put the other camera on so you're not in the fucking shot. Oh Jesus. Okay, never mind. All right, back to the. All right.
A year, and that's at the high end, and she's worth $150-200 million.
Who are you paying for a puff piece this time? No, dude. You want to know how fucking no budget ass we are over here? I don't have a. No, you're laughing, but I'm saying like I don't have enough, I guess, press photos for some of the articles that have been written, so they're asking for like press shots that we take ourselves. Yeah, well, you are a professional. That's true. Yeah, put the video in the bag.
You ought to look at Nancy Pelosi, and you ought to look at some of these politicians that are stone cold crooks. I was very wealthy when I came in. Being president, I probably cost me money if you really look. In fact, I do something that no other president has done. They think maybe George Washington has done. I contribute my entire salary to the government, back to the government.
So will you contribute anything you earn from crypto back to the government, if that happens?
I never thought of that. I mean, should I contribute all of my real estate that I've owned?
Oh, that was a good question. That was actually a good question. And Instantly, he's like, no, that's a no.
For many years, if it goes up a little bit because I'm president and doing a good job, I don't think so.
Okay.
But I've done something that surprisingly, they say nobody else has done, no other president has done. and it's a substantial salary. It's like $500,000 a year or $550,000 a year.
Change your hairstyle for a bit of variety in the photos. Yeah, same outfit, but a different hairstyle will truly create that variety necessary for these press shots.
4 years, a couple of $1 million. I gave it to the government last time. I never got a story saying I gave it. Nobody cared if I gave it. I guarantee if I didn't give it, there'd be a big story. But no other president, they say, with the possible exception of George Washington, and they haven't been able to find those records. And we've had wealthy presidents before, but no other president has contributed the salary. And they told me before this that you will probably be asking me whether or not I'm going to contribute my salary again, but you haven't asked that.
Are you going to?
Yes.
You are? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, I appreciate we just made news there. Let's talk about foreign policy, sir.
Oh, you've made news in a lot of different parts of this conversation, I will say. Like when he said, I don't know about due process. It's too hard. It's too hard.
You just signed a minerals deal with Ukraine. It's a sign, it seems, that the United States is invested in Ukraine's future. The Secretary of State told me this is a very critical week. Are you any closer to reaching a peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia?
I hope so.
How would you characterize
I do believe we're closer with one party and maybe not as close with the other, but we'll have to see. I'd like to not say which one we're closer to, but we did do a deal for the American people that was good. We were able to get rare earth. You know, the Europeans are getting paid back. They have a loan. We didn't. Biden just gave them $350 billion. He has no idea where the money is, what happened. And at least we'll, in one form or another, get our, I don't feel so foolish. And remember this is Biden's war. This was a war that was never going to happen if I were president. This is a horrible, horrible war. And I get to see shots of soldiers through, satellite that are so terrible. 5,000 soldiers are being, 5,000 soldiers a week on average are dying. Okay. They're not American soldiers, but I want to solve the problem. They're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers. And if I can save 5,000 souls, I just love doing it.
How long do you give both?
That's why he's doing it in Gaza. My beautiful president. Oh, sorry. He doesn't give a shit about that. He wants to ethnically cleanse the entirety of the Gaza Strip. So
countries before you're going to walk away.
Well, there'll be a time when I will say, okay, keep going, keep being stupid.
When does that come? Are you close to it?
Sometimes I get close to it and then positive things happen. Okay. So I hope it gets done.
Chatter's asking, did you wish March a happy Cinco de Mayo or being racist? Okay.
Your close ally, Senator Lindsey Graham, has a sanctions bill against Russia. If you get to that point, Mr. President, where you're prepared to walk away, will you sign that sanctions bill?
Well, it depends on whether or not Russia is behaving toward coming to a peace. We want a peace deal. We want Russia and Ukraine to agree to a deal. Mm-hmm. We think we're fairly close, and we're going to save a lot of people from being killed. We save a lot of money, too, because we're spending money like, Europe is spending a third of the money that we're spending. And it's more important for Europe than it is for us. Biden had no control. He just sent money over there willy-nilly. Nobody had any idea what was happening, why they were doing it, why they were sending it. And it was massive amounts of money.
So you think you're close to a deal? What will Russia have to give up? Because Ukraine, there's been discussions they will have to give up some of the land.
Russia will have to give up all of Ukraine. Because that's what they want.
All of Ukraine, meaning they wouldn't keep any of the land that they've claimed?
Russia would have to give up all of Ukraine. Because what Russia wants is all of Ukraine. And if I didn't get involved, they would be fighting right now for all of Ukraine. Russia doesn't want the strip that they have now. Russia wants all of Ukraine. And if it weren't me, they would keep going. Do you know that the European Union leaders have asked me to call Putin so many times because he doesn't return their phone call?
You posted on social media he might be tapping you along.
Might be.
Did you misread
But you might
him?
be tapping me along too when you tell me how nice an interview this is going to be. So,
Did you?
I'm used to being tapped along.
Did you in any way misread Vladimir Putin?
Did I what?
Misread him. Now that you're saying that,
I'll tell you about that in a month from now or 2 weeks from now. I have no idea. I can tell you this: his ambition was stopped to a large extent when he saw that it was me that was now leading the charge, because he wasn't dealing with anybody in Europe. He wasn't calling him back. Do you know that I asked him, I said, did Biden ever call you in 3 years? Did Biden ever call? He said he never called. Do you know Biden didn't call him one time? And all these thousands of soldiers, hundreds, millions of...
Bro, that's crazy. Putin loves me. He hated Biden. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. You don't understand it. Believe it. Vladimir, no. When I said that, he trust me, he heard me. He said, Mr. President, I will no longer do death and destruction.
Of soldiers are dying, and people, not only soldiers, people dying in the cities and the towns, and the whole heritage of that country is being blown apart. I mean, the country's heritage is being blown apart. You know the steeples, those beautiful spires that you see, you know the most beautiful in the world?
Yeah.
Almost 95% of them are laying in smithereens, all broken up and so sad, laying all over the ground because they were shot. It's really a bad situation. And he didn't get one phone call from Biden. The war would have never started. And by the way, for 4 years, it didn't start. I was there for 4 years. It was the apple of his eye. This was the apple of Putin's eye. There was no chance he would have gone in.
what's the red line for you? At what point do you say that's it? We're walking away.
Well, you'll know. I mean, there'll be a time when I may say that. And if
But
I
you're
do,
not
there may be something I can't, maybe.
Twitch streamer Dan Saltman. Dexternox. He's back. Austin Ox is back. Twitch streamer Dan Saltman posts screenshot of HasanAbi stream thumbnail showing anti-Semitic bar sign to target Twitch advertisers. When shown the clip is of Hasan reporting on it as anti-Semitism, he tweeted, "Context matters, guys," and blocked the account sharing the clip. Ha ha ha. Hasan's commie dick sucks are mad. Context matters, guys. Live by the context swastika sword. Die by the context swastika sword. What doesn't make any sense in this process is like, yeah, the swastika sword was also not a swastika sword, which Ethan also recognized. What the fuck do you mean? So that was also out of context, and this is, you're just continuing to be out of context. Like what? This is, for the record, it'll never not be crazy to me that this dude is 60 years old. By the way, like please, man, please, fucking focus on something else for your life. This is insane. If you're wondering, what do you do in this situation? What do I even do in this situation? We getting a community known on Diddy Saltzman insane tweet? Just wait him out at this point? Yeah, just like real anti-Semitism looks like. This is it. Okay? And ironically enough, yeah, the staff brought it out, and the staff wrote it. Like the fact that there were people that literally okayed this, like you wrote it on a napkin and you said, this is what I want on my sign. And then someone went and took the letters FUCKTHEJEWS and planted them, okay, on that fucking sign. And then numerous people saw it in the process and were like, here, let's get these bottle service girls to bring it out. And at no point did anybody go, what the fuck are you guys doing? Kick these fucking losers out of the bar immediately. We are not putting out a fucking sign like this. I know the dipshits that ordered it are probably drunk, but I don't think the fucking manager is on. Like, what a crazy thing that it's so transparently false, right? It is so transparently a falsehood, and yet nobody fucking cares. I don't understand it. Like, he was tweeting about how much damage they can do now with E-fans on their side. They were always on his side. What do you mean? When have they not been on his side? Like, if the damage hasn't been done thus far, it's not going to be, this is not like a new meta for them, you know? It's just so fucking stupid. The thing that actually shocks me is how much dumber the discourse has gotten. Like, there was at least some interest from people on opposing teams in the past to be like, is this true? You know what I mean? Like, people would, at the very least, if I were to do this about someone, I'm certain that people in my community would go along with it. If I were to just, like, you know, lie, right? If I were to lie about someone and be like, oh, this person did this or this person did that, like, yeah, there would definitely be a lot of people that would go along with it for sure. But I'm certain that there would be a decent number of people, even in this chat, that would go, hold on, I don't think that's the case. As a matter of fact, they do it all the time. They do it all the fucking time. There are people in this chat that will come in and do it when I'm saying something correct, and people are still skeptical over it. I have some of the biggest semantics perverts in the game. Yeah, it just happened today with the corporate tax, not the corporate tax rate, but the tax cuts being sunset. So I can't comprehend how other people, like other communities, are just actively like, yeah, I don't really care that it's wrong. I just hate this fucking guy. Every single person who hit like on Diddy Man's tweet did so knowing it's wrong. They're living in a yes-anding acting troupe. I just don't understand what that does. Like, what does that do? Because it's not working. You're just basically in this echo chamber where you're imagining things about me that are demonstrably false with the hopes that, like, no one from that side crosses the boundary and comes in here. Is that what it is? Because there are plenty of people who see this shit and go, wait a minute, is this correct? Let me go check this out. You know what I mean? There are always still people that will eventually go, I'm going to go see for myself. And then those people are going to be like, okay, well, I guess I was lied to pretty actively by this fucking cult. Like, there are people in here right now that most likely used to be either fans or were in the periphery, and they saw this kind of shit. They saw this kind of hate farming and were like, I'm going to go and see if this is real or not. And when they unironically come in here, they go, okay, this was completely incorrect. My bad. They become a part of this community. So you're literally fucking creating additional fans for me. That's it. You underestimate how dumb people are? They believe just based on the tweet. I know. But for every, like, 100 to 1,000 person, for every 1,000th person, let's say, there's a person that's going to go, I want to figure out if this is real or not. I was looking back on DMs with one of my cousins from 2021 who replied to a story I posted about you saying Hasan is anti-Semitic. If you knew you were Jewish, he wouldn't be so kind. That's so funny. All the way back in 2021. That was me with you owning a mansion discourse. Yeah. You are getting the tweet wrong. I think they just like the hater coming from it. Read my last message. See? This person is very clearly still doing that. What I was talking about with respect to, I have semantics perverts in my chat that will try to come after my argument in a critical fashion, even when they're in the wrong. I think he's talking about the fact that Twitch used this as a thumbnail, which is why they advertise on Twitch. So he's not complaining about Twitch, not you. Dude, what are you talking about? No, the implication there is that I am a vicious, rabid anti-Semite, and that's why I'm looking at that. That's what he's implying. What are you, crazy? I think if you told us a lie like Ethan is faking his ticks, then double, triple, quadruple down, we would 100% call you out on that bullshit. Yeah, 100%. The way that these guys operate is also like, I would say that, okay? I would just say this vicious lie, okay? This really fucked up and ableist lie that Ethan is like faking his ticks. And then I would find that one clip where he's talking about how he played up his ticks in order to not serve in the Israeli military, to say, see, I proved it. And then I would just go along. I would clip that out of context, and I would just keep saying it over and over and over again. If I were to do that, my community would be like, what the fuck are you saying? What are you even doing? Why are you talking about this person? Why are you lying about this person? I would lose half my fucking audience overnight. You know what I mean? Except on the other side of the fucking discourse, virtually everything they say is a lie, and they just like keep doing a barrage of, this is
fucking little weasel rat. I mean, it's okay because I'm doing the same thing. See, this is what you guys don't get. This is what you don't get. You don't play the game. You don't play it strong enough.
Dan Stalkman, he's like admitting to taking out of context clips and just lying over and over again for defamatory purposes.
You're over here like, Dan, do not bring up that he went to a brothel. Yes, it was raided, but in the end, they didn't find enough crimes to shut them down. He has no issues clip chipping me, okay? He's fine doing it. Why the fuck would I not do it in return, okay? He wants to, like, do out of context fucking clips at me you know what? That's fucking.
What's really funny about this statement is it's also a lie, because in order for me to find out of context clips of him, I would have to know anything about him. Okay? I would have to like know what the context is and then be able to cleverly clip it out of context. I don't know anything about this man. I just know he's a fucking 60-year-old pervert who's lost his goddamn mind and like has made it his life's mission to actively stalk me. I don't give a shit. I don't know who the fuck this loser is. And most people in this community don't know who the fuck this loser is either. This is Destiny's podcast co-host, Orbiter, who spends every waking moment actively trying to get me deplatformed. That's his whole life's mission, is to create some kind of like plausible deniability for Destiny as he uses the Diddy G community to try and actively deplatform me. My biggest fan.
420, blaze it. Let's go. YOLO. Do it.
This is the guy that Ethan openly admitted to collaborating with, who has also openly admitted, this guy has openly admitted to working alongside the ADL, for the record.
Because you know what? There's not that many clips of me that you can take out of context. There's a few, but
there's so much. The funniest part about this also is that he's so horny to fucking try to find something that he literally burned the reputation of his privacy company by trying to get a hit tweet out, scouring the interweb for an internet archive of like a fucking Diddy tweet that I made in like 2012 that I don't even remember making, don't even remember deleting really. And he used that to be like, yeah, he used our service. He used our service to delete that. And it's like, brother, the most offensive part of this process is that you lied about me using your service. It was so stupid. It's his own fucking privacy application that he burned the reputation of to make it seem like they actively blackmailed their fucking clients, all at the behest of Israel too, which makes it even funnier, and defending Israel's interests. Amazing. Didn't he say his life's goal was deplatforming you and ruining your life? I think, was it Ethan who said that? I mean, they probably both have said that at some point. Yeah. Has Tectone always hated you? Why did he all of a sudden start attacking you? I mean, I don't care, dude. It's like, if you are a villain online, if you are a repulsive little fucking freak online, there is going to come a day where you're like, fuck Hasan, I hate him. I take that in stride. I think that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. Oh no, a person who is credibly accused of rape is saying that I'm a bad guy. What will I do? Okay. What's really funny about that one is that apparently, well, not so funny, it was fucking, I guess, ironic deeply, is that apparently Tectone, as soon as he came after me and talked about his father's like military record or whatever, here it is, I'm gonna show you that really quickly, the internet found out that motherfucker's dad did the same shit that he did. Where is it? Hold up. Let me find the original tweet just to help you understand what's going on here real quick. He said, I am genuinely considering full swapping to YouTube if this terrorist propaganda isn't punished harshly and immediately on Twitch. My father, my brothers, and our soldiers did not bleed, sacrifice, and die for this bullshit to be allowed and promoted on Twitch. This needs to change immediately. Now, there's much wrong with this because I thought the lie that was told to America is that, you know, soldiers are literally dying to protect the First Amendment, which would fall under a defense of, you know, what I'm saying, and even beyond that, right? But it turns out, and it's also additionally funny because everyone fucking hates this repulsive little monster, this goddamn ogre, which is precisely why I said, oh no, what will anyone do if the bald pervert leaves the Twitch platform for good? Okay. Turns out Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, folks. This is who he was talking about, Tectone. Apparently this is his dad.
Today, I would like to tell the story of one of the 8% that were prosecuted. The story of Colonel Michael Robertson, who commanded Fort Bliss's 31st Combat Support Hospital at Camp Dwyer, a military base and airfield in the Helmand River Valley in Afghanistan. Last week, Colonel Robertson was convicted by a military judge of 14 charges, including having pornography on his government computer, sexually harassing 3 women, and assaulting 5 women. 8 women that served under his command testified at great cost to their careers and their privacy. Colonel Robertson routinely touched them without permission.
Someone found a photo of him and his father together. All right, pal. I don't think you get to reveal that you let your entire family sign up and went, have fun, suckers. I'm going to become a Me Too Genshin streamer and get self-righteous about it. As if you couldn't play freemium games and get accused of heinous acts in the service. His dad got booted from the army for sexually assaulting other soldiers. I just saw the article. We need to trade the family to a country. What the fuck? I don't condone. I condemn what Felix is saying. Christ, listen. Felix, you need to be on Twitch to get these people into crying about you too. I have a bad disposition for doing it consistently. There are 3 streams I really enjoy doing, and I feel like I could do them for 12 hours whenever I'm on. But doing it by myself like 5 days a week would start to chap my ass. I guess it would be nice making enough to buy a MiG though. I'm audio, please say it. No. I think it's pretty crazy. Oh, here's the, I think this was what I saw. Yeah, this is what I saw on the timeline.
The biggest photo you see is of Colonel Michael Robertson. He was convicted of 14 accounts of sexual assault. He only served 90 days in jail and paid a $30,000 fine.
Bro, that is the craziest. I mean, it's not even a milkshake duck style situation, because it's like for a milkshake duck to occur, like, this needs to be a beloved figure and not a bald rapist himself, right? But what was hilarious about this, situation is, like, I didn't know anything about his dad, you know? Literally, where is this reference? You posted, come in with receipts posted, bro. So where did this reference happen? Do you think this person will change their perspective about this guy? Hokai Impact 3rd, gotta be the best game. Australia, motherfucker. Yeah, like, what? Why would you invite people looking for this information? It's so crazy. Okay, I investigated by myself, and there's a person with the same name, rank, and similar age to Tectone's dad, and he was indeed found guilty of 14 counts of sexual harassment. It definitely wasn't his dad. His dad served in the late 80s, the early 90s. Anything after that, he probably wasn't active and was a reserve. Plus, I know people like Casey, blah, blah, blah. He literally references his dad as Iron Mike, which was also the nickname explicitly referenced in the trial of Michael Robertson. It's pretty obviously his father-in-law. It's not a surprise considering the history of sexual abuse that runs in the family. Like, this man has, I guess, epigenetic memories of rape. He had to do it, you know? He just couldn't. He couldn't stop himself because it's just like, it's a familial obligation over here. He literally says, should we call you Colonel in the podcast? Colonel Michael Robertson, Lamau. In the video, he literally said he served in Vietnam. The same Colonel Michael Robertson in the assault trial who served, guess where? Vietnam, Lemfao. I think it's Tectone. Your father was a literal terrorist. Asman's father was a Vietnam invader. Both of you don't have the right to call anyone terrorist. Okay, listen, Asman dad is good in my book, okay? He is a liberal. I don't know if he still is, but I don't know if he's still a fan, but, you know, no smearing Asman dad. I can't believe it, dude. What an insane way to learn about new information that I previously was not privy to.
On their breasts, thighs, and buttocks, and encouraged them to look at pornography computer. Some testified the harassment occurred daily. Sadly, the military careers of these 8 women who bravely did the right thing are almost assuredly destroyed. A major who filed a claim against Robertson said, quote, I don't know if my career was in jeopardy for doing the right thing.
What is this?
Who in the Corps who supported you is going to trust you in the future, unquote. Despite repeated warnings, Colonel Robertson also emailed pornography to friends and female subordinates. A lieutenant colonel who was the chief nurse under Robertson's command said his command style split the staff and created a toxic environment. What makes the defense's answer to all these actions? That all of these jokes and the touching were attempts to boost morale. How much more outrageous must the excuse become before we do something about it? So what is the punishment for someone in the military convicted of 14 counts of assaulting and harassing his subordinates who was assigned to protect? Is he sent to prison for being a predator?
Bro, his dad is in the congressional record for being a fucking sex pest. That is crazy. Oh my God.
Is he stripped of his standing
Being a second generation sex pest is wild. I mean, like father, like son, I guess.
in the military?
What the fuck?
Oh, no. Colonel Robertson was ordered to pay a $30,000 fine over 3 months and spent 3 months in prison. Colonel Robertson will retire from the Army when he finishes his sentence. His conviction won't affect his Army retirement.
Everything I know about the way the military normally deals with these issues, I have no fear in saying that the likelihood is that the damage was significantly larger, and the very fact that he was even punished means that what he did was probably far worse, because the military usually just lets you get away with it, okay? Especially if you're high-ranking fucking Vietnam veteran, all this shit. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Holy fuck. I mean, you got a congressperson shitting on the fact that the American military did not offer just punishment. When do you plan on enlisting in Hamas or Hezbollah? I noticed that a lot of the little creatures have started crawling in the chat. All of a sudden, what happened? Why are y'all crawling out of the fucking woodwork right now at this very moment? It's like the worst time. It's perhaps the worst fucking time to come in here and chirp. Who is this guy? This guy is the father of this guy who posted, I'm genuinely considering full swapping to YouTube if this terrorist propaganda isn't published harshly and immediately on Twitch. My father, my brothers, and our soldiers did not bleed, sacrifice, and die for this bullshit to be allowed and promoted on Twitch. In court-martial testimony Tuesday, women said Robertson allegedly touched them without permission on their breasts and buttocks, encouraged them to look at pictures of scantily clad women on his computer, and made personal sexual comments, the El Paso, Texas Times reported. He brought this up, and then Twitter immediately came in and was like, dude, your dad literally was a fucking award-winning sex pest, a sexual assaulter amongst the ranks. Too much of a goddamn threat to the American military. It was a national security concern, it seems, that they had to do something about it. That's crazy. The U.S. military still protects rapists. There have been increasing protests in Okinawa because the U.S. won't stop protecting rapists. I was in a protest in Shibuya last weekend, and there's growing anger. No, I know that. Like a congressionally recognized sexual assaulter. I started Camp Dwyer, but not until 2012. You're right about military punishments for higher ranks. Is class warfare exemplified and disgusting? Yep. Alaikum salam. Apparently they had his dad, Tectone's dad, talking about you. Can't make this shit up.
He doesn't know the context.
What did he say? What did Colonel Iron Mike say?
Are we bad people for thinking this shit's mad funny? Like, I just think this
No, this shit's hilarious. fuck Hasan.
Okay, guys. All right, guys. Hey,
Hasan a bitch.
It's been a great stream, boys.
Bro, what the fuck? Bro, why are all my haters like this? What is going on, bro? What the fuck? Yeah! Judge me by my motherfucking enemies. Holy shit. This is an ironclad law now, okay? Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Colonel Spider Rapist hates you. Oh no. Oh my God. Dude, do I have I don't know what it is. Do I have this like major fucking anti-rapist vibe or something? I bring a real anti-pedophilia, anti-rape vibe to the party that pedophile rapists really don't like. Pedophiles and rapists. It's fucking crazy. What the fuck?
It's been a great stream, boys.
Major fuck.
Yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed the stream. Hey, I'll see y'all next.
That's a sick belt buckle though. Like I can still recognize drip. Tectone is a proud patriotic guy that thought World War II was in the 1800s, by the way. Oh my God, that's awesome. Yeah, we got to put this guy up on the board too, next to Dr. Piss Inspect. The list keeps growing, dude. It's the sex offender registry. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't even do nothing. I didn't even know this dude existed on the planet until like earlier today. And he's rocking the Lockheed Martin shirt. Oh, yeah. It's perfect. It's fucking perfect. Oh, even journalists know about his family's weird business now. My father, brothers, and other soldiers fought to be able to censor speech. I don't like is an interesting new twist on how that line usually goes. His father is cashiered out of the military for being a sex criminal towards his subordinates. He fought for that right. Jesus Christ. Do nothing, win. Bro, I mean, I'm not doing anything. This account is run by a PR firm hired by Ethan Klein to clean up his image. It pretends to be a Palestinian scholar while posting Medium blogs defending Ethan and attacking his critics, which Ethan frequently then posts onto his Instagram story. Evie Solanas, abolitionist, critical theorist, feminist, daughter of Palestine, defending Ethan Klein of H3 on Israel-Palestine Zionism. Ethan Klein is not a pro-genocide Zionist, liberal or otherwise. The blogs are written by AI with SEO designed to show up high in Google searches for key terms of importance. Ethan, like Ethan Klein Zionist, Ethan Klein sexual assault. For the latter, it used an article falsely accusing Hassan of essay that mentions Ethan about. Wait, what? Hassan Parker, the male feminist who weaponizes police against women and shares revenge porn. None of those things happen. This is not at all new for Ethan. I don't know. Is this Bad Empanada? Is this Bad Empanada's account? Because if it is, I'm going to... Yeah, it most likely is. Okay. I take Bad Empanada's drama-related content with a grain of salt. I don't know if I don't trust his acumen in that regard. But yeah, you can fucking lie about whatever the fuck you want on Medium, I guess. He linked that Medium article yesterday on his story. This piece of shit running defense for Zionist Ethan Klein is LARPing as pro-Palestine. What they actually are is a Diddy G rat who's following Vile Destiny, Sex Pest fans, and Yeet, the mod of the Islamophobic Nazi Zionist troll farm Dazbullah Brigade. That's crazy. So you mean to tell me this person is writing... We've been getting a major influx of people who seem to think that Medium is a respectable institution. You know, there's no... Like, you can... Anyone and everyone can write on there, right? This is our
Hello
YouTube.
everyone, my name is Evie Solanas. The aim of my content is to promote education and healthier, honest, and fair discourse online. I am an abolitionist, critical theorist, feminist, and published researcher specializing in gender differences and intimate partner violence. I do not abide anyone who promotes violence, harassment, or hatred based on race, gender, nationality, and other immutable characteristics. I have in the past used an avatar and generated voice for some of my content. Recently,
Why is Pinoy Gang coming after me like this? What the fuck? I've always shown love to my Swagapinos. What the hell? Swagapinas, rise up. But not like this. Has to be a Fiverr gig. Not Pinoy, look at the name. I mean, the name isn't.
I have decided to attach more of myself to this work as I feel more comfortable. However, I will continue to use the generated voice for less personal content because it helps me produce better quality products. I also have paid editors for YouTube because I don't have time to edit all of the videos I want to make. Anyway, thank you for following.
Published researcher exploring the social world? Wait, what is she published? Hi, condemn what Ethan Klein said in the video, which I think is close from a decade ago, as tasteless and gross. I hope he has learned something since then. I think he has. The couple blog posts I wrote about him on a year ago have nothing to do with that in particular. I'm not Ethan Klein's keeper. I also think Hassan Piker can do better too. What the fuck? Seriously, look at the 2016 levels of 4chan/poll Arab hate in Dazbullah tweets. Those are the same guys taking Aaron Bushnell's video and putting rave music law absolute psychos. No, I know they are. I know. I'm familiar with what the fuck those guys are doing. Nothing is not real. I looked into it a while back. Do you see Gokanara's commentary on the debate? No, what did he say? Why are chatters so fucking aware of every single one of these weirdos? Why is this community turning the garbage on? Okay, bro, fucking calm down, all right? Like, I mean, this is like a not very sophisticated, but a very active smearing campaign that Ethan Klein is either willingly or unwillingly participating in. Like, that's fucking... I think that's valid. It's valid to look into shit like this, okay? Like, calm down. Like, there is a limit to a drama, and this in and of itself is like worthwhile. Yeah, this is a straightforwardly somewhat coordinated, not super sophisticated, but somewhat coordinated smear campaign. I suspect that that person who's on that YouTube page is probably not the real person, though. Someone told me I was in a cult that you shared revenge porn, so I did my research. That's it. Yeah, it's that mysteriously, that accusation, which is a lie, came about after Destiny actually had an active court case on him for, you know, doing this to numerous victims, as a matter of fact, numerous victims from his own community. And then his community somehow turned it around and was like, Hasan, actually, you did this. And what was their evidence for this? It was because I was getting unsolicited nudes while being interviewed by a journalist on fucking, I think, Snapchat or Instagram or some shit like that. And I was like, oops, that's an unsolicited nude that was sent to me. It's always like, it's always projection. It's always a role reversal where people just try to stretch, they try to stretch the truth in a way that suits their purpose to craft this fucking insane narrative. They see it gets attention though, and this prolongs it as it make up crazier accusations than what we're doing. Yeah. What are you going to do? That wouldn't be me, for the record. That would not be me sharing revenge porn. That would be me being victim of sexual harassment. And no, I don't have a Snapchat anymore. But I'm saying that, like, you know, receiving an unsolicited nude would be victimizing me under normal circumstances. Not that I fucking care, but not the other way around. What? I think she wasn't being a jerk, saying you could do better, Hasan. She might feel that when telling a chatter to suck my dick. You should stress to do so in a non-violent way. Oh, God. Oh, my God. You are literally getting primed by an AI bot, chatter. I like to think that at least 11 months in this fucking community would have caused someone to be a little bit smarter than an AI bot. Like someone who is easily duped by an AI bot that wrote a fucking Medium article that is clearly designed to smear me. That's your takeaway from this? It's getting real hard for me to not say, suck my dick. Come on. Yeah, we should call it a blog post to be more accurate. I mean, that is precisely what it is. Non-violently. I'll say it over and over again. Chatter's confused being charitable with being a useful idiot too often. I know. All right, let's keep going.
It's not possible to do. There's tremendous hatred, just so you understand. Kristen, we're talking tremendous hatred between these two men and between, you know, some of the soldiers, frankly.
Fallen fan and new chatter post debate. He said you just mispronounced Avi Schlam's name, proceeds to double down that he's right and you're wrong, then triple down when he proves himself wrong live. Oh, I don't know how. Let's move on, please. Let's get back to the real drama. My goat, the president.
Between the generals, they've been fighting hard for 3 years. I think we have a very good chance of doing it.
Very quickly, if you do walk away, would that mean that you would pull military and intelligence?
I don't want to say
sharing
that now. It's too early to say that. I don't want to get into that argument.
Let's move on to Canada. You have long talked about making Canada the 51st state. There's obviously a new Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, who you spoke to after his victory. He says that you didn't talk to him in that call about making Canada a 51st state.
No, he called me. He was very nice, and I congratulated him. He had a victory. It's a very close victory. It's, you know, there's no majority or anything, so that's going to make things a little bit difficult, I think, for him to run. But he nevertheless had a victory, and he's a very nice man, I think.
Do you plan to talk to him about making Canada a 51st state?
He wants to come and see me. He's going to come this week or next week.
So will you talk to him about making Canada a 51st state, annexing Canada?
I'll always talk about that. You know why?
Because I'm fucking crazy. Because I'm out of my goddamn mind. That's why I always will talk about Canada. Because I'm off my gourd.
We subsidize Canada to the tune of $200 billion a year. We don't need their cars. In fact, we don't want their cars. We don't need their energy. We don't even want their energy. We have more than they do. We don't want their lumber. We have great lumber. All I have to do is free it up from the environmental lunatics. We don't need anything that they have. We're giving them. I asked Mr. Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau. I said, you know, not Prime Minister, Governor. I said, Governor Trudeau, could I ask you one question? Why are we giving you $200 billion? Why are we subsidizing Canada? If Canada was a state, it wouldn't cost us. It would be great. It would be such a great, it would be a cherished state. And if you look at our map, if you look at the geography, I'm a real estate guy at heart. When I look down at that, without that artificial...
Marks Carney, alongside with dear leader Xi Jinping, please save us. Marks Carney, save us. Karl Marx Carney, I didn't know what your game looked like, okay? Just save us. Marx Commie, save us.
Artificial line that was drawn with a ruler many years ago. It was just an artificial line, goes straight across. You don't even realize what a beautiful country it would be. It would be great. But
Marx Carney, we will become a bountiful province. I will start saying, don't you know, randomly. I will start saying, I apologize. I'll even add an A in the end of my conversations. Marx Carney, save us. Save us, Karl Marx Carney. Put America on the Belt and Road. Let's close the belt loop, okay? You got one belt, one road, and it needs to be closed. And guess how we close that one belt and one road? We close it by putting the belt loop directly on the United States of America, a Canadian province. Hey, bud.
I don't think the American public wants me to.
Marx Carney gonna come out and be like, he said he was gonna do the Amerification of Canada, but we just Canada-fied America. I did NATO.
Pay $200 billion a year to subsidize Canada. Again, remember this.
Yeah.
We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We don't need.
He's so good at being a national socialist. Like, he is actually the method. Like, he is doing the Hitlerian method so hard. He doesn't have the ideological acumen or the conviction to follow through on this agenda, even though he is surrounded by people who very clearly do, like Stephen Miller, who is a fucking Nazi through and through. But as far as the rhetoric goes, it's so, like, he says borders are a scar on the face of the earth, like he's fucking Giannis Varoufakis. When talking about the annexation of Canada, he talks about how you don't need these many commodities. Let us rid ourselves of these material possessions and care about what truly matters. You don't need 35 different toys. You can make do with 3 or 4. Enough of long gone are the days where we wanted to constantly seek out abundance. It has taken a major toll on the environment. We must go back. We must return. And then why is he doing that? Oh, because he wants to decouple trade from China, from all of China's trade partners, because he wants to, I guess, nuke China without having too much of a severe repercussion in the process. It's crazy. He has the populism down pat. This man could tomorrow, if he wanted to, I think, bring about Medicare for all to this country. He would never do that because he is a capitalist through and through. But I'm not even kidding when I say he could just come out and be like, every American deserves to be saved. There is no freedom until you have freedom from medical debt. Can you believe it, folks? America's the only country in the developed world that still has the concept of medical debt. How can you claim to be free? How can anyone claim to be free if you have the freedom to what? Choose which healthcare provider you're gonna get shellacked by? That's why I'm abolishing the profit-centered, privatized healthcare structure, an expensive middleman that no one wanted. That's right. And I'm also freeing Luigi Mangione. I'm taking him out of prison, folks. Look at how beautiful he is. He looks like he just came out of central casting, folks. He looks like one of those guys. Italian, beautiful, beautiful Italian eyebrows. I took one look at those eyebrows and I said, Medicare for all today, Medicare for all tomorrow, and Medicare for all yesterday. He comes out of the gate swinging like that. All the cult turns around. FDR numbers, woke Trump. We will put him in our new movie, Alcatraz with sharks. Oh, my God. My administration wanted to make America healthy again. That's why we brought the beacon of health, RFK Jr. And together, it is our duty to make America truly healthy. And America will never be truly healthy until every American has the opportunity to go to a primary care physician. That's right, folks. Imagine. Just close your eyes and imagine for a second.
Anything. We do very little business with Canada. They do all of their business practically with us. They need us. We don't need them.
You and I talked, and I asked you if you would rule out military force to take Greenland, and you said no, you don't rule out anything. Would you rule out military force to take Canada?
Well, I think we're not going to ever get to that point. It could happen. Something could happen with Greenland. I'll be honest. We need that for national and international security.
But not
I
with
think it's
Canada?
highly unlikely. I don't see it with Canada. I just don't see it. I have to be honest with you.
Okay, but you don't rule it out for Greenland.
And by the way, Canada, they spend less money on military than
Bro, what is this conversation that's taking place? The United States of America's president is talking about how he won't rule out a military annexation of fucking Greenland, dude. What? Of a NATO nation. Oh my God. And he's like, nah, not Canada. Not Canada. It's fine. We won't do it to Canada. I'll spare Canada.
practically any nation in the world. They pay NATO less than any nation. They think we're subsidized. They think we are going to protect them. And really,
if you put an Iron Dome in Vermont, we'll put rocket launchers in Montreal. Okay, Canadians, calm down. Okay, calm down. All right, chill out. Canadians think they're American for a brief moment when they say stuff like that, where it's like, come on.
we are. But the truth is, they don't carry their full share, and it's unfair to the United States and our taxpayers.
But you are not ruling out military force to take Greenland.
I don't rule it out. I don't say I'm going to do it, but I don't rule out anything. No, not there. We need that. We need Greenland very badly. Greenland is a very small amount of people, which we'll take care of and we'll cherish them and all of that. But we need that for international security. Do you know, we have Russian boats and we have Chinese boats, gunships all over the place, aircraft carriers, gunships, going up and down the coast of Greenland. We need that to be protected. Internationally, we need it.
So you are willing to send U.S. troops to claim a sovereign territory?
I didn't say that. You asked me a question. Would you? Is there a circumstance? It could happen. I doubt it will, but it certainly could happen with respect to Greenland.
Okay, let me ask you about Iran. Your administration has had conversations with Iran. Is the goal of these talks limiting Iran's nuclear program or total dismantlement?
Total dismantlement.
That's all you'll accept?
That's all I'd accept. Now, there's a new theory going out there that Iran would be allowed to have civilian, meaning to make electricity. But I say, they have so much oil, what do they need it for? But, I've seen it with other states where they're looking to do something and they have a lot of oil. Iran has tremendous energy. I put sanctions, if you know that. I put pretty strong sanctions on 2 days ago on the oil. The sad part is that if Biden didn't get involved, if we had a competent president, you would have never had the attack on Israel. October 7th would have never taken place. Hamas would have had no money because Iran was broke. And now, in a period of 4 years during the Biden administration, they became very rich. They have over $300 billion cash in the bank. And they had no money. They were ready to make a deal with me. And it's very sad. Because of this rigged election, they didn't do it. Just another thing you can mark down to a bad election.
It's interesting what you're saying, though, because Secretary Rubio has said that he would accept, or the idea is there is an openness to accepting peaceful civil nuclear programs.
Well, that's what people, I didn't say anything contradictory. I said that people are talking about that. And this is something that's really pretty new in the dialogue. And I'd have to be, my inclination is to say, what do you need that for? You have a lot of oil.
So you want total dismantlement, bottom line. I
think that I would be open to hearing it. Civilian energy, it's called. But, civilian energy often leads to military wars. And we don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple deal. I want Iran to be really successful, really great, really fantastic. The only thing they can't have is a nuclear weapon. If they want to be successful, that's okay. I want them to be so successful. And, the Iranian people are incredible. I just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon because the world will be destroyed.
There's nothing funnier than him turning around and trying to re-implement the Iran denuclearization agreement, which, of course, the first time around, his signature accomplishment was destroying it at the behest of Israel. So what he's doing, okay, Jerome Powell is like, who's the stupid guy that appointed him? Or tax cuts that are slated to sunset. Who's the stupid guy that designed the tax code to sunset by this point? Or the Iran denuclearization agreement is like, who is the dumb guy who told Iran that they no longer have to abide by the denuclearization agreement? It's like everything he's doing. The TMC, oh, dude, NAFTA 2, also known as the TMCA, some guy came in, did a horrible trade deal with Mexico and Canada. Who could have done this? He's literally, or not TCMA, sorry, USMCA. Wait, what the fuck is the US Mexico Canada deal? What was the TCMA? Where did I get that from? Texas City Management Association. No. Anyway, USMCA, you're right. Yeah. Or wait, that's another good one. Who the hell brought all these Venezuelans into the country? Who in the hell would bring all of these Venezuelan Trenderagua gangsters into the country? Trump did all of that. TSMC for semiconductors is what I was fucking it up with. Anyway, it's like every single thing that he's fucking complaining about, he did his first administration. Pretty much.
Just to recap, we're talking about your desire to claim Canada.
Who's doing questions
Greenland.
now?
What do you say to people?
You forgot the Panama Canal.
Panama Canal. What do you say to people who say they voted for you because they wanted you to end foreign conflicts, not start new?
I don't see that as conflict. I think that's...
Can you explain how he did that? Donald Trump literally extended temporary protected status to Venezuelans on his way out again. Like literally, one of his last acts in office was to extend temporary protected status to Venezuelans. The reason why he did that was because he hates Venezuela. It's like, out of all the authoritarian strongmen that he loves, the one that he has always despised, and I truly don't know why, because it doesn't fit that profile at all, but he fucking hates Maduro. Okay? And in the process of like undermining Venezuela, they greatly escalated the sanctions regime against Venezuela with the express purpose of destroying Venezuela's economy, knowing full well that there would be a population collapse in Venezuela that would then have to go to either Colombia or neighboring countries or other neighboring countries, or come to the United States of America. And he knew that there was going to be a massive amount of people that were escaping Venezuela for a better life in the United States of America, obviously. And he turned around and offered them temporary protected status. He offered them to Haitians as well, but especially Venezuelans. On his way out, he extended additional temporary protected status to the Venezuelan migrants that were coming into the country. So now that he has this like weird smoke for Venezuelans, like it doesn't, I mean, it makes extra less sense, if that makes sense. I don't know why he's decided that he hates Maduro extra hard.
It's good for our country, those things.
Pee.
Look, the Panama Canal was taken over by China, effectively. Now China seems to have left, but the Panama Canal, think of this deal. We built the most expensive object we've ever built in the history of our country. That was Mount McKinley. They just took away, I just gave him back the name, but McKinley made the money. Teddy Roosevelt spent the money. McKinley gets very little credit, but he made, how he made the money? Through tariffs. He was the big tariff president. Okay, but forget that. We built the Panama Canal. It was the most expensive thing. It would be the equivalent, like almost $2 trillion today. We've never spent it. And it was very successful. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1.
Panama insists
This is the kind of leadership.
Panama says they do control the canal, but we have a couple more questions left tonight.
Panama said what?
Little wrap.
Panama said what?
Panama says they still control it. I know you're saying China. Panama says they still control it.
If you would have gone there about 5.2 months ago, every single sign on the Panama Canal, with the exception of about 15% of them, was in Chinese.
Yeah. Let me ask you, because we're nearing the end, just a couple more questions here.
I'm not complaining. You keep saying to me like I'm rushing.
No, you're not, and I really appreciate it.
I don't want to
really
rush you. I don't want to make you nervous.
Thank you. The Trump Organization is selling hats that say Trump 2028.
Yeah.
Are you seriously considering a third term, Mr. President, even though it's prohibited by the Constitution, or is this about staying politically viable?
I will say this. So many people want me to do it. I have never had requests so strong as that. But it's something that, to the best of my knowledge, you're not allowed to do. I don't know if that's constitutional that they're not allowing you to do it or anything else, but there are many people selling the 2028 hat. But this is not something I'm looking to do. I'm looking to have 4 great years and turn it over to somebody, ideally a great Republican, to carry it forward. But I think we're going to have 4 years, and I think 4 years is plenty of time to do something really spectacular.
The Constitution does prohibit it. Some of your allies are pretty serious about this, though, Mr. President. I've spoken to them. They say they are coming up with potential ways.
Well,
obviously, the biggest one would be a constitutional amendment.
That's because they like the job I'm doing, and it's a compliment. It's really a great compliment.
Has anyone approached you, though, with an actual plan, a way to actually start the process?
Well, there are
of a
ways of doing
constitutional
it.
amendment?
There are ways of doing it, and you know the same thing. And if you look at the vice presidential thing, and you hear different concepts and different other people say you can have a write-in vote. There's lots of different things. With all of that being said, I want to be a great president. I will have served. Hopefully, everything will go well. I feel very good. I just did a physical. I took, unlike all other presidents, I took cognitive tests and I aced it. I got 100% correct. And one doctor said, there were numerous doctors watching. And he said, I've never seen that before. Biden didn't take a cognitive. He couldn't have gotten the first question right. But I came out great with the physical, both physically and mentally. And I just want to serve, do a great job. I'll be an 8-year president. I'll be a 2-term president. I always thought that was very important, to be honest with you. You know, if you look at President Polk, he was a 1-termer and he did some great things, actually. A pretty good president. And I'm not saying you can't do that, but there's something about being a 2-term president that was very important to me.
And just to put a button on it, has anyone in an official capacity presented you with, sir, here are some ideas by which you could actually get a constitutional amendment?
Notice how the number of attempts on his life has diminished drastically since he became president. The people love this man. That's an interesting metric. Interesting metric to look at. Yes, you are correct.
Capacity of being a big supporter of many people have said different things, but I'm not looking at that.
You haven't had official meetings about it?
No. And just so you said, 4 years is a long time. I have almost 4 years. All of these things that we've done more than any president, and even you might admit that. Nobody's done the extent of the things that we've done. Nobody's done this in essentially a little bit more than 3 months. As they say, 100 days. I'm looking to do a great job as president and set the country on the right track, because if I didn't win, this country would have failed. We would have been a failed nation.
You have built a political movement that has transformed the Republican Party. It's transformed the country, quite frankly.
Political movement in history, MAGA. Make America great again.
When you look to the future, Mr. President, do you think the MAGA movement can survive without you as its leader?
Yes, I do.
What gives you confidence?
I think it's so strong, and I think we have tremendous people. I think we have a tremendous group of people. We talked about a number of them. You look at Marco, you look at J.D. Vance, who's fantastic. You look at, I could name 10, 15, 20 people right now just sitting here. No, I think we have a tremendous party. And you know what I can't name? I can't name one Democrat. I mean, I look at the Democrats, they're in total disarray. They have a new person named Crockett. I watched her speak the other day. She's definitely a low IQ person. And they said, she's the future of the party. I said, you have to be kidding. I don't know what they're going to do. I really believe in a 2-party system.
Oh, no. He's flexing. He's saying, he's doing the Nancy Pelosi. He's like, I want a strong Democratic Party. I want a strong Democrat Party. That's what I want.
Because it's good to be challenged. It's really good to have a 2-party. You know, it's good. Being challenged is okay. It keeps you sharp. I don't know what they're going to do. They have nobody. Bernie's 87 years old or something. And, you know, Biden is the worst thing that ever happened to old people, because he was grossly incompetent. And I think maybe for artificial reasons. You know, he had operations and things. So maybe that's an artificial. But I know people that are unbelievably sharp, and they're older than 87. But I watch Bernie Sanders. He's a nut job, but he's still sharp. He's sharp as he's the same guy he was. He hasn't gone down. But Biden is really, he's the worst thing to happen to old people.
I know that you are only 100 days in, but as we sit here today, who do you see as your successor, Mr. President?
Well, it's far too early to say that, but I do have a vice president, and typically it would be, and JD's doing a fantastic job.
He would be at the top of the list?
It could very well be. I don't want to get involved in that. I think he's a fantastic, brilliant guy. Marco is great. There's a lot of them that are great. I also see tremendous unity, but certainly you would say that somebody's the VP. If that person is outstanding, I guess that person would have an advantage. But I think the other people would all stay in unbelievably high positions. But, it could be that he'd be challenged by somebody. We have a lot of good people in this party.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
That was a masterclass. Masterclass, folks. Master fucking class. Just got in here. Did you see Asman falling through his attic searching for dead animals? Did he fall through his attic? Did I misunderstand his point? Because yes, I did see it, and I quote retweeted it. Here he said, "Took the day off to find some dead animal in my attic that smelled bad." Oh, wait, he fell through. Did he fall through, or did the dead animal fall through the attic? Oh, I didn't even realize. I said, this is an impressive display of rot coming from the most successful right-wing commentator in North America. Bro, dude, the structural integrity of that attic was basically non-existent. If someone who is as wayfish, like Asmongold's like a twig, how the fuck did he have enough weight to even go through? Tofu drag. Yeah, dude, Asmongold's living in... Asmongold's living in tofu walls, dude. What the fuck? Need to investigate the girl rot subculture as a change of pace? No. He stepped on the ceiling. You're supposed to walk on the 2x4s. Oh, he just straight up walked on the drywall and he just fell through. Even then, I feel like, shouldn't it still like hold him up? He's not that heavy. I read Brace's comment. If he stepped between the rafters, sheetrock is not strong. Not everybody has $2 billion laying around to just buy another Bel Air mansion. Yeah, you're right. Except Asmongold is exceptionally wealthier than me. So he's the one guy you can't say that about. Also, additionally funny, considering that, do you guys live like this? You don't make any money in comparison to Asmongold. Do you live in these circumstances? No. So, like, this is unique. This is exceptional. This is truly, truly horrifyingly repulsive. It's not like he also lives in like a high value real estate market either. He lives in Austin, Texas. I can't fucking get over this, man. This is such a, it's such a choice to post this as well. And it leads me to believe that his audience actually loves this. Like, his audience fucking loves this. I think the more rotten everything is in his life, the more they're like, yeah, he's a real one. You know how, like, I used to talk about in the back in the day, I used to talk about how people would say, like, the only way to measure the authenticity of an internet content creator was like how edgy and how racist they would get. Like, a lot of young teenagers and whatnot would measure someone's realness by how racist they would get, how much racism they would entertain. Now I feel like it's not just racism; it also has to be it also has to be a rot, living in rot. Like, the more you live in rot, the more your conditions resemble squalor, the more real and the more authentic you are. Respect. Rot maxing. Imagine being so rich you can cosplay like this and think it's rational living in filth. Bro, it's not even, is it cosplay? I don't think it's cosplay. We need a different term for it. This is what it is. It's not like he's living in a fucking ginormous mansion and he's like carefully designed certain areas of the mansion to look like it's a fucking Dark Souls mission. No. Like, I'll give you an example. What I have done in my life has not changed. From being broke to being as financially secure as I am now, I haven't changed my daily regimen, as you guys are aware of. I've been streaming. I was streaming 8 hours a day when I was broke. I stream 8 hours a day when I'm not broke, right? So in that regard, I didn't necessarily change too much of my life. But I did improve my living conditions because I'm a normal person who's like, yeah, I want to have a big house where I can host my family, you know, and my friends and not live in rot. He didn't do the second part. 8-hour streams, Lamau. Are we really doing this? We're really acting like I do half days now because sometimes I end at 7 hours and 30 minutes. So who is more real? I guess he's more real. He doesn't give a shit about anything. Asman is partly/largely a lolcow even to his audience who like him. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really understand. I truly don't get it. What the fuck is this? I ain't never upset, baby. I ain't do no wrong. I could clean up good for you. I know right from wrong because I want to make it so badly. What is this? Why are you sending me a fucking Sancho V's tweet, dude? Oh yeah, I'm docking your pay from what? What you're paying for in the thousands of hours of stream content that you get for free if you have a Twitch Prime, by the way. No, he doesn't drive the 99 Mustang anymore because it literally broke down when I was in Texas doing his podcast, and I believe he got a new car. Yeah, the price point comes down to like 5 cents an hour. Yes, I did his podcast, dude. I mean, this is before he went full blown. The new face of the online, right? Oh yeah, I saw Michael from Pennsylvania post this. Where's the audio? Yeah, drama alert went from saying he's so gross to loving every moment. I paid Amazon for like 3 years subbing and have only ordered packages like twice. Ain't nobody asked you to get Amazon Prime so you can get a Twitch Prime. I always tell you, you can use your mom's Amazon Prime account and connect it to your Twitch account. You can do that to get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully it's me, HasanAbi Piker. That's right. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, except no longer do I serve the 3-minute ad break, but you can still subscribe. This community is funded by your voluntary contributions, like PBS. Except, just like PBS, I don't have national funding any longer. Which is what Trump is entertaining. He is entertaining to, I mean, he's considering taking away. He is considering taking away the grants that the federal government gives to PBS and NPR. So now they have to play on my level. What is broke to you though? I thought you admitted to being a nepo baby just yesterday. Not trying to attack at all. Genuinely asking. Yeah. What is broke to me is making $20,000 a year, brother. What the fuck? In Los Angeles and living in the fucking kitchen of a frat house. I was definitely, no, I am a nepo baby in terms of like my nepotism. My nepotism allowed me to get a job at my uncle's startup YouTube channel. This is correct, which gave me a massive leg up in terms of being in the digital media space. But having said that, there was definitely a long period of time where I was not financially secure. I grew up affluent as well on top of that, but that affluence went away by the time I got to college because my father lost all of his money, basically gambling in the stock market. Okay, I was just wondering, I'm not trying to say you never were broke or didn't work to get to where you are. I mean, I work, but, luck also plays a big role in this, and I do have that privilege. What is this? Hasan's zeroing in on TikTok right now. Bro's going after my 75-year-old cancer-ridden dad because of alleged sexual harassment claim from 17 years ago when I was 15 years old to try to paint me as a rapist. This guy's fucking psychotic. He must be upset because his best friend's on trial right now. Who? Who's my best friend? Bro, that is not alleged. Okay, now I got to quote retweet him. Hold on. Is he talking about Luigi Mangione? I wish he was my bestie. He was my bestie. Luigi was actually hanging out with me on the morning of December 5th. I don't know why people say he was he's the one who did it. We were hanging out. Let me see if I can find this I'm trying to find this video real quick. I'm gonna quote retweet it. Hold up. I don't know why he's bringing more attention to his dad's background. I find that very strange. Certainly a choice, his choice, but elevating those claims is pretty crazy. Wait, where the fuck's that video from Congress? Oh, here it is. Thank you. No, not that one. The other one.
Today, I would like...
How do you fucking repost this? I'm saying, do you think you'll ever stop doing drama shit? This is getting old fast. Holy fuck, this drama shit is so tiring. A new person every day at this rate. Take a day off. Cool off a little bit. We're fucking 6 hours in. We are 6 fucking hours in. And there's been 2 moments where I entertained drama, okay? Can I have some fucking fun without motherfuckers chirping? God damn, dude. What am I, your fucking news monkey? Jesus Christ, dude. Literally 6 fucking hours of nonstop news coverage. The moment I sidestep away a little bit, and instantly, they're like, down. They're like, shut up. God damn. Some of you are also unbearable. Like, yes, I don't like the fucking drama chirp nonstop. I don't like it either. But holy fuck, you found a new way to also be like, why aren't you covering the news right now? Which is still just as annoying. Having fun in drama is different. Well, this is fun for me, okay? Maybe it's not for you, but I'm having fun. Jesus Christ. Big drama. Yeah, I saw what she was up to. This shit is crazy. 340 on the squat tonight. Republicans are weak as fuck. I mean, he mogs me. He outlifts me. And he's Chinese. It's so crazy. One day, listen. He's black Chinese. I'm white Chinese. Together, we're both Chinese, okay? We make up half of the sky. And the other half is made up of who? What? Women. That's right. Women hold up half of the sky, and the other half of the sky is held up by who? Me and Chi, okay? One guy who's white Chinese, one guy who's black Chinese. That's crazy. There was definitely, I've done this before, like not this weight, obviously, but like I've done this shaky thing before as well, where it's like so scary. It scared the fuck out of me when I saw it first. I'm glad he put it up though. Like right here. Oh, he's doing a good morning with 340. He's basically doing a fucking good morning right here. Do you know how difficult that is? I bet he can deadlift like a motherfucker. Okay. No belt, 1 rep, bending over that much. That's crazy. What's a good morning? A good morning is a different exercise. Fuck, man. It's not. It's a squat. No, I know, dude. I know he's squatting. But this level, look, right here is good. But right here where he gets stuck, all of that weight is on his lower back. That means his lower back is insanely fucking strong. Yeah, I saw that fucking tweet too. Outflanking Mao from the left. I actually think women hold up 65% of the sky. You've obviously never seen French powerlifters. If you think his forward tilt is exaggerated here. No, I do this too. I do this as well, by the way. This right here is a fucking spinal erector snapping moment right here. Also, I have those shoes. I bought them in Japan, and I left them in Japan because they couldn't fit in my fucking bag. And let me tell you, they're horrible for squatting. I cannot believe that he squats in those shoes. Like, all of this is impressive to me. Heels coming off the ground, bad form. No, dude, it's too heavy. Shut up, chatters. He made it, though, and that's what matters. He put it up there. He got depth in there, and he put it all the way up. Everybody stop. My C14 is shooting out of my spine at 200 miles per hour. Trying that, being all fucking sucks. Another big drama. We have to say W. Dave Matthews. Why would I? When you say white South African, the type of man that comes to mind might be Elon Musk or Peter Thiel or David Sachs. But like a drop of water in the desert, there is Dave Matthews. Why would you say reluctantly W. Dave Matthews? Does Dave Matthews suck? What's the situation? Are you gonna give us your very desired opinions on the Met Gala outfits? I feel like it's in poor taste, man. Second year where the Met Gala is happening with like, you have the most mentally insane haters. Motherfucker be trying to piss on the wrong boost. So fucking typical to villainize and try to blow up shit that is solely allegations to begin with, but proven false. Though what's on the hunt knows about the truth or facts. It just sickens me to know, and I'm so tired of this nasty bullshit being spread by him/orbiters and dumbass dick suckers lapping it up. I know if it's got me this much, there are many, many, many more. It's pushing worse. Little bitch-made coward boy already machine gunned his own legs off, so now he's trying to just bullet and bury his influence and career. What the fuck? Okay, the other chatter that I banned earlier was right. I don't need to see this, okay? I don't need to see that. That's a little bit too much into the sauce, into the weeds. Dave Portnoy explodes after anti-Semitic sign is shown in a Barstool bar. I covered this yesterday, obviously. you know, completely unacceptable, of course. As you guys know, I'm not allowed to do such things. But there was apparently this other situation where ABC begged Dave to do an interview by his own words, his own statements. Okay. And since it was local, I agreed. Then the reporter tried to say Barstool and I and white men were responsible for the incident. Austin started recording once it got contentious.
First of all, what time is it? It is 7:15. I'm out here in beautiful Scottsdale for the.
Teresa calling you a Diddy partier now. What do you think of that? Why is it that every time I bring up Tectone, someone immediately comes in here to be like, "Oh, the Diddy." Yeah, dude. I broke up with one of my girlfriends. Something you will never experience. You know, sorry to show you the cold hard truth for a moment there, because she wanted to go to a Diddy party. Yeah, I guess I had the fucking foresight, you know.
The Bet Gala tonight.
Don't sag me after that. Don't hit me with the, I was just reading what people said, sag.
And obviously this thing at the bar, the fuck the Jews sign, the anti-Semitic sign at my bar, still going. So all press being like, will you talk about it? Yeah, I'll fucking talk about it. So ABC News.
It's not that they're misrepresenting your Coachella after party statement. Yeah, no, I went to a party at Coachella, and I also was grossed out by it. And the party was thrown in part by P. Diddy many years ago.
Philadelphia. They reach out. They beg me to do an interview. They give me the reporter's name. It's some report.
What grossed me out was like, I talked about this fucking years ago on stream about how like it weirded me out. I had consumed some very legal mushrooms, very legal shiitake, I think, or maybe portobello. And I went into the backyard and there was this like tent style structure that they had built in the backyard. I mean, it's like one of those like fucking advertising parties. You know what I mean? Like it's like sponsored by, I don't fucking know, Pepsi or some shit. Like it's just how it is in Coachella. And I went to this backyard where there was a fucking gazebo, and I looked up at the gazebo and they had this like crazy fucking, they had this crazy projection at the roof of the fucking gazebo, and it was like this child, and I think they had like made this. It was a young boy. It was like an AI video, and this was before AI was popping, so I thought it was like extra weird. It was like maybe CGI. Yeah, it was like a young boy and then a young girl like opening up a Christmas present, and I was like, "Is Alex Jones right? Is Alex Jones actually fucking right? What is going on here?" And I left, and I thought it was weird, and I reflected on it, and I explained it to you guys on a stream in like 2019 or something.
And then they do a bait and switch, and a new reporter shows up to do it this morning. She starts like, okay, fine enough, asking questions about the bar, how did it happen, responsibility, blah, blah, blah. And then she shifts. And then
when was this? 2012, you said? No. It wasn't 2012. It was in Coachella. It was like 2019, I think.
She does whatever
the girlfriend breakup was at a separate instance.
a media scumbag does. She's like,
bro, you should have not said that. In 2019, the fuck are you talking about? Also, it doesn't even make me look bad. It's me being creeped out by Diddy. What the fuck? It wasn't like a Diddy party. It was a fucking Coachella party, which I even forgot about. Fucking going to and talking about. How many views did we pull in 2019 streaming? Like 200. It was really funny because like people did the classic thing where they clip me in context. They clip me in context to be like, wow, Hasan went to Diddy parties. And it's like, but then you look at the context and it's like, it's just me talking about how grossed out I was and how freaked out I was about what I saw on a fucking projector. You know what I mean? From 2019. Yeah. The two clips they were using was me calling out the weird behavior and dumping my girlfriend for wanting to go to a Diddy party. Yeah. Hasan, if people don't like you, they're not going to watch. No, I know. I'm just explaining this to people that might be fucking confused or something. All right. Can we just watch my goat, Dave Portnoy, tackle anti-Semitism now?
Like, well, she pulls a quote out of her ass from like, I don't even know, a made-up journal, some professor at like the Sportocratic University of something. It's like they say that Barstool Sports creates a culture of harassment and that basically I'm responsible for this happening at my own bar. I never heard the quote, oh, you're saying some fucking liberal college professor said they don't like Barstool? So I was like, well, who fucking said it? And what is this even journal? We go back and forth. Austin, who's here, started taping it. This fucking piece of shit, let me put it in right now. Here's who I would say is causing that type of environment. All these colleges who let Jewish kids get harassed on campus 24/7. I've been speaking out about this since it started. So these professors, I'd love to know. First of all, that sounds like a made up.
Oh my God, this sucks. I didn't think he was gonna hit the fucking. I didn't think he was gonna hit the fucking like college campuses have gotten out of control. There's like they got Hamas everywhere. I didn't realize. I didn't realize he was hitting those fucking notes. I gave him too much credit. Yeah, because he was so. I mean, I mean, first of all, he's still valid to do what he did in terms of the obvious, actually anti-Semitic incident that took place at his bar. And I'll take it one step further and say that it was nice of him to even turn around and be like, I'm gonna actually like use this as a teachable lesson instead of trying to destroy the lives of these kids, these drunk college kids or whatever, which is like an unexpected level of grace from a guy like this. Like, it was a surprisingly mature attitude to take in the situation. I'm a big sucker for people who are invested in rehabilitation. So I even mentioned that. But now he's over here being like, oh, the fucking college campuses, they got Hamas terrorists everywhere, dog.
I don't know what that quote is. The Society of Sport. Where are the professors from? Where are the professors
Like,
from?
I don't think Dave Portnoy gives a single shit about Israel. Here's a guy who is so, by my estimation, here is a guy who is so far removed from Israel. There is 0% chance. There is 0% chance he's like a big Israel guy. Okay. As a matter of fact, I feel like it almost feels like a lot of the big time Israel accounts are using him now to be like, oh, he loves Israel now. He's Mr. Israel. He does not give a shit. He's like, Israel, what is that? It's not a fucking Boston suburb. I don't care. Is that, oh, you mean Israel Adesanya? Yeah, he's a real fighter, that guy. All right. Don't talk to me about any other Israel related shit. What do they got? They got pizza? Is that a pizza store? I don't want it. Didn't even know he was Jewish until now. Yeah, I don't know when. I think I found out that he was Jewish when I saw him wearing a yarmulke and waving the Israeli flag at the Bryce Mitchell fight, the neo-Nazi fight. Like, he's not. He is so Boston. He is Boston through and fucking through. Okay, when you're that Boston, I feel like when you're that Boston, you turn into a man who is Irish Catholic. No matter what, it doesn't matter what your background is. You're just fucking Irish Catholic. Oh no! Don't show me this. There's no country that's consistently attacked by the enemies then used restraint and defending themselves despite superior military more than Israel. I want peace for all innocents in the Middle East. I also fully support Israel. Oh God! Stick to pizza reviews. Oh God! Spoke too soon. I was wrong. He is an Israel guy. I wonder if he's a post-October 7 Israel guy.
Well, why don't you answer where are the professors from? Well, no, you're quoting two people. I have no idea who they are from a made-up journal. So tell me where the professors are from. Okay, so no, that's a real university. I'd like to know where they're getting their information. I don't like quotes that I have no idea where they're coming from. I totally disagree for what you just said. Who's creating more hate right now in the world? Would you say Barstool Sports and the white men or college campuses?
No, listen. The reason why I didn't think he was like this is because he has moments of clarity sometimes where he cuts through like all the Trump shit, and we cover it a lot on this broadcast where he'll be like, "Listen, I don't know what the fuck these Republicans are doing with abortion. Just leave abortion back to the individual woman. I'm not exactly a big time feminist, but I don't think we should be touching women's bodies like that. You know, that type of shit." And it's like, Hate when college campuses create hate and division. Yeah. Barstool shilling gambling their college age fans. He's kind of out of the morality game. No, I never said he's a moral arbiter. I'm just saying that there are interesting moments of moral clarity in Dave Portnoy's life that I think makes him a interesting figure to cover, which is precisely the reason why I thought he would have probably hit a different note on this, and he wouldn't be like one of these like, oh, these college campuses are where hate is actually coming from type of guy.
No, that was a question to you. Journalist. Well, I don't play by those rules. What does that mean? You're a journalist? I'm a journalist. I run a big media organization. I just asked you a question. No.
He's a Boston man. You thought he wouldn't be racist to Arabs? No. That's a good question. No, I didn't think he would be woke on that. I would have just thought that maybe this would be another one of those issues where he's just like, I kind of understand where the kids are coming from. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I thought. Does that seem that far-fetched to think of Dave Porter being like, I kind of get it. They really got to stop killing all these kids, man. That type of shit. Maybe I'm wish casting, but because he has that air to him. Rehabilitation for white people and just white people is a classic. Oh, you're talking about him? No, I think one of the dudes was like Muslim. I think one of the dudes that did it was like literally named Muhammad or some shit. I don't know if I got duped by Hosborough accounts or not.
I asked you a question. You answer the question. All right, then the interview's over.
Look at the way he got up, yo. Look, this is supposed to be his big moment. Look at the way he got up. Hold on.
I just asked you a question. No, I asked you a question. You answer.
That was so sassy.
The question. You answer the question. All right, then the interview's over.
Oh, incredible. Amazing. The way he got up. That little arm wiggle. Zesty as hell.
Fucking asshole. So you can't ask me questions. I'm a journalist. You ambushed me with a made-up fucking quote from a made-up fucking, fucking journal from two professors, I guess, at Virginia.
He's so angry, he's spitting.
Let me ask you this. Where do you think more hate is happening? At fucking Barstool Sports or college campuses across this fucking country? This piece of shit, ABC, the person who set it up, gave me one reporter, bait and switch to the other. Fuck ABC. Fuck ABC. People are, it makes me mad. I forgot how much I hate fucking journalists, this fucking piece of shit.
Update. There's more to the drama. Quick update. Mo Khan is no longer taking any responsibility for involvement for Fuck the Jews sign at Barstool Samson. He is basically lawyering up and blaming it all on his friend now and is saying he was just a citizen journalist. It is a 180 for my convo with him yesterday. Needless to say, his trip to Poland has been revoked. Okay, he found out. Okay, double update. He found out that Auschwitz is not in Germany and is, as a matter of fact, in Poland.
All right, another update from the sign situation at Barstool Sam.
This has been very instructive for Dave. He's learned new things like Auschwitz is not in Germany, but instead in Poland. I'm proud of him. Okay, these are baby steps.
Street, which I am so sick of dealing with, but obviously going to deal with. So last time I'm like, I thought about it. I'm going to send the two people responsible to Poland, to Auschwitz concentration camps, and try to make it a teaching lesson.
He keeps saying, I want to send them to concentration camps. I'm going to send your ass to Auschwitz. Really teach you a lesson.
I talked to both of them on the phone. Both of them took accountability. Both of them were like, yeah, we did this. And we're willing to go and try to learn. Well, then I see a now deleted, I think it was an Instagram or Snapchat story of one of the kids, Mo Khan, the one who posted the video. And he has this long speech, we'll put it in, claiming he was just being a citizen journalist. He was just documenting his college life.
I need to set the record straight regarding the incident that took place at Barstool Sports. As part of my regular series of posting videos on my experience as a college student in Philadelphia, I documented what took place as a citizen journalist. Okay, dude. I sincerely regret any hurt or ill feelings this caused. Neither I nor anyone whose username was tagged in the video I posted, paid, or requested that I sign. The credit card and ID on the table wasn't mine either. I do not support the awful message contained in that sign. I made the poor decision to record and upload it. Since the video went public, I faced serious threats to my safety, which has been overwhelming. I shared that not to shift focus, but only to show the weight of this for everyone. I abhor hate in all of its forms. I was raised to respect and be amicable with all people. I hope honest and open dialogue can come out of this incident so we can address the deeper realities of the world we live in. Bro said, I don't want to go to Poland, man. He's like, nah, not for me. Broccoli hair apology. Yes. Broccoli hair ChatGPT apology. This is 100% a ChatGPT ass apology. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, he went with the it's bigger than all of us. I abhor hate in all of its forms. I was raised to respect and be amicable with all people. I hope honest and open dialogue can come out of this incident so we can address the deeper realities of the world we live in. ChatGPT, can you please write an apology for me paying for a sign at a bar that said "fuck the Jews"? With what I've learned and will continue to learn, I hope to help create a safer space for everyone. I thank you to those who've reached out with support and guidance. It means more than I can say. Oh my God. What the fuck?
He had nothing to do with the sign. Didn't buy it, had nothing to do with it. Then
he found out. At first he thought, oh, we're going to Berlin, baby. And because, you know, he also thought that Auschwitz was in Germany. And then he found out, no, he's actually going to Poland because that's where Auschwitz is. He was like, no, I didn't do this. Somebody else did this. I don't want to be a part of this. Get me off this ride. I thought we were going to fucking Berghain or whatever. I thought we were going to Berlin. We were going to get some doner. Okay? Mustafas Gemüse Döner. I thought.
Even know what it was. He's just being a citizen journalist. Quite literally a 180 from when I talked to him. So I called up Mo. He presses record. It's a little message. Hey, this call is being recorded. He's like, I'm with my parents or whatever. I'm like, Mo, what's going on? Like, we need some accountability. You hand up, I did it, I fucked up, I'm stupid. Like, let's try to learn from this. And he's like, well, you know, I had nothing to do with it. I felt pressured into admitting that I had anything to do with it. This is the kid who uploaded the video laughing and being like, fuck the Jews. The kid who uploaded to Instagram. He's like, well,
I'm not going to lie. Dave is 100% right. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but like, he literally extended grace to these dudes who he could have obliterated. Okay? He could have genuinely been, he could have been way fucking worse. He has a massive media franchise. And this dude got a free trip to Europe, to Poland. Okay, fair. But still, to Europe. And it probably would have been like a Barstool thing. You know, he probably would have made content out of it. And instead, he turned around and boofed it for no reason. I think Dave is 100% correct in being like, what the fuck are you doing, dumbass? Like, I gave you the unironic opportunity of a fucking lifetime, and instead you just turned around and flipped it for no reason.
Name's already out there.
Also, I'm joking about Poland. Poland is sick. It's come on. It's fake. I'm being fake mean.
I'm like, yeah, hey asshole, you fucking uploaded this to Instagram. I didn't put your fucking name out there. Other people got it because you uploaded it to Instagram. You had a good laugh about it. And he's like, no, it wasn't me. I would never do that. I'm like, well, I'm getting a million DMs about you, including like another anti-Semitic joke like six months ago.
Oh my God, you're so dumb, dude. This kid is so fucking stupid and also anti-Semitic as shit. Oh my God, oh my Lord, Zoomers are so fucking cooked. It's over, dude. Throw this country in the trash. We are so cooked. We are so unimaginably cooked. This country is in the shitter. Zoomers unironically have the most Hitlerian politics. What the fuck happened? I saw the here, this video actually it sums it up perfectly. Okay, hold on. What's the guy? What's this dude? What's his fucking name? The generational divide between old Zoomers and young Zoomers. There's a major generational divide between old Zoomers and young Zoomers, and I watched a fucking YouTube meme video earlier today, and it was pretty good. From A Small Thing, or Man Carrying Things. Thank you. Man Carrying Thing. He did a fantastic, quick little meme on it. Hold on, where the hell is it?
Well,
Nope, that's not the right one. Oh, basically the two types of Gen Z.
how was my day? Let me tell you. I began it with a charitable contribution to a progressive political candidate in my district. Local politics are important to follow if you want to strengthen your community. Then I proceeded to take my 2 rescue dogs, Ron and Hermione, for a walk. I changed their names, but they only respond to those ones now. After which I drove to my job where I make minimum wage with 0 benefits. Then finally, I joined my college friends for a rep screening of a beloved 1980s horror classic. What did you do?
Cried.
That's it?
I liked some racist tweets and then cried.
At least you sound remorseful about it.
I wasn't.
I'm only a few years older than you. I feel like we shouldn't be this different.
And yet we are. You always do this.
Do what?
You think everything can be fixed.
Well, if we all work together, we can make the world at least a little better.
Soy boy.
Wait, I get it now. It was COVID. It hit everyone hard, but you guys were still in high school or college. It isolated you. It made all of your social lives online. It's why the Minecraft movie is the first sense of community you've ever felt.
Or you're just the sad dingleberry hanging off of the millennials' metaphorical ass. You're a Walmart brand millennial. We're the real Gen Z.
Maybe this is merely the result of Gen Z being both teenagers and in their late 20s. In a few years, the differences will probably even out.
That's kind of a boring conclusion.
Yeah. Have a nice day, everyone.
You should have ended it with the Gen Z saying Heil Hitler or something. But yeah, COVID hit when I was in college. What am I? I don't know, but like this is straight up a real generational divide for Gen Z.
Right.
Like it's so correct. He fucking nailed it. Birthday between 2005 and 2012. You are literally a drama pervert online with an anonymous account with Hitlerian tendencies. Probably used to be a fan of mine at a certain point, and then turned into one of the weirdest reactionaries I've ever encountered in my whole life. Where you talk about like being a Strasserite. I guess Strasserite is old hat, but like the modernized version of a Strasserite. And you're basically Hitler Youth, okay? You're basically fucking Hitler Youth. And then the type 1 is truly exactly like Bernie bros that are still holding on, which is comprised of my entire fucking audience at this point. These are the guys that stuck around and still think that change can happen as long as we push hard enough. And these are the guys who were like, I actually did my due diligence and I went and I protested a little bit. And then I realized none of that fucking matters. So now I'm a nihilistic edgelord who believes everything that Adolf Hitler believed. Literally. Why are you acting like your generation didn't have 4chan? I think millennials are fail-ennials, okay, for sure. And they're boring, they're annoying. They got a shitty end of the bargain in terms of like graduating from college post 2008 market crash. But the generation is so large that it extends all the way to fucking 40. So there are people who actually avoided that outcome, or at least like suffered in that outcome as well. Having said that, fail-ennials are closely resembling this archetype still, I think. Their politics are not as brain broken. Obviously the worst, I don't really do generational politics unless we're just memeing. But I would say that fail-ennials are like a lot of fail-ennials I think like grew up on Tumblr, younger fail-ennials like myself. I didn't grow up on Tumblr, but like people of my generation did, and developed some weird politics because of that. But it was like still, they either became like libtards or have Bernie-crat tendencies. No one holds a candle to how brain broken Gen X is, though. That's it. Gen X is the absolute worst generation, hands down. Like, they're worse than the fucking boomers. We all joke about boomers. But like when we talk about boomers, we're talking about Gen X, the lead poison generation. They are so awful on every metric. They are so violent. They are so reactionary. They make up the MAGA base. Them and the young Zoomers whose brains were also broken by COVID. Gen X helped raised Gen Z. True, yes, but they also, that goes both ways. Gen X, if you have like awful parents with awful politics, you end up usually having radical politics in the opposite direction where you become, like a Marxist-Leninist or whatever. Whereas I think the younger Gen Z are brain broken specifically because of COVID and not because their parents' politics were awful. Slash was sending me some fucking annoying. He loves sending me those like annoying fucking dime square ass dummies who I guess came from this community initially and then were irony poisoned. Let me see if I can find one of these stupid ass fucking tweets that he sends me all the goddamn time. Was it a Slasher? I think it was. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. Like, it's shit like this. These fucking weirdos. Average e-girl lore. Only reason why I'm in here in this chat is with this account is because one time in the early 2023, I had a crush on Hasan Piker and went down a rabbit hole and made a Twitter account to stalk his profile and came across Red Scare and RFH and that whole sphere and got addicted. How the fuck do you come from my community and become a race scientist? How does that happen? What does this even mean genuinely? These are extremely niche online political subcultures built around podcasts. So many fucking fallen fan to reactionaries out there. I don't even know what RFH is. I guess this is RFH. Hollow Earth Turf. Artemis Cultist, Lush Harvester, Pietard. At eternal war with Rome, infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. Radfem Hitler is her name. Oh, that's what RFH stands for? Radfem Hitler? Oh my God. Oh, I had a similar path, low key. Apollonian mind, Dionysian spirit, reluctant romantic. You didn't know that? No, of course I don't know that. Because as much as I follow politics closely, these people are so low motion that I don't even need to know. Like, there's that one guy who looks like a pedophile, and I think he is a pedophile that like lost a lot of weight, and he dresses up like a Disco Elysium character. That's another one in the orbit of the Red Scare girls. You know what I'm talking about? Someone might know. What the fuck is his name? What does any of this mean? Measurehead. No, not Measurehead. Oh yeah, Pericles or something. Yeah. Their entire worldview revolves around basically revolves around fucking being annoying on the timeline. That's it. Indecipherable politics in general. Gen Z here, senior year of high school online because of COVID, and one of my classmates was big in TPUSA, and he told us his TPUSA sponsor would throw us a homecoming with the one rule: we don't bring alcohol, but sponsor said it was okay if we show up drunk and even suggested we leave the bottles in our cars. My sister is a teacher, and Gen Alpha kids are so cooked they can't read or pay attention to anything. They run around shouting random shit from TikTok videos like Skibbity Toilet all day long. I've heard that too. I've heard that as well. Forum React about ancient Greek philosophers being the original podcast bros? No. I'm going to watch Jeff Nippard now. Zoomer HasanAbi head archetype. Volume up.
Give me the lunch money that your bourgeoisie parents stole from the proletariat class, dude.
I
Hey,
love
loser.
that.
I just see at the protest last week. What were you doing? Supporting genocide? What's the matter? Too much white guilt? I bet someone didn't do their land acknowledgement today. You're not first generation immigrant? Fucking poser. Hetero! It's been 4 weeks since you last changed your hair, loser. You need me to do it for you? Nice outfit. Doesn't look sustainable. Where'd you get it, Sheen?
I saw you fat shaming the other day. What's up with that? Don't you know all bodies are beautiful, nerd?
I bet you follow sexual and gender norms, don't you, loser?
Freaking hets, dude. That's not kids being cooked. This is kids being kids. Chatter, we're joking. This is a joke. This is a very funny meme. Calm down. No, we were talking about you have to see this. No, I don't. Stop sending me fucking tech tone tweets, man. Please. Oh my lord. Yeah, I've seen like teachers on TikTok that talk about like what the kids are doing.
Gold, come in here. You son of a...
What? What is this? You're stuck in the car with Terry Yummies out? Oh, let's go. All right, let's watch this first, and then we'll watch the Jeff Nippard video.
With
Hasan.
I'm so excited. I feel like we've been trying to make this work for like 2 months. Tradition this season of Stuck in a Car With is I get someone a little something.
Oh, I had some for you.
What, actually?
Well, but I didn't bring it, but it's okay. I'll give it to you on the podcast.
Okay. Yeah, very excited. It's nothing big.
What? That, oh my God. This is so cute.
Thanks.
You actually packaged this?
Yeah, who else would do it?
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
You're literally like this in my front seat. Guys, for those of you who don't know, Hasan's like 6'1". We have a lot in common, unbeknownst to you.
Okay.
I know you love your dog.
I do.
I love my dog.
What is this? Oh my God.
I thought it was a sweet photo.
This is amazing.
Thank you. It's nothing. Maybe put your pens in it or drink coffee out of it. I don't know what
I
you
drink
do.
coffee out of it. This is so thoughtful. This is amazing.
It's just a really sweet photo, and I was like, that needs to be on a mug.
Yeah, she used to be this size, and she's no longer this size.
I feel like that's perfect, though. I feel like a big guy needs a big dog. I can't imagine you with a little chihuahua.
Yeah,
Like,
she knocks people out all the time.
are you serious?
Yeah, she kind of like me. She doesn't know how big she is.
Does she think she's like a lap dog where she comes and like sits on your lap?
Oh, all the time. And I definitely egged it on. Like, I don't mind it. But then she'll try to do that to my mom. She just got knee surgery. My mom did.
Uh-huh.
and she can't handle it because she's tiny.
Oh, well, that's sweet. Not only do we have our dogs in common, like we love our dogs, but you're from Turkey.
Yes, that's right.
I'm Persian. And I didn't know we had so much in common, like cultural wise. I was talking to my mom on the phone, and correct me if I'm wrong, but like one of the things that she was telling me that you guys also do is you throw water when someone like goes
oh yeah,
like on a trip. Like every time I leave for LAX, my mom will throw like a bucket of water behind my car.
We do that too.
You do that too?
Yeah. When my parents are leaving, I'll just like quickly go and like fill up a glass of water and put, because they say go like water, come back like water.
Exactly, like come back soon type thing.
Smooth ride.
I brought.
You got more.
I brought treats that we can eat.
Oh, okay.
Because I haven't had this in a long time.
Okay.
I went to the Persian market yesterday. I know this is Turkish, but
no.
Yeah.
We got baklava.
Yeah, and then I brought you a Persian sweet too that we can try.
Oh my God. This is crazy. I didn't realize what we were doing. I thought we were gonna be riding around town.
Every second a car with is different.
Riding around town, getting into trouble.
Like what kind of trouble do you think we'd be getting into?
Robbing a bank.
Me and you?
Yeah, we're not easily identifiable.
No, not at all. You're only 6'1", and I'm.
Yeah, no one would know. No one would know. Everyone would be like, "Oh, that's a good duo to rob a bank."
We would be identified immediately.
You could, yeah. They'd be like, "Who's?" I'm having this such a hard massive time dude opening with this fucking box, dude. Tiny head.
My roommate is such a big fan of you, and he was telling me to get you a bobblehead because he's not known for that.
Oh my God.
For those of you who don't know, this is baklava, and it's Turkish. But I got it from the Persian market, so I don't know how good this is gonna be.
It looks good. I mean, this is like a different rolling style. So in the real baklava, the way you're supposed to eat it is like you're supposed to flip it upside down. But
oh, really?
I just realized I haven't collabed with a woman in so fucking long that my stupid ass parasocial stands are fucking going, girlfriend revealed, you need to wife her up. Like, this is literally why I stopped collaborating with women, just so you know. Keep weird comments to yourself, loser. Nobody wants to hear your weird thoughts about these two friends. We'll ban you without a second thought if you post some dumb shit. Like, you guys had it locked in the chamber. It's been so long. It's been so fucking long that I forgot how annoying chats would get, Twitch chat would get, whenever I'm in the presence of another woman. Okay, everybody calm down. This one is a rolled one, so it doesn't really matter, but
okay.
I guess except for Maya, who, you know, thank God chat can be normal about.
Wow. I like it.
It's good, but
Is there better?
oh yeah.
Well, obviously.
And it has almost like a savory aftertaste.
Maybe that's why I like it. I don't really like sweets that much.
Oh, I have a huge sweet tooth.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You might not like Persian sweets, so I feel like they're not like super sweet. Like what I brought to try, this is like something that my mom always has. It's like, it's made of chickpeas. And it's like powdery. I used to love it as a kid, but I know it's not for everyone. It's like one of those things, you know what I mean? And it's not sweet. It's called chickpea cookies, which sounds disgusting.
This looks bomb. This looks like a hummus bite.
Take a sniff. It's weird. Like, it's nothing like I've ever tried before. It's gonna like dry your mouth out like the cinnamon challenge.
This is amazing.
You like it? Take it. All yours.
Goddamn, this is better than the baklava.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was from the Persian market, so that would make sense. It's like cinnamon, where it's like
Sweets
powder,
are
and
my
then it's
weakness.
like peanut butter, where it like sticks to the roof of your mouth. You grew up in Turkey?
Yeah.
When did you move to the States?
I moved here when I was 18, which is in 2009.
Oh, wow.
That's how freaking old I am.
I was 9. That's crazy. What are you? You're like 9 years older than me? Yeah. Wow. Wait. Did you know English when you were in Turkey? Is that ignorant?
Yeah. No, I mean, everybody learns English as their second language in most of the world, but not well. But I definitely, I mean, I speak at a native level, and I was already speaking at a native level by the time I got here because I was obsessed with American culture. So I watched like American TV. I read
What shows
books
did
in
you watch?
English. Oh my god!
Because that's how my parents learned English. Is
Oh.
when they moved here, they were watching American TV.
I watched Blue Mountain State, but the one I watched that was really corny was I think it was like a USA show called Greek.
Never heard of it.
I mean, it's old. You were 9.
Well, yeah, but I feel like I know old
You
things.
were even younger than 9 at that point. Yeah, you were, when I was watching it, you were like 6. But yeah, I watched everything. Like I watched The Wire, Sopranos, like all the premium American television shows.
Did you have a celebrity crush growing up? That's my favorite question to ask people in second car. Is the one thing I ask is
A celebrity crush growing up?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought Britney Spears was really hot in...
I was just playing her when you got in the car.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
I thought she was really hot in Toxic.
That's a good
and
one.
then Christina Aguilera in Dirty.
You have such good celebrity crushes. The Y2K princesses.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Which
a good
is like
one.
coming back now, right? That's like popping
that's
now.
all I wear. That's like all
Yeah.
I base my
it's
style
so crazy
off of.
that that's like nostalgic, but we're so far removed from it now that it came back again. It looped back around. It's trendy again.
Fashion always comes back.
Yeah.
The history book on the shelf is always repeating itself.
Yeah. Well, that was wise, but also
That's
true.
ABBA.
Well, okay.
Do you go out much?
No.
Super introverted.
No, not at
Super
all.
extroverted, but you like to stay in.
I used to go out. What happened to Dua Lipa? She was asking when I was younger, chat. She was asking when I was younger, not now. My celebrity crush now would be very different, obviously. All the time. I was super extroverted, and then I started streaming on Twitch. Dude, only this community would look at a interview that I conducted with like a TikToker and YouTuber that is so far removed from the political side of things and instantly go, is she a Shaw loyalist or what? Be real. Like, calm the fuck down, dude. Be normal, okay? Be fucking normal. God damn, some of you motherfuckers are such losers. I swear to God. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yo, bro, turn it off. Turn it off. Turn off that part of your brain where you're just like, everything I consume has to be politics. Please, it's been 7 hours, please. And then that just all fell apart because now I spend 8 to 10 hours every day live streaming. So then after I'm done with that, I'm like, I have no more. My social battery is
Dead.
done.
Yeah. That's so
So-
impressive that you do that. Are you super like to a schedule?
Oh yeah.
Are you like a super type A person?
I don't know technically what that means.
Like type A and type B. Type B is like me. Like someone will like I've done this where I like use my credit card at a bar and then I forget to close it. And I'm like, I'll just open a new one. Or like I'll like super in type B. I won't go pick it up. Like I'll just I'd rather just call the phone, cancel
Okay,
the
I'm
card.
the other thing.
Type
Like,
A. Yeah, so you're very like you need a schedule.
I mean, the way I explain it to people is like it's like organized chaos. It happens because it in part is a failure on your part. Bro, shut the fuck up, dumbass. Chaos. Like
Okay.
I have my favorite type of annoying chatter is the chatter that's like getting mad at me while I'm in the process of moderating the community and going, oh, well, you did this. Okay, what do you want me to do? Not fucking try and moderate the community? Also, you're a human being. Like, what do you mean? You're a fucking human being. You're a human being. You have autonomy, you know? You're an adult. Be an adult.
Pick it up. Like I'd rather just call on the phone, cancel
Okay,
the
I'm
card.
the other thing.
Type
For
A.
sure.
Yeah, so you're very like
That's
you need a
crazy.
schedule.
I mean, the way I explain it to people is like it's like organized chaos. Like
Okay.
I have every single day, at any moment of the day, you know exactly where I'm going to be because I do the exact same thing every single day. I eat the exact same food every single day at the same time. I weigh my chicken. You know, all of that stuff is like I live under this like a very rigid work-life structure, but also I do have that tendency sometimes to just let certain things go and forget about it. Like I'm terrible at responding to text messages.
I know.
And phone calls and
Yeah.
all that stuff. Like my manager is constantly hunting me down. Like he has a tough job.
I'm like the opposite, I feel like. I feel like I'm good at answering texts and phone calls. I'm so quick. I'll answer you within a minute.
She threw shade my way. I didn't even realize.
Probably. And if I don't, then
You don't even care. You don't even care if you come across as...
No. Can you teach me something in Turkish?
Sure.
I know how to say like hi, I think.
How do you say?
Is it merhaba?
Yep, that's
Mhm.
right. You got it.
Thank you. Is that the more formal way to say hi?
I mean, I guess it depends, but like the other way that you greet someone would also be like Selamun Aleyküm, but that's like that's Arabic.
Yeah, because we say
And-
salam.
Yeah. Selam is another one as well.
Mhm.
Naber means what's happening.
Okay.
Ne haber, which means what
news.
Ne haber.
Ne haber. But you shorten it to naber.
Naber.
Yeah. Okay. It means like, what's up?
Wow.
What's good?
How do I say my name is?
You need to vary your routine for OPSEC. 25 month subscriber. Been in here for 25 months in a row, knowing full well that I fucking am in the same place at the same time every single day, and is like demanding that I vary my routine for OPSEC. Bro, I'm in front of the camera 8 hours a day. What are you talking about?
Tara.
Benim adım Tara.
Benim adım Tara.
That was really...
Well, I'm Persian. English was my second language too.
Oh, okay. That's like... that was weird. You just like... That was really good.
Fun fact about me, I don't think anyone knows this. I'm 8% Turkish.
That makes sense.
Really?
Yeah, because like a lot of people in the region.
But we looked at my mom's DNA and she has no Turkish, and my dad has like 14% and I'm 8, so something there is messed up.
Oh, you gotta teach me some Farsi.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you want to say?
How do I say hi? My name is Hasan.
Salam, ismam Hasan hast.
Salam, ismam Hasan hast.
My great uncle's name is Hasan.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
2 S's or 1 S?
2. Yours is 1, right?
Mine is 1 S, yeah. How old were you when you got here?
I wasn't born there. I was born in America.
You were born in America,
but my parents, I'm first gen, so my parents taught me Farsi. They didn't know any better to teach me any English because they barely knew English.
You never went back? Or did
I've
you
never
ever,
been.
You've never been to Iran?
I've never been to the Middle East.
It's beautiful.
Have you been?
I've never been to Iran, but the Middle East is beautiful. I mean, I grew up in Turkey.
My parents used to go to Turkey all the time when they lived there. It's one of my dreams to go to the Middle East.
People love Turkey.
They love Turkey. Yeah. I had, I remember like my mom would make me like little coffees, like the Turkish coffees where you flip it over and then you can like...
Fall.
Yeah, fall.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you was like reading the tea leaves.
Yeah. It's like, it's almost like reading your future. And
that's
then,
like an auntie thing. It's like, that's all the aunts do that.
Yeah.
My aunts used to do that to me.
They serve it with like a cup of water, am I correct? Look at me.
Yeah, you know your shit.
Well, it's because I feel like it's like similar cultures and my mom was so invested in it. Is it true that you used to do paintball all the time?
I have paintball, but what? Not all the time.
I don't know, I read somewhere that said you were like professional at it.
No.
And I was like, what?
I have paintballed before, but not like...
Does it hurt?
Yeah.
I've always wanted to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you get like welts if you don't have...
So why do you guys choose to do that?
I think it's because like it's simulated combat. It's an adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to get shot at all.
No.
So...
Do you like adrenaline rushes? Like, would you ever go skydiving?
No.
No.
Never.
Really?
No way. No shot. I'm not like a
What would it take for you to go skydiving?
Nothing.
Really?
Full Medicare for all. That's
okay.
I would do it.
If someone was promised that, you would do it?
Yeah. If America got healthcare for everybody, I'd be like, all right, I'm doing it. That's
a great incentive.
Yeah.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
Well, if the day ever comes, which it probably won't, unfortunately.
Lol, pussy. Well, dude, I don't understand it, man. I don't understand it. I think it's white people activities. White people love creating intense situations for themselves. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine, man. Life is intense as it is. You know, I'm choosing to avoid that kind of stuff. Okay. No, this is white. Okay. This is the different layer of whiteness. People that are adrenaline junkies, for me, I feel like you're a whole different kind of white. Like, I'm white, but I'm not white. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it doesn't seem likely.
Then Hasan's gonna go skydiving.
That's your incentive, Tara.
America.
Tara Yummy's chat.
Yeah, because they could make that happen.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think so. I think if anyone could make it happen, it's
What do you call your fans?
My fans.
Yeah. Just that?
Yeah, I don't really have like a name. Do you have a name for them?
I just call them HasanAbi heads.
Oh, that's cute.
But I mean, it's like kind of lame. It's not a very good one because my name is not very good.
I mean,
it's
mine
not
isn't
conducive
either.
To, like,
what am I gonna say? Like Yumminators? Like that's cringe.
That's funny.
No,
it's good.
No, it's
Yummin.
not.
The Yummies.
No,
the Yummy Squad.
I just say they're my friends because it feels like they're my friends.
Okay, that's kind of parasocial.
Well,
yeah.
Usually that's how it goes.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, I make like BFF content, so I like take my camera, like I vlog, you know. So it's like that's.
No, it's good.
I mean, you're talking parasocial. You're a streamer.
I know. I mean, I try to combat it all the time. I'll check people all the time. I'll be like, you don't know me like that.
Yeah.
I'm down.
You just watch me 8 hours a day.
Yeah, but that's the other thing. Like, that's exactly.
No, I know.
Because they get so much of me. And you know, I'm basically in your living room all day, every day.
I was gonna ask, like, I know it's hard for me sometimes to have private parts of my life. I can't imagine. Is it hard having something for yourself sometimes?
Yeah, but I like to create like a good boundary. You know, like
personal relationships, things of that nature, like I usually will tell people like that's my business. It's not your business, you know.
That scared me.
I have ADHD. Oh no, I'm always looking over because I can't like.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stimuli.
No, I agree. We're in like the heart of LA right now.
The lighting is good.
Good, that makes me happy. Sometimes I'll like look at the camera too much and they're like, Tara's looking at herself. I'm like, no. I'm looking at the lighting because it changes.
Yeah, she's producing.
I'm producer. I don't have that
Give
anymore.
the girl a break.
Thank you. I don't do anything. It's janky.
Yeah.
That's what I like about it. I never want it to be high production. Like I'm not fucking carpool karaoke with James Corden, where he has like a car. No hate. He's a literal person on TV, but he has a car.
You hate on James Corden. Everybody hates on James Corden. I hate on James Corden because British.
You don't like the British?
No, I'm kidding. I love the British.
I think they're hot.
You think the British are hot? Are they
crazy sentence, right?
They're coming back.
What do you
that
mean?
means they must be coming back. The Harry Potter era, everybody was like, oh my god, I want to be British. When I was growing up, like all the millennials, they thought like British people were so hot. And
well,
so
I think they're
cool.
hot because of One Direction.
Okay.
I was like, that was my age. Like 2012, I was 12. Fucking ripping my hairs out at the sight of Harry Styles. I have a One Direction tattoo and a Harry Styles tattoo.
That's crazy.
I literally, when I tell people I have a One Direction tattoo, they're like, oh, that's nice. You have like a lyric. I'm like, no, I literally have a 1D tattooed on my ankle.
Let me see.
Like, it's ridiculous.
That's so fun. That's
I feel like,
crazy. Have you met them?
No. Oh my
Wait.
god, I would die. I'm such a big fan. Oh, thanks. Yeah, of course. Nice to meet you. I was gonna say, would anyone make you starstruck? For me, Harry Styles would make me starstruck.
There was one person that did make me starstruck. I was running production for like a live streamed event many years ago, before like live streaming even became like a huge thing, and they hired me to basically film it. It was the Peabody Awards for journalism. I was walking behind the stage after I was done filming, and I saw Jon Stewart pass by me, and I was a huge fan of Jon Stewart, and I still like. Amy Goodman got me starstruck too. I forgot about that though. And that was the only time where I was like,
Did your heart fall to your ass?
like, that's Jon Stewart. That's
Did you say something?
No.
Right. Exactly. So you know what I mean.
I mean, now I would, but back then I wasn't who I am now. You know what I mean? Like I was like a young boy doing background production work. But now I'd be like, "What's up? What's up, John?"
Wow. I feel like it wouldn't matter how much I'm ingrained in the industry. I don't think I could ever go up to Harry Styles or like anyone from One Direction.
We gotta make this happen.
I really want to do like, I feel like the only person that would do like a Stuck in the Car from that group is like Niall. I would do anything. That's like my dream Stuck in a Car with.
Okay.
Is like someone from One Direction or like.
What about Harry?
He would never in a million years. He barely does press.
Get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Hasan, you're actually like.
Let's make it happen.
Insane if you think that would.
Let's make it happen, Yummy Gang.
That would never happen.
Yummy Gang. Let's
I don't know
go.
who you think I am.
You need a hand signal for them too.
Hand
like
signal?
phase, you know, like this.
That seems very like culty.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's fun.
Okay, do you want to make it up for me? Is that for Yummy?
Yummy Gang.
I feel like I'm throwing up like a gang signal.
Yeah. Yummy Gang.
That's actually really cool.
Okay, you're lying.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm not. It's a Y for Yummy.
Yeah.
That's really cool. How did you come up with that so quickly?
No.
Do you have one for you guys?
No.
For your guys'? No.
No, we don't.
Do like H.
Yeah, like the U.
I feel like I'm doing like something wrong.
No, I know.
You know-
Yeah, you can't be on these mean streets.
The mean streets of
Yeah, mean streets of Fairfax, Melrose.
Melrose. I'm scared. Now I'm scared.
Yeah, no, we're gonna get got.
The palm trees and the.
This is not how I envision myself going out.
In
you
a
know
pink-
what I mean?
in a pink car?
In a pink car.
That's how I envision myself going out. You might be thinking, why is this video ending so abruptly, Tara? Why are you in the car stuck alone? Well, I'm a piece of shit YouTuber and we filmed this about a month and a half ago and I never lose footage. For some reason, I think something happened with my SD card. It got corrupted. We had like 30 more minutes of footage for you guys. This was a super long Stuck in a Car with, only for the YouTube gods to say, Tara, you're not gonna get the rest.
Yeah, we filmed like so much. We filmed a lot more. And I guess you'll never know. Lost HasanAbi footage.
This video. Hasan, I'm so sorry. And he was thoughtful enough to make an outro for me. So as per usual, guys, comment down below what you guys want to see next. It's time to skedaddle. That's the best I could do for an outro. I'm sorry. Hope you guys enjoyed this video.
I'm so red in this because I had just worked out. Look at this. And I literally was like, do you want me to put a shirt on? Because like I sent this and I was like, I probably should do this with I sent it to be like, is this the appropriate speed?
About a month and a half ago, and I 30 more minutes of footage. Tara, you're not gonna get the rest of this video. Hasan, I'm so sorry. And he was thoughtful enough to make an outro for me. So as per usual, guys, comment down below what you guys want to see next. It's time to skedaddle.
Was it after a shower? No. You can tell how red I am because it was after I played basketball. And I texted her after. I was like, okay, so is this the speed that you want me to say it in? And she's like, no, this is good. And I was like, all right, if it's funny. Were you providing material support for the Houthis in the lost footage? Yes, that's what I was doing.
Daddle. That's the best I could do for an outro. I'm sorry. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Bye, guys.
The lost footage is Hasan saying he will love me back. Yep. No one will ever know what happened in the lost footage. The hair was crazy. Oh my God, I'm freaking out. Never thought that this collab would be today. Gasped embarrassingly loud when I saw the notif. Yeah. Some of the lost footage was found, by the way.
Yes. Poggy. Eat her ass. Eat her ass. Poggies.
It's so funny how different LSF used to be back then. Because, like, I'm pretty sure this clip actually made it to LSF and went viral on LSF back then.
Eat her ass.
Obviously, this is a meme on top of that where, like, you know, they placed it in this meme format. But back then, it's crazy because, like, dude, there were, like, streamers, they would do whatever, right? They would do whatever. Streamer Hasan mocks immature Twitch viewers who cringe at everything. Like, can you imagine a clip like that making it to LSF now? I'm 12. I cringe at everything he started while in his car. I'm 12 and I haha at everything. That makes a lot more sense now. Like, honestly, I'm 12. I haha at everything. I'm 12. What is this? I'm 12. This is cringy. Fortnite, poggers. Your coiffed hair? Yeah, it's because I had just gotten a haircut on stream. But oh my God. So many he can't keep getting away with it clips back then. Yeah, the meta. Every streamer had a different meta. And for me, it was like girls thirsting over me was the meta. No wonder everybody fucking developed intense resentment towards me. Now that I think about it, that used to be the meta back in the day. Let's look at LSF now. Ethan reflects on iDubbbz crashing out with his content divinity and creator crash imploding. Empathetic king iDubbbz. Ethan makes fun of Anissa's husband for having such a massive humiliation fetish that Anissa's husband might be a cuck. Ethan. Twitch blocked in all of Spain due to La Liga's attempt to stop piracy. Diego Luna, Cassian Andor reveals VTuber lore. Tectone considers leaving Twitch and only stream on YouTube if terrorist propaganda isn't punished. iDubbbz manipulated the timeline of the CPS events in his Ethan Klein content deputy. Mike from PA from Destiny. Mike from PA says Ethan won't stop until he's bleeding from the mouth. Destiny warns his chat about their behavior. iDubbbz steps away from Creator Clash. iDubbbz pretends people calling CPS on H3H3. What has happened? What has happened? There used to, if you went back in time, like to 2019 to 2020, there was always some shit happening on the platform as a whole, right? That they would post about. Like people would organically go there. Fans would organically go there and post their funny clips from their favorite content creators. And now it's just like Destiny's own cumsock. Owned and operated by a dude who calls himself Destiny's Orbiter of the Year. He's like attempted to be Orbiter of the Year. The best way to get your clips on LS shit F is to hate you. Yeah. Rogue Mod took over the entire moderation team and just turned it around into this like annoying fucking thing that basically has become a completely isolated echo chamber that no one really entertains any longer. It's just a way to try and brigade and get to our all. Reddit is used almost entirely by the unemployed now, I have to imagine. Yeah, look at this. Back in the day, Hasan can't keep getting away with it. So chatters remember when he says he'll fuck your mom, he's only a plane ticket away. And you know he's flying first class. He gave me the champagne socialist hand gesture as I walked past him on my way to the couch. To be fair to stature, it is not that unreasonable to fly first class. These are positive. Can you imagine? These are positive comments on LSF. Hasan can't keep getting away with it. With fucking, what is this clip? Clip is no longer available. I remember when every streamer looked at that sub at the start of their stream. Now only the psychos look at it daily. Dude, does anyone even look at it on the daily? All of your clips from your debate where you owned E were downvoted into oblivion. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, look at fucking TikTok where it's much harder to fucking brigade. This was the clip.
She keeps it tight. Wait. Did you let your friends know?
Okay, Mom, what do you think of this guy?
He's cute.
You're not supposed to say that!
Oh. Oh my God, he keeps it tight.
Wait.
This is why I have so much. I think this is what developed so much resentment from a lot of fucking Redditors. I mean, my expectation isn't shit like this anyway. Like, I don't expect people to be like, oh, Hasan is so hot or anything like that. But it was like a normal fucking subreddit for Twitch streamers. Because at the time, if you go back to this era, at the time, like, other streamers would post stuff that they were doing, and then it became like this toxic, filthy, drama-infested place. The context of the ongoing discourse around Israel means Hasbara operations have also massively ramped up since then, and Reddit is a cesspool of Hasbara. If that's not its entire purpose at this point, yeah. We need another Where Are They Now segment for chatters again for all live stream shit sub comments positive of you. I mean, this person, his name is Death to America, and the account was suspended. So it's just not fair anymore. Man, it's been so long. I really need to get laid. Hasan exclaims for the third time in a month as he flees from a storm of torrential flooding caused by all the women even more down bad than he is. Haas mods. Let's see what this chatter is up to. Oh, he stopped posting. Yes. No, 2 months ago. Crusader Kings. Today I learned. We're doing a Where Are They At Now? Old Redditors versus Where Are They At Now? It's very fair at the moment. Hasan got super chubby during the pandemic and looks like a tub of ice cream. This is your time to shine, nephew. Oh, I guess this was posted in 2021. Damn, even back then, this was like, even in 2021, it was like positive and normal. You already know it's not reflective of the streaming space because anytime a black streamer gets posted on there, it's always the same comments about them being too loud. I know. You're right. Everyone is freaking out over, most of your diehard fans have either fled Reddit entirely a long ass time ago or are exclusively in the D program and true and on subs. What the fuck happened, dude? Yeah, look at this. He can't keep getting away with it. 140p, 70p. Which year was HasanAbi negativity year? 2021. The brigading literally started hitting hard when he did the first fundraiser for aid to Gaza. They downvoted like psychopathic monsters. No, it started in 2021 when the house controversy, Twitch leaks of people's like overall revenue generated from Twitch, house controversy, and then Porsche controversy, Gucci shirt controversy. Half of them were fucking literally Austinox that cooked my ass. It was wild. That was the worst fucking year for me. Holy shit. It started with the big XQC drama constantly pulling the fuck HasanAbi ripcord. Yeah. XQC, when he was the largest content creator on this platform for basically 4 fucking years or 5 years, would routinely, once he started gambling and then Kick got banned off the platform, he went crazy. He went fucking crazy. The misgift shit, like that basically caused every that basically killed collaboration and any kind of friendly collaboration amongst like all of the top content creators. You meant Steak, not Kick. Yeah, sorry. He got a steak bag and then he went to Kick after too. And it was he would just spend every waking moment shitting on me, literally non-fucking stop. I'm not smart, but I understand your position on the Houthis. Aren't you a little worried the mounting pressure to get you banned will get you banned? What do you want me to do? For me, in terms of my own like actual controversies though, like there's a couple moments aside from the things that I just mentioned that have definitely generated a lot of hatred. And I think one of the biggest ones is ReactGate. Straight up. ReactGate 1, ReactGate 2, ReactGate 3, which wasn't even about me, but it still turned into one where I got fucking hit as well, even though it was directed at XQC. That was a big one for sure. Housegate was really bad too. ReactGate was one day I'll tell you guys the truth about what was happening as to why sometimes I would be away from the camera at extended periods of time. But usually I was cooking and I had a setup where I would literally continue watching the video and I would rush back to pause it. It was so stupid. I should have never done that, which is why I stopped. But there's also some of the around the Housegate controversy. There was a bunch of other, like leading up to the Housegate controversy with the leak of Twitch chatters. There was a bunch of stuff happening behind the scenes as well. Did you have IBS or diarrhea or something? No. You should make an off-stream YouTube video about your stalkers, man. I've seen this shit all go down over the years. No. End of shit camp. Oh, God. Dude, this is crazy, dude. End of shit camp. Honestly, a really entertaining and wholesome event 4 years ago. Look at this.
Is it for shit camp? That's all. That's it. I hope you guys have had a fun week.
I mean, I guess it's not. There's some people that'll never be in this room together ever again. End of an era, a lifetime ago. A month later, the whole gambling drama happened, I think, which really set it off. Yeah. What is this? You should have shown Tara this. What is this? Neil Horan, ex-Hasan. Okay. Don't you think that the larger issue is that the overall political climate has become more right-wing? Back then, people like Asman mostly did their dumb, small boobs commentary for games, but he's now openly supporting Trump and parties like AFD, which in turn brings more shit on you as well. Yeah. Every streamer started getting into controversies and drama 2021-ish. Yeah, there was definitely a lot. There was definitely a lot of drama, and there was definitely a lot of drama that really popped off in 2021. Because I think 2020, everybody blew up. 2020, during COVID, everybody became like real, actual, almost like serious entertainers. Like they became media companies individually. Check logs, Hasan, important. Stop. I'm not going to look at the clip, man. Okay. Asman was always a big streamer. No, I know. I'm saying that big streamers became even bigger streamers. Like the streaming space was completely isolated pre-COVID, whereas post-COVID it became like primary content for a lot of people. And then once things opened up, people actually, I have this suspicion that I have a couple different theories on this. Number one, I think when this became like a serious money-making operation in comparison to what it was before, which was a very serious money-making operation, but it became a really, really serious money-making operation where everybody started looking at collaborations differently. Everybody started looking at drama differently. Okay. And I think post-COVID, it became way more popular. But then also there was a lot of resentment because I believe that people hate remembering what it was like during COVID. Some people have nostalgia for it, but a lot of people actually hate what it was like during COVID. So I think Twitch streaming like reminds them of that. It reminds them of like being stuck inside and isolated and lonely and scared. So for a lot of people, I think that also comes the accessibility of Twitch streamers as opposed to other celebrities that are infinitely more popular made it so that people could be spiteful and resentful towards these celebrities that they've developed parasocial relationships with. The unhealthy parasocial relationships turn into unhealthy obsessions and sometimes even stalker-like tendencies. And I think that in and of itself kind of bricked the platform. All of those things combined completely brick the platform and ruin collaboration in general. Now you still have collaborations that take place all the time, but there isn't like the same meta as there used to be. There was always like a meta on the platform that everybody followed. And there were also like all the top content creators were friends with one another and would like actually actively hang out with one another. That also went away completely. There was a lot of animosity among streamers that turned into like real resentment, real cliques, real fighting, and people became obsessed with drama too. Post-COVID, drama was used as a way to try and keep numbers up, which destroyed the long-term viability of the ecosystem. Yeah. And then gambling, crypto, NFT, that also, again, money factor, absolutely fucking changed the dynamic as well. You're one of the most collaborating streamers that is not in a set streamer collab. Yeah. Reactgate was really the end of fun. No, I could still spend countless hours reacting to this shit. Do you have a person to help you deal with this PR stuff, or do you manage it yourself? I don't do any PR. People reach out to me for quotes or to do an article, and I say yes. But yeah, I think the platform before 2020 was like much more fun, I will admit. And then the 2020 to like 2022 era was like explosive for growth and popularity. But things truly fell apart with all the fucking crazy drama. XQC literally drama farmed his own divorce and had 180K people watching him. It was over after that. He always farmed drama for the clicks after that. No, he was doing it before then too. He started doing it with by using people as like expendable NPCs, but they were like real content creators in the collaboration like Among Us era. And then it got worse during RP. And he just kind of kept doing that over and over again. And people developed understandable resentment towards that sort of thing, where they were like, dude, we're not your fucking, like, some people were still like, oh, I'll get a crumb of clout off of this and it'll be life-changing for me. So they kept playing ball with it until they no longer wanted to do that. But as far as like reacts goes, I just don't find it fun. Otherwise I would watch shit. I don't get as entertained by doing reacts anymore. That's literally the only reason. Where before it felt like every streamer was friends with one another, now it feels like every streamer hates one another. Yeah. That being said, what's your genuine perspective on the longevity of Twitch or streaming in general? Would be generational in terms of cohorts of streamers coming to similar issues, etc. I don't know. Not even reacts to old reality TV like Wife Swap. Nah, it's just not. It's just not as fun for me. I don't know why. What else? That's it. That's the lore. That's the fucking lore of what happened with Twitch. And here we are now. And there are still people who are, you know, breaking new ground, breaking boundaries, like Kai, the new phase, and they're doing a lot of that, and it's fantastic. I think too, all the toxic stalkers scared streamers from interacting with you. No, I mean, dude, what streamer interacts with one another with regular frequency? It's not just me. If that was the case, first of all, that is the goal of those toxic stalkers. It doesn't work. Streamers don't give a shit about that. They have their own version of that regardless. I still do content with other streamers. That's not a problem. It's just that most streamers also rarely ever interact with one another in the same way that they used to. That's it. Drama ruined collabs on this side of Twitch. I don't think it's a coincidence that once this side of Twitch was just pure drama and zero collaboration, is the same time that the W community blew the fuck up. They're still in their collaboration era. Cinna is a perfect example of somebody benefiting immensely from the new era of collabs. Yeah, no, for sure. That's why I'm saying the W gang still blowing the fuck up. It's over for you, Unc. You're old news. That's true. I'm done. You have some form of depression dealing with the trauma of covering what you cover and getting dogpiled on for covering what you cover. It takes a lot of the fun you have for doing anything else. No, I don't have any fucking depression, dude. Calm down. I'm very happy with my situation. Have you ever asked B for a collab? No. Yeah. I remember there was a dude on Reddit who used to do the Twitch Atlas. They showed the web of Twitch communities and how they connect. Unfortunately, they stopped making them. Would have been interesting to see how that map has changed over time. I think that they did that over Reddit, though, no? Also, I was always a Politics Andy. And as a Politics Andy, I was always in a unique space on my own, pretty much. Especially in comparison to other top content creators on this platform who usually shy away from those sorts of things. So, you know, all right, I'm tired. Are you going to, tomorrow, once again, look at this. These guys go everywhere. Why does Speed follow Hassan? That guy literally supports terrorist groups such as Hezbollah, responsible for the deaths of thousands of Syrian civilian Houthi pirates, etc. He literally said that during his debate with H3 recently. So why does Speed associate himself with him? Join the com just to post this? The whole Speed gang supports Hezbollah and the Houthis. Like, if you're going to rage bait, at least get the blue check mark. You're letting the world know how miserable life is by rage baiting on X for free. Israel's also causing human deaths. How many children with attack money? Why does he live in the USA? Like, he tried to free Palestine, you Nazi. Oh my God, they ate his ass alive. Okay, the kids are good. The kids are good. He's just like responding to every single person. Responding to every single person that is like shitting on him. Someone said IDF soldier on duty? Question mark. Hear me out. We low-key don't give a single fuck. How does sucking off a guy who supports a group who killed thousands of Syrian civilians and another group who kidnapped Filipinos and killed other merchants no reason? Yeah, I think that's partially because Speed's audience is so international. Oh, this is my favorite. Yeah, this video is amazing. Well, the only way to start that is army, send them and the military police. French should do the same. Such a gracious shit. Oh, where it was such a beautiful country, I snapped a rough sleeper blocking the delivery of Boots Chemist on Friday. What the fuck? Not on hashtag clean the fucking streets. I cannot believe they caught this poster. Good day, lads. Fuck it, hell. Time to grab a pint. Proper Brexit geezer. Fucking clean the streets. You already know it. At the public library. Fucking socialists. Ate this fucking proper library bloke. This is why I always think, like, people will be like, oh, is this CIA? It's like, no, it's always this guy. Okay? It's literally this guy. Anyway, speaking of collabs and reacts, I'm going to be reacting to the context nuke tomorrow after covering the news. in order to fundraise for iDubbbz's charity of choice. That's right. Don't forget, we're doing that tomorrow. It's for charity, and I need you guys to show up and show up big, okay? And we'll do the Jeff Nipper video after that. Do you have a time? It's just the whole day. It's going to take a long time. The context puke is long as fuck. But, yeah. Torture sesh tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow you guys are going to find out that I'm actually a really scary guy, as Ethan predicted. Once you see this video, dude, I'm probably going to fucking hemorrhage followers and hemorrhage support. I'm probably going to hemorrhage all of my remaining followers. It's going to be a death blow to my community. It's going to be the final death blow. Please promote the fundraising stream before the fundraising stream. I will. Yeah, you guys are going to find out really scary things about me. All right, peace, everybody. Love you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan Street.